And do you guys want me to do a countdown or just go straight into it?
Where's that video screen?
All right.
Where's that camera shot?
Thanks so much for hanging down here for the start of the Youth 570 race. This is going to be, okay, perfect. In 3,
Markham,
2,
when are we going to get
1.
the feed from
Thanks, guys. Hanging down here for the start of the Youth 570 race. This is honestly one of my favorite races for the entire weekend. We'll have the drivers aged anywhere between 5 and 12 years old.
Yep. Cool.
Years old, and they will be able to race with the big guys and girls, and that's what's so exciting about this. And a big shout out to Polaris for putting up so much to get these youths. I mean, this is the start of the next generation. Of the next generation of the Ronnie Andersons, the Andrew Carlsons that we see out here that are racing later today. It's going to be a 6.18-mile course for them, taking about 45 minutes. But what's really unique
Welcome everybody out. This is the 2020 UTV World Championship racing out here this weekend in Lake Havasu, brought to you by Polaris Roller. Polaris Razor. Here we go. I'm going to turn this down just a touch in my ear. There we go. I love the guys that give me info, but now I got these great guys that are going to give me info on the left, too. We're going to start to my direct left. This is Matt Martelli, of course, with Mad Media, and, of course, BC Vaught. BC Vaught, as you know, the crossover is a 570. Right now, like this whole, we're going to put little 8 and 10-year-olds in this little car and have them buzz around these things and run and race fuel.
I mean, youth race, we have move up to 570, really move up to 1,000. Yeah, for and when the opportunity
towards kids and it's able to speak on a adjusted phone. You know, with the kind of personal communication, whatever.
Yeah, they're. I mean, they're. Different. So the pictures to race in the sport. So you know, the kids are exceptional at their.
Talking about off and the see what brought you in kids into you know their music.
I mean, the reason I'm here in drums and and I was like, oh, that's right up my alley. Told me where do you live? Coast on Maze. And goes, I don't know. You know, great riders and Polaris as a part of sand. Ship with suicide, which was the season play.
nice.
Yeah.
70s, just we had to try. 45 minutes in some individual racers, they all do. One, all the way up to the first. They come off. The you know, see down close to him. You can hear him in those.
Class,
they may take some kilometers.
It's at the third level. You know, the infield youth course. You know, this is a road. Big 30-mile course. he doesn't repeat.
Right.
In this field.
So I can kind of call him out on another car, and looks like it. Arizona, Nevada.
Month in groom, 570, and he's one of the guys. Out more kids race straight. The ways where to pass, all the thousands and then bigger vehicles
on the road, because there's so many people around them that are going on around like almost. And it can mash the brakes. The other can do just a quick like.
Look at these kids launch.
Oh, mobbing off that jump center part of the track.
About driving vehicles, aims to death. And they come back. So it's
because you got to figure out how to fix
and stepping up, class at a time. So it's really speed.
Sponsorships. That's very important.
Yeah, they're off-road racing is a family sport, so it's really that I know from off-road racing. The kids
talking about like he's part of the family, a huge family that all race. Have one of the Salee girls sing the national anthem a couple years back when we were in Laughlin, and that's part of the Salee family. And I.
Yeah, they're like, but it's good. His do well to this race.
Let's talk a bit as you have to design a specific course for them. Of course, you got to keep them close by. The number one post, which is what kind of stuff did you run inside by sides?
One, I know we advise in these vehicles, they are very safe. You know, these vehicles are safe. And, I mean that also speaks.
I've fair share of like bump.
That makes sense.
Around it.
You know, I mean, don't want to put a racing and building them wasn't cool for me. Race and of full for us to be a part of that and to be
so quite some time with, you know, sponsorship and etc. For here, did you give to them
Around it.
you know,
No.
you're there.
we'll be right back after this.
UTV World Champion. Speed UTV. Rigid race.
Live
Well, right here in the beautiful Lake Havasu, we had to see. I was asking about grassroots events nowadays coming up to later down the road. Their career.
Your social media as much as you can. And then you want to portray yourself.
I think one of the guys that captured encapsulating that guy, you can throw him out in even his shirt off of it means back sponsors fall all over.
And you know when it, if you're any type of athlete, you're an entertainer.
Cool off-road courses and so forth. It says it's up.
You kids want to understand, like, if they want to have. And that's one of the most sort of youth into sort of one. In my goal would be to have 100, and you know, speed and what's going on. What a great young kid! You know, his father's one of the. Done a really good job with just to get him out of his shell every now and then, but it's again cool to see him come up.
So these kids that are out there areas, but they're still in, and you know, the big social pushers. And pick up, you know, in a tent, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to have
the level playing field. I mean, there's some, you know, the sea. To 16, these guys are right now. You know, they're that kid guys. You know, pointing out too that this is a very different race. They're cross style tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And this is more of the dust is a factor.
Right, when you're following somebody, right there, nose to tail, right there. So that's dust, and there's an obstacle that a big rock's been kicked up. Or you know, a blinding straightaway out there that can, you know, rear suspension.
We're looking line at that's racing, man. Great example of what's going on out here. There's first, but there's battles all throughout.
forth. What was needed. They're all the cars are parked. You know, staged up, and all kids and they're all chatting amongst each other. Hey, high fiving. All that kind of. They're great. It doesn't get any better.
Look. We're for family. It takes. And it brings everybody together. You know, McMillan's, and I really saw it with them. They had, you know, racing with them and do as a family.
You know, it's awesome. And young, seeing Robbie go out seeing his 12-year-old kid race, you know.
Max just bypassed. I was like, what? Running, and I'm rolling. And he'd been in the car. He's incredibly mature.
Yesterday, Jeremy McGrath brought his daughter out, and fortunately enough, I got to catch him today.
Yeah.
He won. To get everything prepared, my daughter into it, which was you won kind of 7 super.
Yeah, definitely. His daughter Rowan, though, she grew up a short position out of motocross into short course racing, so she's covered in dirt. At the, Jeremy. So it's really cool. We're probably about midway through the race, and there's battles all throughout the field.
And look at UTV webpage, and you can see all about it's about I was forced to catch on right. Did you guys find it?
Classes. Well, supporting this race. From the beginning, 70s. Funny, this is about 7 years. Like, this is not a race car. I'm like, look, buddy, car.
Exactly.
And then we've got another can. You know, again, it's about stuff that they're used to. So, you know, it's a little intimidating, but we're ready to step up. We're ready to cross the bigger desert loops and
The hot pits. Right there, so they have to do 25 miles an hour when they pulls off to the pit, but that's right in the infield. Also,
it gives them an opportunity that if they do the youth do as much at laps.
45 goes through. That's going in through. I'll give you a name list. So Chase Mankin is in 7 of John, the 911 of Ethan Grom. That's the guy you want to keep an eye out for. In the 570, the 570Y is Jedi Jack Mamelli.
That's the best nickname I've heard.
Jedi.
Unfortunately, we know the Memellis. They're an off-road race. Found.
And then the 571, that's Tragedy, Micro Punisher. Out hundreds of times, Caden Danbury.
Yep.
556, Caden Hall. And then the 881. Gone of Landon Poppert. So 7, the 3-1 of Timmy Pool, Frederich. Braden Cross from, I believe, not mistaken, or he could be from Phoenix. I'm trying to go through my memory.
Right.
It is driving or not. Vincent. Rizzatelli. What a great group of kids. So
UT World GR.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. Good. times and soak up the boost.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out, and we build for to execute. Everyone under any conditions. We audio. Introducing Radio X to the making it the white for blue. Transition to own the night.
Wonderful sponsor. And UTV. And then ramp back over into the drug.
Having a great time.
And you're dragging people here. Let's talk a little bit about here, but he ended up jumping in a race.
Yeah. You know, I've known him since 19. It was always this this kid that, I mean, he showed up denim pair of shorts and a denim jacket with a it turns out he hit me one day about BMW M3. So I said, well, since you live in Iowa, why don't you get on iSkills? You can learn driving line pretty well there. And to drive a friend of mine. Because he lives in Texas and he races off-road and Sid Wilson in as your co-driver. He's like, done. Race his first off-road race. were stoked
about the quality. Look at this little. She had a big bumper, all the like, you know, big cars and so forth. I'm up on the fair and I asked her up the front of the car by running into other people.
Well, you know,
You get tap, you tap, do some mechanical damage.
what's the east example
From the drive
here?
So no, taking the back to the youth again about, okay, it's their car. So if you see and so forth, front ends popping up. I mean, that's mind-blowing to me. At the age of 10, I was still trying to figure out how to and these kids are figuring out.
I mean, you know, through speaking of that, they don't do make you're in a fight. Understand that, or you've always forget
right in the back.
change the dynamic. Shocks up for
Polaris friend.
Who whack and on it, but it was he should. He orders and it was spilled
travel and the shock setups that we have. And now controls your valving. So you've got 3 different settings that you can medium.
Right.
And it's just when the tech
So, I mean, obviously they're they're almost like a shrunk down 1000, but I mean, obviously a lot shorter throw, and the car is tremendously lighter than a 1000. Also, you know, these companies provide shocks for these cars. You know, I know Fox does. I know Shock Therapy does work on these smaller shocks, and that's huge. I mean, you could have 1,000 horsepower, but if it's beating the snot out of you, you're not going to want to go that fast.
Yeah, I mean, these 570s, obviously, as you can see, they have limited travel. They're smaller wheel size, so these guys have to, work their way through all the big bumps and stuff. But the car's capable. They can handle it, and especially with these young drivers who've come up through the ranks, they definitely have a high skill set already of off-road racing.
Let's talk a little bit about the kids' track that they're riding on now. I know you guys set up some man-made jumps in it and so forth. There's some natural terrain rollers. Dirt compound has a lot to do with it as far as the breaking down of the track. I mean, it could be nice and smooth and so forth, but then once the track goes on, what kind of dirt compounds are you talking about out here? Obviously light silt and so forth, because there's a lot of dust coming up, but yeah. What is the terrain like?
Well, this is actually it's a really good question, and this is an interesting track because we're in the Mojave Desert, and it's got varied types of terrain. So you have some sand, some rock as well. And there's some hard pack out there. So there's a pretty big variety of types of terrain. You're going to go from a sand wash to, a hard pack ridge line, do a little bit of rock stuff and even some rock crawling. So, this course we designed has a little bit of everything. And like we were talking about before, this is a step up for these kids from the motocross style tracks. And, again, the reason why we're doing this is, to get these kids prepared and headed towards desert racing and bigger than 1,000 cc vehicles.
So I see the track breaking down as far as it gets what we call train tracked, right?
Sure.
So it gets 2 grooves cut in it in the corners. So what that does is it pushes up a big hump in the center to where you're you have your high side in the center, and you'll drag actually the chassis through the center of the turn and high center. So you have to kind of push your way out into the turn to come up on the higher side of it, so you're not high centering. BC, do we have a rundown on top 5 so far?
I know Groom won. That's about all I got out of that.
Copy that.
Sorry. I tried.
I heard it coming over, and I was chatting still.
You're real loud in my ear, and then the whisper came in. I tried to get it.
We're going to get that top 5 for you here very soon. We'll have the guys in the booth bring it over for us if they could. But anyway, so going back to that, going through the corners, they start to push out higher and higher. What that does, it also pops up bigger and bigger rocks. So the bigger rocks come out. So then, now we're talking tires.
Yes, we are definitely talking tires.
Right.
And tires are critical. I can't speak of that any higher. And in that, these guys are racing specific tires for this class. But when you step up to the 1,000 class, we're going to talk about one of our sponsors, BF Goodrich Tires. They have over 45 years of off-road racing knowledge that they're bringing into UTV racing. And they have 2 specific tires that they sell now. One is specific for racing, and the other one's built for consumer. I use a lot of tires. There's a lot of really good tires out there. And I'm not saying this just because they're our sponsor, but they make the best tire.
Period.
So, tires can give you a huge advantage, because if you get a flat during a race, you're pretty much out. Mm-hmm. You're definitely not in the top 5, but you're in the back of the pack at that point if you have to stop and change tires. So tires are critical, and we're going to see that come into play here, not just with the youth, but on the bigger course. because of how rocky this course is. Sidewall flats, you know, are going to be a big factor in this the larger race, and you know, that's could decide who wins this race.
Right, tires. Right, you could, like I said, 1,000 horsepower, the best suspension in the world. You don't have the right tires to put it all to the ground. Doesn't make a damn bit of difference, right?
Yeah.
So, and flats. Flats are like really your Achilles heel, because once you get a flat, you a lot of times you can't push through. There's a couple different companies that make items that you can stuff in the tires to help get you through if you have a puncture. So you can get items called tire blocks, which are big foam blocks that fit inside the wheels. Okay, so if a lot of guys only run like 2-3 pounds of pressure, and if you lose pressure, you don't even realize it. Tire balls, which are inflatable balls that are inserted in there too. So if you get a puncture, it'll puncture like one of the balls or something. So you still have all of them in there. I have to run because guess what? I'm going to run out to the finish line with my beautiful wife, and we're going to bring in these Youth 570s, and I'm going to catch them on the microphone out on the stage, which is probably one of the most exciting times of my life.
Yeah, it looks like the 570 race is wrapped up, so we're going to read you off a top 5 real quick, and we'll get that confirmed here shortly. But it looks like Ethan Groom out front, Chase Martin behind him, Paxton Shandell in third, Caden Danbury in fourth, and TJ Sewers in fifth. So not a big surprise there with Ethan in front, but pretty stoked for him and his family to pull off first place. So again, top 5 as of right now on official: Ethan Groom, Chase Martin, Paxton Shandell, and Caden Danbury and TJ Sewers.
Was it Martin or Mencken?
What's that?
Chase Martin or Mencken?
I have Chase Martin. Are we mixing names up here?
Yeah, I got a Chase Mencken. I don't see a Martin on my sheet.
Well, I'm going to go with Chase Mencken then.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
We were talking about that family before. That's just an unbelievable family of racers, you know, all racing together. So that's really cool to see.
That's awesome.
We were talking about tires earlier, and going back to that, let's give a shout out to BF Goodrich, our sponsor, and again, make the best tires in business. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Yeah, let's read down these times. So it looks like Ethan Groom fastest lap was 11:55. And yeah, he's cranking. So it looks like just to confirm, let's see, those are the 3 laps, total times. Yep, first place, Ethan Groom. Second place, Chase Mencken. Third place, Paxton Shandell. Fourth place, Caden Danbury. Fifth place, TJ Sewers. And looks like sixth, Travis Sally. So just off the top 5 there, you want to run down the other ones here?
Sure. Looks like 7, Cole Goff. 8th is Brody Akins. 9th was David Poole. 10th, Kaylee Federwish. And then 11th place, it's Jedi Jack Mamelli. 12th, Ryder Chapman. 13th, Caden Hall. 14th, John Cultura. 15th, Colton DeMouth. 16th, Landon Poppert. 17th, Bree Seek. 18th, Brandon Craw. And 19th was Vincent Riccatelli. And finishing out the top 20 was Teeb, sorry if I didn't pronounce that properly, Poole. And finishing off, Ryder Hall. So it looks like we have a special guest in here with us, Mr. Martelli.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring him in. Stick him on these headphones right here. But yeah, what a great race. So again, 20 racers took the start, and it looks like Ethan Groom took first place overall. So we're going to take a little break here and get set up for the next race.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you, DR. BF Kidrich. On XCI. Raceline. Salt and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. It's performance that matters. Like having the off-road, it monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second. It matches each shock to flatten corners. So bump. Confidence and control for those who think outside.
All right, back to the World Championship. I'm here with my good friend. Yes, we're going to introduce in just a second, but before we do that,
Youth 570 results. First place, congrats to fastest lap of 11:55. Second place, Chase Meng, fastest lap of 12:04. And then this is kind of cool. Caden finished the podium with a fastest lap of looks like 12. Pretty tight laps between the top three. Jay Stewart, 12:32, top lap, and finally Travis Salisi, 1.
One youth race down and a couple more.
Here's another 170 met this guy in Slipknot, had just come out as a sure enough, Steve was right. Wilson. He's been hitting me up for a while. The M3.
Well, yeah, I got a 95 Cooper S Super Charger, and then I got a 2013 horse, so that's my strongest car at the moment. But
gotcha.
It's a little different for a street car being that powerful, but cool. Yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, so I mean, I like a new beat. Was the closest friend that had my experience. My dad's always been pretty good about early, if I'm going to drive dangerously. And my downtime, I want to do this a lot more in some events and whatever. And I went to Camp RZR with you, and that was thing. It was like, I got to go out to RZRs
and the funny thing about that is, because he's like, he can't out by himself. He goes, I think I'm like an hour away. Spot saved for you. And he goes, oh no, I'm suburban Uber, like the Uber XL. Right. I get out in the camp.
From LA to here to the.
But you got there, right?
Yeah, I got there, and then that kind of kicked over me is when I was on tour. Couldn't rent cars and go drive around track, and I'm in whatever I got to do. Sit in the other seat and know what it's like to be at the pit or actually work on the car or anything that's going on. It's like, and the more experience you have and everything, it's like the more familiar you are with what you're trying to get done. and the more respect you have for the other people that are working with you too, so you're not just flipping out on everybody.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of guys that started as co-drivers and then became drivers, and it gives them a unique perspective. Right now, we're going to go to our second race, our second youth race of the day, which is the Youth Polaris 1000 class. And again, you know, we're talking about all the different ladder systems of bringing everybody up. And this is really the final rung on the ladder before they go into the adult classes. And it's really cool. So minimum of 12 years old, maximum of 17 in this class, and they are racing Polaris 1000s, normally aspirated. Couple of standout kids in this class, and I'll just go ahead and start with the kid who just won the last race, Ethan Groom. So he's racing a 570. He just jumped into his 1000. He's going to go out and race again.
So that they're in thousands, that's a big vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a full-size
these are kids, and I mean, the only difference is the turbo, right? So, I mean,
turbos would be the next.
It's still a big boy machine that they're driving.
Yep.
Absolutely.
But he's got some cut out for him, because he's got another killer in that class, Dallas Gonzalez. And I know this kid personally and his family. He's a former UTV world champion. He's come up through the 170s and 570s, and now he's racing in 1000. And, you know, he lives in Bullhead City, so he gets a ton of seat time. And very familiar. So he's one to watch. So he's, and then, you know, one of the trends that's been happening because of razors and because of the affordability is we have more women racing with us.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, and one of the standouts in this class is 15-year-old Cadence Cowan. You know, just absolutely killing it and works. And Lucas Oil winning championships there. And she has won a UTV World Championship prior. So she's here to battle it out and see if she can get one today. So
that'd be cool.
There's an even playing field out there.
Yeah, it's an even playing field. So these kids are lined up, and we're about to get them started. So yeah, they should be battling shortly. But again, this is a really cool class. Gives the kids a little bit of a chance to get acclimated to that size of vehicle before they start battling with adults. But you know, like we saw earlier today, there's kids out there that are faster than the adults because of the amount of seat time that they've got.
Yeah, and no fear.
Yeah, that helps as well. That helps as well, right? BC, what do you think of some of these kids racing? I mean, there's quite a few kids out there racing. You were talking to some of them earlier. Who are some of the standouts to you?
You know, I don't. It's funny because as I talked to some of the kids earlier, I wasn't too sure who they were. But what I was blown away by was what we discussed earlier was the confidence. You know, these kids behind a wheel of a RZR 1000, the confidence they build driving that thing, you can be pretty rest assured they're not going to be the kid that snaps into the wall on the freeway because somebody cut out in front of them, or hits the center divider because they hydroplane a little bit. You know, they have the confidence, and after you drive a four-wheeled vehicle in the dirt for years growing up, everything is second nature, and that to me is what I really enjoy about these kids being out here. And what's going to be great is the level of skill we have in off-road racing for adults right now. Just it gives you something to look forward to in the future with the level of driving.
As these kids get older, they're going to blow us away. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, because the sport's still fairly young. So you still have yet to see
around for a little bit over 10 years.
Yeah.
The sport UTV has only been here for 7 years. So this is all new, you know, and developing very quickly, as you can see how fast some of these kids are.
And you know what's fun is Sid and I race together on iRacing quite a bit. And since they've come out with Crandon, we've been hitting that up pretty hard. And
I broke my simulator on that course. So I broke a shock on my simulator.
But we were out there with Seth Quintero battling one night, and it was just a long practice session, so we kept going back to the flats and running the Le Mans style start. And it was just fun racing with Seth because, you know, it shows on iRacing what he knows here in real racing.
Sure.
He brought it to iRacing, and he about a half a second quicker a lap than us, huh?
No, and I think that's probably one of the few positive things that's come out of COVID is that it's increased iRacing and really shown it as a tool for learning how to become a better driver.
And it works.
Yeah, it's helped me immensely. I mean, because now BC's brought me out on the tracks since doing iRacing with them, and he can see the improvement, definitely. So.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's going to be the haters out there that will say, oh, it doesn't really compare, but it doesn't matter.
Training's training when it gets down to it.
Well,
you know
what I like about it is, you know, we want to bring more people into our sport, and you know, that's a tool to do it. You know, it's like kids all over the world now know what Crandon is, right? And some of the other Lucas Oil tracks that are on there. And so for us, that's a positive. We get to bring people in, you know. You know, and I know the iRacing guys are going to be adding more tracks. I mean, we'd love them to do these long courses, but it's a little bit of a data load for them. So, you know, we'll see where it develops. But again, really cool to see everybody getting together, you know, online and racing against each other toe-to-toe on the iRacing platform.
And you still get, you know, the emotions you get on a real track, those emotions carry over into iRacing.
Oh, definitely.
So if you're only an iRacing racer and you want to know what it's like to race for real, take those emotions you have when you're leading a race with a couple laps to go.
Add some G-forces.
And bring it out to the real course. You'll be amazed.
Yeah. No, definitely. So, you know, yesterday on the course, I mean, you know, this is a pretty
it's aggressive out there.
Yeah, it's a pretty. I was going to say treacherous, but it's a pretty complex course.
Yeah, I mean it's not to be taken for granted. I mean it's like, and it's constantly changing too as the people are racing on it. So like, just because you saw it one way previously doesn't mean the track's still going to be the same. There's a lot of loose terrain. There's a lot of boulders. There's a lot of rocks. A lot of dips. I mean it's the vehicles moving around a lot. So I mean it's you got to be definitely on top of your game, man.
Yeah, it's funny when NASCAR guys talk about the radical track changes that they have. I'm like,
yeah, it's nothing compared to this.
Just get out of here with that. I'm like, please, you know, we have, you know, not so much with the youth racing, but in the bigger vehicles. I mean, you've got boulders the size of TVs out there.
Yeah, there's stuff you couldn't lift it on your own. No way. I mean, so yeah, you got to try and avoid some of that. I mean, the terrain is definitely constantly changing. It's also from area to area. You can feel the car sink in on some spots and then stay up on top on other bits. You know, so it's like it's being able to read the terrain you're on as well at the same time.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely looks like we have a recap of some of the highlights, and we're going to toss it to Tiffany for the winner of the 570 class.
Congratulations to our top place finisher in the Youth 570, Ethan Groom. Ethan, you are a multi-generational racer out here. Walk us through the course. Tell us how everything was.
The course was great. I came out with the whole shot, and we knew we could just run our own race and just be smart, run a good pace, and we make it to the finish so we didn't break the car. That's exactly what we did. We were able to just get a good pace, save the car, make it to the finish. And last lap, we came up on some lap cars. It was pretty dusty. The track was a little rocky, but we made it to the finish and got on top.
Well, this is the first year that it's out here in Lake Havasu, Arizona. Being a first year out here, did you take any notes? How'd you prepare for the weekend?
Thanks to my family for letting me come out last weekend. We were able to pre-run. Thanks to my Uncle Eric for co-driving with me through that pre-run. Took some notes, figured out some lines, and helped us get the win.
Awesome. A big congratulations to you and to your top finisher in the Youth 570, 911 of Ethan Groom. Back up to you guys.
Is it Droom or Groom?
It's wrong.
Oh, okay.
His name on the graphic is wrong. It should be Groom.
Okay. We're back in.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
hands up. I stay strong, forever young. May you live long. I'm an overcomer. I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain. I've been through it all. I am fearless. You know, I am fearless. I'm fearless.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving, a seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam patterns based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Welcome back to the Polaris. Welcome back to the Polaris RZR.
Oh, UTV World Championship.
I'm throwing it
out here in Lake Havasu, Arizona.
2020.
So it looks like we're getting ready to start the production 1000. I'm going to call out the top 10 here. We got Jacob Peter starting out in the 1 position, followed by Stephanie Warapius. Caden Danbury in 3rd position. Brianna Bonanno 4th. 5th position, Dallas Gonzalez. Looking forward to seeing how Dallas ends up in this race. Heard a lot of good things about him.
He's an assassin.
Is he?
Yep, he's going to do really well. Cool. But it's a stacked field. We want to keep reading them down.
Cool. Carter Bowers in the 6th position. 7th, we have Devin Smith. 8th position, Wyatt Matlock. 9th position, Cadence Cowan. And following it up in 10th position, we got Chase Carr.
Yeah, really cool lineup here. You know, this was a draw lineup instead of a qualifying, but as we move forward, we want to qualify more and more, even the kids. So
really seems like all the racers dig the qualifying aspect.
Yeah, it just allows the fast guys to be up front and to kind of set the pace, and then you know, have some pretty heated races. So again, we're about to start the Youth Polaris 1000 class. And this class is specifically designed to bring the 12 to 17-year-old kids up to speed before they go into the adult classes, before they go into those pro classes. So lots of competition here, and like we said before, there's some standouts. So a few of them you touched on earlier, Dallas Gonzalez, Ethan Groom, and Cadence Cowan, but there's lots of competition here. One other kid that I want to mention is the Matlock. You know, both his mom and dad are racers.
So that is?
Yep.
Okay.
So
awesome.
2nd generation racer, actually 3rd generation, because Wayne's dad actually was racing as well. So again, really cool to see the families out here continuing to bring their kids into
it's in the DNA.
Racing. Yeah. Into the DNA. Well, yeah, you know, once the kids figure out who you are, I'm sure you're going to be doing some autograph signing.
Yeah. But yesterday when we were getting ready to qualify, we already had people coming up and taking pictures through the vehicle.
Nice. Well, I think Tiffany Stone is out and has an interview from our second place finisher, Chase Mencken. So let's throw to her, Tiffany.
Hanging down here with our second place finisher, number 701 of Chase Mencken. Chase, it's so great to see you out here. First of all, I want to see what's underneath your hat and then chat to you a little bit about the race.
Underneath my hat is my number 101. This is my original number that I was running in all of my cars, but for this race we've got to change them.
Well, talking about the race weekend, it's the first time out here in Havasu. Walk us through the course. It was 6.18 miles. How did you do out there?
I like the track, but it's a little rocky. Down here I lost an axle. So last lap I was going around corner, hit a rock, just kind of destroyed my front end. But luckily I was able to keep going and come out second.
Well, I know you got to thank a lot of people for bringing you out here. Who'd you like to thank?
Dave Tungit, DynoJet, Maxxis Tires, Chupacabra Off-Road, Benchmark Performance, Method Wheels, and everybody else.
Awesome. Well, nice job to our second place finisher in the Youth 570, Chase Mencken. Back up to you guys.
Talk to him on the intercom and say, yo, man, breathe, relax.
All right, we're about to get back and start the Youth Polaris RZR 1000. About 5 minutes out, kids are lining up. And you want to read down, we got the top 10. Why don't we go a little bit deeper beyond that, BC, and read out all these warriors that are out here racing with us today.
You might not get a participation trophy here, but what you do get is a little bit of PR. So let's do that for these kids, man. Lucas Johnson drew the 11th position with Colton DeMouth just behind them. Braden Baker in the P1077, followed by Madison Durati in the 1057. Mikey Kelly out here in his RZR P789 with, looks like John Cultura in P777 on the 777. Hunter Martinez, P778, followed by Bella Burchard in the Y574, ending out the field with Ryder Hall in his 555 triple nickel Polaris RZR.
Yeah, and what we're seeing too in this class, because there are different manufacturers of 1000cc cars.
Yep.
So we're seeing Arctic Cats, we're seeing Polaris RZRs. Are we seeing any Can-Ams in this class?
No.
No Can-Ams?
Oh, yeah, one Can-Am.
Okay, one Can-Am.
Colton DeMouth.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And that rounds it out. So that's one of the things that you know, we love about UTV racing is there's multiple manufacturers involved. Of course, Polaris RZR being our sponsor, but everybody from Can-Am to Arctic Cat, and there are even some Kawasaki's out here as well. And we're going to go take a break and pay some bills here, and we'll be back to the start here shortly. Well, welcome back to the UTV World Championship. Welcome back to the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We're just about ready to start the Youth Polaris 1000 class.
It's a pretty stacked field with Caden Danbury, Jacob Peter, Dallas Gonzalez is a favored one here. So curious to see how things turn out with this race. It's great to see Wyatt Matlock here. Looking forward to see how Dallas Gonzalez finishes the race. Carter Bowers, another one. We got one Can-Am in the field. How's the Can-Am going to do?
Well, you know, they build a great car. You never know. You know, there's been some good victories in the UTV Worlds with Phil Blurton. He's a Can-Am guy, so he's definitely held it down. A few other guys as well. The Hunter brothers, you know, they did well here last year. So you never know. There's a lot of good car builders now.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're just about to get back into the Youth 1000 race, and it looks like we're underway here. So the cool thing about this one is, again, you know, these are all kids that have moved up from 570 and 170, and now they're racing in the bigger class of the 1000cc vehicles. So, you know, they get out there, and this is a big confidence builder, but these vehicles can definitely perform. You know, as we've seen with the adult racing, 18 inches of travel, 1000cc, these vehicles can do a lot of incredible things.
It's crazy. There's, you know, what is this, 12 to 17 years old, you know? It's like 10 years ago we were running around in mules and rhinos, excited and like, wow, this is awesome, you know, but now you got these kids out here 12 years old.
And we're about to send the third wave of racers off the line. You know, one of the cool things in this format, and you know, it's a little bit different than what they're used to racing. They're used to racing on more of a moto style track, and we brought them to the desert and created this desert loop that's a little wilder than what they're used to. So the kids are doing great, though. We haven't had too much drama, but it's definitely a step up from what they're used to racing.
Yeah, and it's with a 45-minute race, the course is definitely going to change through that period of time for these guys, giving them a lot of experience.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the other thing too is it's throwing us some loops for them. Like, as you can see with the 4 wide starts, there's just a lot of battling right off the line, and you know, you want to get that good position and get clean air, because it's definitely going to get you an advantage out in the longer course there.
Look at these guys, man. They're staying just within a car length apart, tearing it up.
Oh yeah, that's an either or. That's one of the other cool things about this course, is that we've got several either or lines. So, you know, we allowed everybody to come out and pre-run and look at everything and make their own notes. So that's part of desert racing that these kids are learning at this race for probably the first time.
And how long did we say this particular course is?
They're out on the larger loop, so they're on the 30-mile loop. I'm sorry, yeah, the 30-mile loop, I believe. I'll confirm that, but yeah, you know, again.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool, you know, to see these kids come up and hone their skills in the lower classes and just come up to the 1,000. You know, these vehicles can really boogie out there.
So, for instance, so if these guys are out there at mile 21 and get a flat, right? They're able to pull it over, change the flat, and keep going?
Yeah, if they're carrying spares, but a lot of these short course guys don't do that. What they opt to do is limp it back in and get it repaired, which, you know, depending on the length of the course, you know, that can be a bad call. You know, the racing here is so tight though too, is like if you do have a flat, you're definitely, you can still get a finish, but you're not going to be one of the top guys. The competition is just too high.
So with that being said, do you think most of these kids are running tire blocks or tire balls?
Yeah, that would be the smart play in this one. Would definitely need to be run some sort of tire enhancer. You know, it just depends. So yeah, look at them launch. I mean, this is just cool, man.
It's no joke, man. These, I don't think I'd want to get out and race with these 12 to 17-year-olds.
They're just little assassins. It's great.
Yeah. It's great, you know, the parents, you know, I was at a Lucas Oil race just, you know, a year ago and was talking to a couple of the parents of the trophy carts and the money they put out for their kids, you know. One guy told me he pulled a second out on his house to keep his kid racing, you know. Well, it's just, and the payoff for that is incredible, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. I mean, you know, talk about time with your kids. You know, nothing's better than off-road racing. I mean, we learned it from Moto, you know, going to Loretta Lynn as kids and seeing all the different families, generation after generation, coming back and racing there. And this is the same. I mean, part of the reason that we started youth racing is not just these vehicles, but these kids were here anyways, cheering on their parents, and we wanted to give them the opportunity to get out and, you know, and go racing.
And like you said, you know, if Polaris didn't mean to put these out for kids to race, it's the parents that are going to decide we got to build this thing. We got to get it out on a track somehow. So it's great you guys presented that platform.
Yeah, and it's just racing in general, though. I mean, it's how hot rod racing started back in the 40s and 50s. Is, you know, an excess of vehicles, and people had come back from World War II and they were a little bored, right? So they created this, you know, this whole movement of hot rod racing, which that really led to Southern California off-road racing. And fast forward to the advent of the sport UTV, which has only been really around for 7 years. You know, now we have all these different youth options, so it's spreading. You know, it's not just on the on the West Coast anymore. It's all over the country.
I gotta say, I was lucky enough to be able to raft the Grand Canyon recently, and being in Grand Canyon Village, which is usually like Disneyland on a busy day, it was empty. So, you know, when you invited me to come out here and do this event, I was curious to see what kind of turnout we had, and walking around yesterday, seeing what a great turnout of racers. I mean, the parking lot out there was full. Lots of race rigs, a ton of kids racing. It's awesome to see that people are coming back out to do this, even with the scare of a pandemic.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, we're outdoors, we're safe, we need plenty of room to social distance, and the mask mandate has actually been lifted for this area. So we're recommending everybody wear a mask, you know, be safe, wash your hands, follow all the protocols, but come out and have a good time. You know, watch these kids race, and later on we're going to have the adult race this afternoon at 2 o'clock, and we'll be racing into the dark. So it's going to be a full day of off-road racing action here at the UTV World Championship. Absolutely. So as you can see on the infield, they keep panning past our VP Fuel Arch. Those guys are official fuel, and they're here making sure all the racers have fuel, have proper race fuel, as well as a sponsor of all the hand sanitization stations. So I jokingly said, you know, please make the hand sanitizer smell like race fuel, and you got something, right? I think they thought I was joking. But.
Yeah, speaking of that, I see AZ West is one of the sponsors of the event, huh?
Yeah, AZ West, one of the dealerships here in town. They're a huge supporter of the UTV World Championship, and they've been a huge help to us, not just financially, but logistically. So they're sponsoring the actual spectator ridge. That's probably the best place to get a view of the entire race course. And I know the guys from Stay Classy Meats are up there as well, serving some hamburgers and hot dogs if you're up there.
Yeah, I gotta say we have a family home across the lake, so we spend a lot of time out here in Havasu, but there's no dealers across the lake. It's an Indian reservation. So a few times I've had to come over and get some parts, and AZ West, those guys have always been so eager to help and get you back out in the dirt. So it's cool to sponsor the event.
They're definitely good. So we're gonna take a break, pay some bills right here, and we'll be right back at you.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
I stay strong, forever young, may you live long. I'm an overcomer, I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain, I've been through it all. I am fearless, you know, I am fearless, I'm fearless.
All right, welcome back to the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We're racing. We're youth racing. So we're about to complete the first lap of the youth race, and we'll have a updated running order here shortly. Looks like
Dallas Gonzalez, he's through with a lap time of 10:08. Caden Danbury is the second through so far, and those are the only two that have registered. Looks like Caden Danbury was a little slower on that lap by about a minute 20 seconds.
So what we're looking at is actually our live timing and scoring, which you can go look at yourself on UTVUnderground.com and keep up with the race in real time. Yeah, so
I got a good question.
Yeah.
If these kids, 12 to 17, just did a 30-mile lap in 10 minutes, let's clarify that.
Yeah, it's a shorter lap. I think we're at a 6-mile lap. Can we get confirmation on that, please? But yeah, no, they're definitely fast. But it looks like we only have 2 people through the finish line. And one of the cool things is these timing gates that we're using is they're giving us a lot more data than most desert races ever have, and they're sponsored by Raceline wheels, of course. So the official Raceline wheels timing gates. We've got 3 of them out there, giving us different split times.
Yeah, I'm hearing of a possible crash out there.
Getting a little playback here.
Yeah. Take a peek at that. We just had Caden Danbury cross through at 11 minutes 25 seconds. Devin Smith just crossed through at 11 minutes 43 seconds.
Yeah, so we just got confirmation. The loop for this race is 6.18 miles.
Gotcha.
That would explain the 10-minute time rather than the 30-mile adult loop.
I got to say that's still a pretty fast time on a six-mile loop.
And it looks like we had a little over there, turning this guy back over and hopefully get him racing again. These vehicles are extremely well built. Let's talk about safety for a second, because I personally, I don't know about you, did you ever have any big crashes? I've definitely had some big crashes.
Mostly on quads.
Yeah, so I've had lots of, well, I would say lots, I'd say about 3 or 4 big crashes in UTVs. One of them end over end. I got a little scared, but I came away with scratches on my helmet and a sore neck. These are extremely well-built vehicles. These are not stock cages that you're looking at. They have all the required safety equipment, including seats, harnesses, pin doors, and in aftermarket cages.
And nets, so you don't throw your arms out to try to slow yourself from rolling over.
That's right. TPQ, boom, you're back.
Kapow, just like that.
I think we should build you a little trap door here. You can
I could like Batman out of here. That would be cool. So thanks for having me back, guys. I know you guys holding down the live stream action. So I got to do the podiums with all the kiddos out there. Caden Danbury, we're like, where the heck is he? He's third place. Caden Danbury doing double duty.
Yeah.
Pulls third in his 570 class, unbuckles, runs over to his 1,000 car, hops in, and rips off, and now he's in this race.
And running fourth.
And he's running fourth currently. That's awesome. So Caden Danbury, great kid, great family. They came running over to him because I was calling, hey, what's up? They're like, oh, yeah, no, this kid's unstoppable.
Yeah, so this is a 45-minute moto. So basically, they're going to go for 45 minutes and have a Grand Prix finish. So
right.
Same format as the previous race. So, yeah, but like you were saying, it's really cool to see these kids so charged up about racing. They're racing multiple classes.
Right. And, we sometimes talk about how the kids are, like almost invincible when it comes to, like, action figure type status. You mean you could put them down on the ground and they'll spin around in circles for like 15 hours straight. You get older, you tend to move considerably a lot slower. But anyway, these kids, they just pop back in. It's like nothing. It's like their first time driving again.
Yeah, no, that's great too. I mean, when you think about these kids doing 2 back-to-back 45-minute motos, that's 2 hours of intense racing. That's pretty good, man.
That is good. Yeah, love the intensity of the kiddos. So the 1,000 class, sorry I've been out, because I'm sure you guys probably already covered this. I'm kind of coming back in here second fiddle. Let's talk about the RS1. Okay,
yes.
That was a game changer from Polaris as far as taking the co-pilot deal out of it and throwing in the single-seater. Now it's center position.
Yeah, and it's really cool. Some people prefer that. I actually like it a lot better than being on the left side. But it's funny because once your brain gets so wired on being the left side, you get in the single seat car and you're like, well, it feels too thin.
Right.
But they are extremely fast vehicles and well equipped for desert racing, so and short course racing. So that class has grown significantly. And when you talk about horsepower to weight ratio, the less weight you have, the faster you're going to be.
Right.
We were talking earlier about one of the champs that's not here, Phil Blurton, and I know him and his co-driver actually have weight losing contests before their races. So between them, they'll cut 40 pounds, which is significant. Right. So same thing here. When you have a one-seater that's essentially lighter, it's potentially an advantage here. But real quick, I know we've got some more people through the finish line. BC, you want to give us are we 10 people through yet?
Almost. We're at 7. Devin Smith just came through a few minutes ago at 11:43 minute lap. Cadence Cowan, there she is.
Nice.
11:54, looking good there. And then finally Brianna Bonanno at a 13-minute 33-second lap. Still waiting for Jacob Peter to come through, Stephanie Rapius, and Wyatt Matlock.
The Matlock family, let's talk about like legends.
Right.
Okay, if you want to talk about legends and family and racing, that's them, the Matlock family. I don't know what the heck runs through like the food source in that household, but
it's because they come from quads.
That is exactly right.
Let's go ahead and have this conversation now, right? I'm surrounded by quad guys, right? I'm right in the middle. Let's be clear, I was never a quad guy, but I respect the heck out of them because, you definitely have to be a savage to do the long distance races, especially. One of the guys that we'll throw it out to, you were talking about Wes Miller and then the Bomb Squad crew. One of my good buddies is out here racing as well, Mike Caffro.
Yeah.
He's won the 1,000, 4 times on a quad, I think. And he always plays it down, but he's out here. He did. Let's pick on him a little bit, though.
I'm happy.
We were
to
talking
do
about
that.
qualifying. He was the first call that I got when the qualifying results came out, and he said, "Look, there's no way that I got beat by these many people." And I'm like, Mike, this is the deep end of the pool. I mean, we literally were doing time splits by 1/100th of a second to separate people.
Right.
You know, so incredible qualifying. But yeah, there's there is a lot of skill set that transfers over from quads to UTV racing, and as we can see with some of these guys, like another standout that's a quad guy and still a quad guy is Bo Barron.
Oh yeah, Bo Barron is he's a mythical creature.
Fast at everything.
He's fast at everything. The dude's got championships on dirt bikes. Dude's got championships on quads. Dude's got championships on side by sides. I don't know many people that can transfer one to the other and be top national pro status on three different types of vehicles. It's crazy. I've raced with Bo for many years. I actually got one win over Bo, and this at the Works Series. I actually beat him once, and then I just saw the ass end of him from there on out. I only got one time to everybody's going the same way.
Sure.
The comfort level of getting onto a race course where you're basically competing against other competitors that are on the course as well as the course itself. You're not having to deal with the third factor of, Billy Joe Bob on his Honda Rincon with his Budweiser hat turned around backwards coming at you, with his, buddy Billy on the back, and then you got to shuck and jive and not kill everybody. But that's what the confidence in that, and of course you guys building an astonishing racetrack too, where these kids can go out and have the confidence to push forward onto the race course and know that that's what they have to worry about is race course.
No, absolutely. I mean, there is a big difference between racing and trail riding. Trail riding, you want to dial back. 60% usually is kind of where we tell people to ride.
Is that how far?
Yeah.
Okay.
60. You got to dial it back to 60%, especially when we're in Baja, because
just don't do any more trail riding.
You
all right?
just got right. You're cut off. We'll just keep you on the racetrack. But no, you've got to be safe. Now on the race course, on a closed race course like this, you can go 110%, and really push it. It's different in the long open desert races, because even in some of the American races like Vegas to Reno, we have wild animals out there. So you got to remember, there's wild horses, there's wild donkeys, there's a little bit of everything out there. So there's no way that they can close that entire race course. The Mint, that's different.
Right.
Yeah, we have control of the entire race course.
Right.
Baja 1000, we don't. We saw a pretty bad accident at the Baja 500 with one of the teams, one of the UTV teams, T-boning or rear-ending the other team because they got a head-on with a chase truck coming backwards, right?
Right.
That's the stuff that scares me.
Oh, yeah.
But here at UTV World Championship, we've got a smaller loop. We've got lots of officials out there watching the course, making sure spectators don't cross the course. And for all the smart people out there, you can download the Onyx app and see exactly where you can go spectate and what the race course is.
Let's talk about Onyx while the 1000 class is still running. Onyx was just brought on at the Mint last year, if I remember correctly, and they map basically the whole race course for you. You can pull it up on your phone, look all around, see your placement and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I was just in Colorado for, a few weeks, go off-roading, jeeping, and razoring up there. It was a blast, but Dave Kuski turned me on to that app, so I downloaded it and downloaded the maps before I went offline, and it worked awesome. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's cool. For us as promoters, because we want to show people the race course, right? And after we leave, these are open OHV trails that they can come out and ride the course and get acclimated with it, and hopefully, come out and race with us next year, sack it up a little bit, right? So after they've done 200 laps around the course or whatever they're comfortable with. One of the cool things too is that our race course will change next year, and likely it'll be the poker run, so that'll increase to a 60-mile loop as well.
So let's talk about the poker run. So poker run, you want to go back to results? Let's see how we're sitting here.
I just want to mention that Dallas Gonzalez, it looks like he's on lap 3 now. His fast lap is 10 minutes 8 seconds. He just ran a 10:19, and before that I believe it was a 10:10. Like, he's
consistent,
very consistent.
Yeah. Phenomenal. Very, very consistent. That's called getting your lines down. But I mean, having that long of a course, that's a lot of lines. Moto was good for me. Actually, flat track was better because I could memorize the course better. but moto, of course, is shorter. You're coming around. You got to bank this outside corner to hit the triple, whatever. So much longer of a course to try to memorize. To say that consistent is massive.
Yeah, having a good co-dog is a big part of that.
Yes.
I can't do the long memory stuff. I never have too many concussions, whatever it is, right?
I fall in that time frame.
Having a good co-driver is clutch. So, that's one of the things. Like, these kids right now, they have no co-driver in with them.
Correct.
As they move up, they will then adopt a co-driver and learn that mentality. But, they're young. They have good memories. They've been able to pre-run this course and take notes accordingly. So they're out there doing it. And as we can see, there's a battle. You know, Carr is trying to chase down Dallas Gonzalez, and
well, that's a question I have here. Is it still shows Chase Carr on lap? See, now it just changed. So officially, it looks like Cadence Cowan just moved into second place.
Wow, that's great. And I think we're going to take a little break and pay some bills here and throw it to commercial.
Cool. Right on. We'll see you right back.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
No fear. King, my head's up. I stay strong. Forever young. May you live long. I'm an overcomer. I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain. I've been through it all. I am fearless. You know, I am fearless. I'm fearless.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship, brought to you by Polaris RZR. We're here right in the beginning. We're covering the Youth 1000 class that's out there right now, and it is, I mean, there's a ton of fast kids out there. What is the age spread on the 1000 class? Well, like, what is the parameters?
This is really like 12 to 17, right? And this is the last class for the youth to race in before they get into the adult side, right?
Okay.
Before we put them into the real deep end of the pool, and you know, just give them some time to develop those final set of racing skills, right, in the 1000 platform.
Okay. All right. So, and then in the 1000 platform, in the adult platform, you're going to give them, then it comes up, then they can get co-drivers.
Correct.
Okay. So currently, it's only it's limited to one driver, correct? You cannot have, even if you have two seats, you're only limited to one driver.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the parameters of the youth class. So when you bring in your co-driver, tell me the advantage of a co-driver, so you have obviously communications because you can't yell at each other because you're not going to hear it. So you have communications between each other, the driver and the co-driver. What is the role of the co-driver?
So it's primarily navigation, but when we say navigation, that's a real broad term. So, you know, their job is to keep you on course, number one, and number two is to let you know what's coming. So some drivers go as far as reading rally style notes, right?
Okay.
So they're calling notes 2-3 corners ahead, 2 or 3 obstacles ahead, so that the driver can maximize his performance in driving and just focus on driving the actual vehicle. In desert racing, it's really critical because we have these big long races that you can't really memorize.
Right.
And there's a lot of gotchas, right? Just like with this course, you know, in the bigger loop, the 30-mile loop, there are bottlenecks. There are lots of rocks. There's G-outs. There's all sorts of blind crests. So that co-driver position is critical in letting the driver know what's coming, how fast he can go, he or she can go, and what to be setting up for the next turn, the next jump, the next obstacle.
Gotcha. So give me a little heads up too, as far as what the co-dog is reading. So there's obviously, I've seen the computer screens in there, like I've seen Lawrence make some, and several other companies have your big GPS screen in front of it. Can you actually physically go in and mark danger spots, or, you know, kind of like speeds or stuff like that in that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and everybody does it a little bit differently, but generally you're making notes on how fast you can go in different sections and where all the dangers are, right? And so that allows you to go back through that section really as fast as you can, right? Because the goal in off-road racing, you know, the legend, Lightning Larry Ragland, taught me this years ago, is that off-road racing is a corner-to-corner race. So if you break it down and you go, look, this is not about one long race and how fast you are, you know, from start to finish. It's about how fast you are in between every single corner, right? And that's what these kids are out here doing today, is learning that and figuring out where they're fast, where they can take chances, and where they should hold back.
So cool. I mean, the technology coming in, and that's where these kids are preparing themselves to get into that with the co-drivers. There's that RS1 right there we were talking about, the single-seater, hucking it off that big single. Looked like nose down a little bit, went a little hot off of it. The single-seater, we were talking about that. So the kids' perception, they can see the right side of the car. So they're not wiping stuff out, you know, on the far side of the car, which is optically tough. Because of, you know, on the two-seater cars, they're considerably wider. And then sitting center, you can actually prop yourself up and see both front wheels really, really well.
Yeah, the two-seater cars, the cage is actually wider, but the physical footprint of the car is about the same. So that's one of the cool things about the RS1s, is that they're very stable, and all your all your sprung weight, meaning your body, and the cage,
the squishy thing in the middle.
That's right. That's centered. So, you know, it just, some people like it better. Some people like the two-seaters better. You know, we were talking about it earlier. I love the single-seaters, but I prefer to drive in a two-seater because all the vehicles that I end up racing in are two-seat cars, right? One of the guys, real quick one, that I'll give a shout out to is our top qualifier yesterday, Doug Fortin. Not only is he racing, he's a builder.
Right.
He sponsored the race.
Right.
So this is a renaissance man of off-road racing. And a lot of people don't know him because he's a pretty soft-spoken guy. This guy's won the Ball 1000 twice in a buggy overall. Beat all the trucks, all the cars, everything.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. And he really fell in love with UTV racing. I mean, he's raced everything Pro 4, Pro 2, you know, trophy truck, on. And he's out here racing himself, showcasing some of the products that he builds for UTVs, including hubs, front diffs, and a few of the different parts that these vehicles need to upgrade to survive the terrain you're seeing.
Talk about eat up parts. Off-road racing eats up parts.
Well, and really, that's one of the cool things about this is you can see what these vehicles are capable of doing. So all of this technology and all the things that we learn in off-road racing goes back into the vehicles that people can purchase at dealerships and buy and use for fun. So it just makes vehicles better. We're actually R&Ding right now for future vehicles.
Right, that's the race it on Sunday, buy it on Monday. But that technology gets pushed forward. So we're just about coming up. Just got word that we're 10 seconds out for hitting the 45-minute mark on the race. So guess what that means, guys? I'm running back out to the stage again.
Yep, definitely it's time for you to go. And, we'll keep rolling here.
I know you. We're in great hands with you two. BC, Matt, thank you.
He definitely talks like he trail rides.
Yeah, definitely.
Very reckless.
Make sure you put your helmet on.
I will lick the windows out too.
All right, BC, you want to let us know what the order is right now coming into the final lap?
Absolute. It's the very consistent Dallas Gonzalez again. He just ran a 10-minute 12-second lap, with his fastest lap being a 10-minute 8-second lap, and then Cadence Cowan right behind him with a 11-minute 52. Just behind her is Caden Danbury with the 12-minute 4-second lap. Carter Bowers in fourth with a 12-minute 1-second lap. Looks like he's catching up to Caden just a little bit there. Devin Smith in the fifth position, 11 minutes 57 seconds. So it looks like the field is definitely tightening up. It'd be interesting to see how it finishes. Brianna Bonanno in the sixth spot, 12-minute 8-second lap. Braden Baker, 11-minute 40-second lap. Madison Durati at 11-minute 48-second lap. Ninth position is Colton DeMouth, 11:52. And rounding out the top 10 is Lucas Johnson with a 12-minute 33-second lap.
Nice. Well, tight race for sure. Looks like we're roughly 10 minutes out from the timed finish. And we'll be back at you with a little bit more info here as these guys come across the final finish line. But yeah, really cool to see how deep the field is, and again, stacked racing all in all. One of the things that makes UTV World Championships so great is all of our sponsors, and we have a lot of them. So we're going to keep throwing to. Giving them some respect, but one in particular that I want to talk about is Assault Industries. These guys built our trophies, which we'll be showcasing here earlier, and they're amazing. I mean, it's definitely not a plastic trophy. It is 100% CNC made, and something you're going to want to keep forever. So anyways, I think we're going to take a break, and we'll be back at you with some race winners.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Ford & Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shock Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live the ride. Polaris, think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go
where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate. Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar, featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series light bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The Halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. Right when we left, we were talking about one of our sponsors, Assault Industries, and now I have the actual trophy with me. And you can see this is no joke. This is not your plastic trophy, but this is what the winners are going to take home. It's a custom-built trophy made by Assault Industries. They CNC everything in their shop in Southern California, so it's definitely a keeper for sure. If we wanted to make sure if you win this, you get something special.
Yeah, definitely a great looking trophy, and I don't know the Assault guys that well. I've met Marcelo a few times, and he sent some stuff out for when we were doing the Road to Recovery car for Colton Moore. He was very cool and gracious to sponsor with a bunch of stuff, but just a great bunch of people from what I understand.
Yeah, and they build amazing products, so lots of aftermarket accessories for your car. One of my favorite ones, though, is, of course, is the side view mirror, right? So you can see stuff going behind you. Mm-hmm. They build the best ones in the business, but they build a lot of stuff too, and all of it is top notch. So go check them out, Assault Industries. They're one of our longtime sponsors here at the UTV World Championship and at the Mint 400. So we're back in with the Youth 1000 race, and it looks like Dallas Gonzalez is still at the top. We're just short of a few minutes, and this moto format's going to be over, and we're going to be able to declare a winner. But the gap between him and the next guy is pretty significant. BC, where are we at on that?
Looks like Dallas Gonzalez, fastest time, 10:12. Braden Baker just behind with an 11:25. Cadence Cowan ran a 10-minute lap as well, just under 11 at a 10:59. She's hauling ass. Caden Danbury with an 11-minute 31 lap time. Madison Durati 12:13. Colton DeMouth at a 12:18. So it looks like they're battling pretty well. Carter Bowers with a 12-minute 20-second lap. Devin Smith in his RZR, 12-minute 31. Brianna Bonanno, 9th position, 12-minute 15-second lap. And to round out the top 10, Lucas Johnson, 12:35.
Nice. Well, yeah, Dallas, like we were talking about him before, he's just been coming up through the ranks, amazing driver. The new wave of youth racers coming up. So it's great to see him out there battling, and and some of these other kids too. So hopefully this is their step towards racing with all the adults here shortly.
Yeah, we definitely got to mention Chase Carr here. Chase Carr was up front in the beginning. I'm not sure if something happened, but he's hauling it too. He's at a 10-minute 45-second lap.
Nice.
So he's catching up the crowd right now.
Yeah, likely. I mean, he was up in the front. He likely had a problem and got it fixed again and got it going. Carr family, builds amazing race vehicles and one of the premier builders of youth vehicles. We're just about finished with the youth race here. Interesting format, 45-minute moto. You know, again, it's good to see all the kids battling it out here.
Yeah, curious to see how it pans out here in about the 3rd and 4th position, because they look like they were running pretty tight.
Yeah, looks like Dallas would likely, unless something goes wrong, he's got the overall, but there's definitely a battle for 3rd, 4th place.
And coming up next, we have the unlimited class, huh?
That's right. That's right. We have the unlimited class up next at starting at 2 p.m. And we got your boy Sid in there.
Yeah.
He's in for an experience. I know he's excited and he got through qualifying, but now they've got to go out and do 5 laps.
You know, I told him, I said, look, Sid, you want to come out and do this? I think it's great, but I want to let you know, man, it's not as glamorous as you might think. It's serious. You know, you're out there, you're going to be calling the shots to your driver, telling them what's coming ahead, you know, reading that nav system. You know, it's work. It's work. I know playing on the stage for an hour is work. That's glamorous.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun. You know, you're going to get out of that car and there's going to be a couple buds that are going, oh, cool, good job. That's about it.
Well, but you come out the other end, and it's such an experience. You've definitely earned that finish, and if you're lucky enough to get on the podium, you've definitely earned that too. You know, we're kind of teasing about the, you know, the NASCAR guys always talking about track changes, but man, the track is going to change radically here from start to finish.
5 laps of 30 miles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We're not going to see the same track twice.
You know, with over 40 vehicles in this class, you know, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, one of the cool things too about this race course is, of course, we're just outside of Lake Havasu, which is a fantastic town, fantastic destination to visit. But we've been blessed with really good weather today. It's been pretty warm here over the last couple of weeks, but starting to cool down, get to below 100, thank God. But yeah, perfect weather for racing. Nice breeze. It's clearing the dust. You know, I'm really stoked to be racing here in Havasu, and we plan on doing a lot more.
This is great. I mean, I've gone to numerous UTV World Championships in Laughlin. And I was never so fond of the pits because it separated, you know, the teams from the fans. And here what I notice is everybody's together. You know, it gives you a chance to run into everybody. And, you know, being in Lake Havasu, which is a place that I'm at all the time, I couldn't be more pleased that it's here.
Yeah, I'm definitely pleased that it's here because after the long days here, we get to go swim in the Colorado River. And there's nothing more refreshing than that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
head over to Copper Canyon, jump off the rock. And
there you go. There you go. Well, you know, let's talk about your background a little bit. You had a little bit of racing that you've done before. That gave you kind of a unique perspective of what these guys are going through out here.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I mean, what I raced in a Polaris, I mean, I got a ton of experience in every RZR that has come out since Polaris put the original RZR out. You know, I grew up going to Ocotillo Wells and Glamis and Dumont Dunes, and you know, we'd have a big group of people go to Ocotillo Wells every 2 weeks. And then, you know, I got into managing my quad boys, you know, Ryan Beavis, Sheldon Riggs, and then into Caleb and Colton Moore and Marco Picotto. And then we met this guy named Joe Duncan, you know, and Joe Duncan did a lot for my boys, and invited us out to race the Terracross series, you know.
Yeah.
And
Joe's a great promoter.
He is. He's, you know, he's been really good to us, and he's been a great friend through the years, and I couldn't be more thankful for everything Joe's done for us. And, you know, and then it turns out he was the guy that I had to go to get him to agree to bring the Moore brothers into X Games, you know.
Yeah.
He's like, what? These guys ride quads, not snowmobiles. I'm like, no, they can do it. They can do it, you know, just give me a chance. And sure enough, you know, the boys got to chase their dream. Unfortunately, you know, Caleb had a crash at X Games and passed away. But, you know, hey, at the end of the day, Caleb wanted to do that.
Sure.
You know, his parents didn't push him into it. I didn't push him into it. That's what Caleb wanted to do, you know. the family is a family of faith, and they believe that, you know, that was his fate. And he didn't die from the crash. He died from doctors not doing what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, which was terrible, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which was terrible. But, you know, and that's safety is a huge issue, and that's one of the things that we take super seriously here. Fortunately, we have one of the best safety crews in the business, and these vehicles are incredible. I mean, these, you know, we were talking earlier, I've had some pretty good crashes in these things and walked away with nothing more than a scuffed helmet. So, you know, once you do all the safety adjustments to come race, you add aftermarket cage, you have seats, you have belts, you have window nets. These are pretty safe vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're doing 90 miles an hour in it, and you can hit a rock and roll 5-6 times. Got a good set of belts, even the stock belts. I've been upside down on my RZR before, and the stock belt held me in nice and tight. I feel very secure driving a Polaris RZR. I can't speak for, I'm sure all the other vehicles are just as safe. You know, all my experience has been in RZRs.
Yeah, definitely. Well, no, this is cool. Well, we're just about finished. We're waiting for the official results from the Youth 1000 race, and then real shortly here, we're going to get into the adults. We're going to get into the Desert Pro NA and the Unlimited class racing together, which is gonna be interesting. There's a little tension there between the NA guys and the Unlimited guys. You know, Unlimited guys think that they should start in front, and the NA guys should start in back, and what the data shows the other way. You know, so and on this course it's going to be really interesting because I'm not sure how much a turbo car even is going to help you because of how technical the course is. I think it's more about overall speed and really carrying your flow on this course. So yeah, we're just waiting on the final results to tell you for sure who won, but as we have it, what's our top 5 right now?
Right now it's looking like Dallas Gonzalez. I'd bet he probably wins the race, but let's wait for the final results. Dallas Gonzalez first, Braden Baker second, Caden Danbury third, Madison Durrati fourth, and Colton Danmouth fifth. But what I want to know is what happened to Cadence Cowan? It shows her back in 11th right now.
Maybe she dropped a little bit. You know, that's one of the cool things about our scoring format or our timing format is that, you know, we're seeing split times every time they hit one of the race line timing gates. So, you know, sometimes in off-road racing you have a physical leader and he comes through the finish, and that's not who won. You know, it's all based on time, and you know, that could be the case here. So hopefully we'll have some results soon. But yeah, what a great race. And again, you know, I really give a lot of respect to these kids because this was a step up for them. This was a much more difficult race course than what they're used to doing.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's funny you mentioned that, like physical time compared to corrected.
Sure.
Because you hear so many racers say, well, we were in the lead physically. That doesn't mean a lot of the time. I mean, it means somewhere up there, but it doesn't mean they're first, right? Here
it's definitely an advantage to have clean air, at least for a lap or two. But, you know, what's going to come into play, and it's already come into play with this race, is lap traffic, you know, which is part of it. Just like the Mint 400, you're going to catch lappers, and you're going to have to figure out your way around them. But the good news is, so are the guys behind you, right? So are the people in front of you. Sometimes that lap traffic works to your advantage because if you're chasing a guy down, that sometimes holds them up so you can get them. On the other hand, if you're in the lead, that's the last thing you want to see is, you know, okay, I've been dust free for, you know, however many laps, and now I'm catching lap traffic. So, you know, and usually the lappers are good enough to step out of the way and let people go by, knowing that they're not in it for the overall.
Yeah, if you're one of the parents of these kids and you don't teach them that if you're a lapper, just move out of the way, you're going to probably take on a little rear end damage, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Who do we got here?
That looks like Dallas.
Dallas, okay.
Yep. Yeah, and another kind of cool thing about Dallas, again, from Bullhead City, and he's had a long time car builder GSP, got Sam Performance building his vehicle. So really cool relationship there to see him carry through from RZR 170s
Yep.
all the way up to the 570s and now to the 1000.
And where's that builder out of?
I think they're local Riverside.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Local Riverside area. Yep.
All right.
Yep, that's really cool to see.
All right. Waiting for some results here. Hey, I got an over-under for you.
All right.
Does Sid Wilson stay in the car for the 5 laps, or does he get out and let another guy hop in?
I think he's going to hang.
Yeah,
I think he's going to hang. I don't think he has a choice because I don't think they have a plan for a second guy.
No, they do. They registered a second guy in case Sid gets sick or decides, I'm good in this race.
I tell you, completing 5 laps here, like when we started laying out this course, we went back and forth about how many laps we were going to have people go, and we brought out several different racers, and we ended up on the number 5. But if you complete those 5 laps of the big course, you've definitely not only earned your finish, you've earned some respect for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, like we were talking about today, right after the youth race here, which is completing now, and we're going to have results here shortly, we'll be going into the Desert Pro NA class, the naturally aspirated class, and the Unlimited class will also be racing with them. The Pro class, the Pro NA class, this is the class that really started it all, because before there was a turbo car, this was the first vehicle platform that we were racing seriously. And the one that really broke UTV racing, because these vehicles are just totally capable, 18 inches of travel, and now we've moved up to 32-inch tires so we can handle the big holes. This is really the class that started it all. And then the other class that's racing with them, the Unlimiteds, that's a more open class. You can do a lot more modification as long as you're following the geometry, the pickup points of a stock vehicle. So we're gonna throw it to Tiffany. She's at the podium with Dallas Gonzalez, the unofficial, but I'm pretty sure we're official winner of the UTV World Championship 1000 youth race.
Out with the top finisher in the Youth 1000, Dallas Gonzalez, like we were talking at the beginning of the race. He's won the 250, the 570, and now taking a top spot in the 1000. First time out here in Havasu for the UTV World Championship. Dallas, in one word, how are you feeling about the race?
I feel amazing. The track was crazy. This is like my backyard, so it's like I know the desert, I know the dust. It's all I know really good.
Talking about the terrain out there, obviously there's a lot of G-outs, there's a lot of elevation change, dust, that's all playing a factor, and obviously you want to be out front. You were there today. How are you preparing for the weekend? Like you did say, this was your backyard.
So all week I've been driving in the desert nonstop every day. I've been following my brother, getting used to the dust, getting used to the rocks getting shot at me, and all that. I've been getting used to the terrain, and then came pre-run and tried that out. Yeah.
Well, you've done it here. I know there's a bunch of people you got to thank. And did you ever think that you take the 250, the 570, and the 1000 now?
No, it's crazy to think about that. I'd like to thank Godsend, Polaris RZR, Walker Evans, Method Race Wheels, Tensor Tire, Full Parts, Scanlon Motorsports, Sparks Racing, IMS Metal, Super ATV, Holtz Racing Products, Top Shelf Cultivation, SDI Racing, VP Race Gas, Havoc Racing, Gonzalez Brothers, and everybody else who helps me out. Thank you.
That's awesome. And I know with Craig Scanlon, if you're underneath that program, your grades have to be doing pretty well. So big shout out to Craig Scanlon for putting a lot into these youth, making sure they're still getting all that information at school and being overclass winners over here. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, you know what all that means.
All right, we're back. Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship. I'm here with BC. We're just wrapping up the 1000 youth race, the RZR 1000 youth race, and definitely congratulations to Dallas Gonzalez.
Oh yeah, okay. Dallas pretty much dominated that race. It seemed he was running under 11 minutes each lap. Looks like he got 5 laps in. Looks like he's the only one. He got 5 laps in on that race.
Yeah, nice. Well, yeah, after he gets the 5 laps in, it's a Grand Prix finish, so it times out there.
And now I lost my screen. It's on to the next race.
No worries. All right. Well, it's really cool, you know, again, seeing those kids come out and battle it out, you know, and just really learn the ropes. But they're getting faster and faster. So, you know, talking about the next race coming up that we're roughly 20 minutes out from, we've got some ringers in this race, but let's talk about the platform. So the naturally aspirated cars are a non-turbo car, but it's the same vehicle essentially as the turbo. So the capabilities are the same as the turbo car. It's just a little bit less horsepower. The Unlimiteds, however, they're allowed to have more modifications, so generally they have more horsepower. But the interesting thing is that we've seen the past data, the Unlimited cars haven't consistently finished better than the NA cars. So there's a little tension between those two classes in that the NA cars feel like they should be starting before the Unlimiteds, and the Unlimiteds feel like they should be starting before the NAs. Well, at this race, we're starting the NAs first, right? Which means not only are the Unlimited guys going to have to battle amongst each other, they're going to have to battle through traffic of the Unlimited cars. And, you know, going into the stacked field here, we're going to talk about Mr. Off-Road, #1 UTV racer, trophy truck racer, NASCAR racer, pretty much races everything with wheels, Robbie Gordon.
Yeah, it's awesome to be at any race that Robbie's at, because, you know, he's going to bring some excitement to the table for you, you know. And then another great thing is, you know, he brings the fam out, has his kid race, 12 years old, I guess Max is, yeah.
Yep.
And, you know, I got to be honest, I'm a huge fan of Robbie's Stadium Super Truck Series.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So, you know, it's cool to see him out here participating and staying in the grassroots of off-road racing.
Yeah, and it's one of the things Robbie's out here to do besides race with his son Max is showcase his new UTV. So we're going to take a look at that at some point today. But one of the cool things is that you know, Robbie is taking all of the knowledge that he has from off-road racing and put it into his new Speed UTV. Now, we've been watching very closely as he takes orders for those and begins to prepare to get ready for production. And man, you know, it looks like an amazing vehicle. So one of the cool things here at the UTV World Championship is seeing all the different UTV factories be involved and different platforms for different racers. So it's really cool. So Robbie Gordon, definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. He's starting #2, but let's talk about #1. Dodge Pullman. So Dodge has won the UTV World Championship prior, 2 years ago, I believe, and he's back and he's doing really good. You know, he went out and he out-qualified everybody for that start position, you know, and you know, which was really cool to see in the in his class. So again, he's about 20 years old. He's got a lot of experience already. His father's here racing as well. His father races a UTV and a trophy truck, so another really cool family, you know, out here racing.
And he's back from a year break, I guess?
Yep. He took a break, and you know, he's back in the mix. You know, the other one, obviously, we're going to talk about Robbie's son, 12-year-old Max. You know, I had the chance to go and do a little bit of riding and driving with him, and it baffled me. At that point, he was 10 years old, and you know, was already down in Baja pre-running with Dad and doing it in at the time it was their Terex. So really cool to see you know, a young kid getting in the mix with the adults, and very mature for his age, especially in terms of driving. A couple of the other people that we want to talk about, you know, a couple of the other standouts in the upcoming race is, you know, this young lady is special. Mia Chapman is.
Oh, I was just gonna.
Yeah, she's, you know, one of the top young women in off-road racing, and just killed it in mod carts. You know, she had 7 mod cart championships in 3 different series. You know, all by the age of 13. So this is her 3rd desert race. So we're looking for her to do pretty well. You know, she may not be an overall winner, but she's definitely going to be up there in the top on you know, on competition. We talked.
She'll warm up and get right in the mix. I'm sure.
Yeah, she raced Parker in the Mint 400, so this would only be her third race. And she got a DNF at the Mint. She had some mechanical issues, but she did good at Parker. I mean, I think she finished within the top 10.
Okay.
You know, and so out for her first race, that's really good. We talked about Dodge. One of the other guys I got to talk about is Adrian Oriana. He came off a really big win at the Mint 400, and he's stacked, you know, in a stacked field, and I expect him to do very well in this race as well. Going down into the unlimited class, I got to talk about my boy Jim Beaver, who's going to be commentating with us tomorrow. So he's out racing in the unlimited class. He knows this terrain very well. He has a ton of experience. He's a trophy truck racer, a UTV racer, done a lot of racing, and he's from Parker, just down the street. So he knows this terrain.
Don't forget radio personality.
Yeah, that's right. Radio personality, podcasting. It's got a little bit of everything. So he's another one to keep an eye on. Lucretia Beret, you know Lucretia really well. She's been doing really well. She won the 2015 UTV World Championship, and this is her hometown, so she knows this area. Her whole family races. Her father's in the pit. Her son pits with her, and her husband. So this is really a family affair. But we were talking earlier. You have a little bit of experience with Lucretia.
Yeah, you know, my father lived across the lake over at Havasu Landing, and you know, he went through a good 5 years of health issues, and it was you know, he was in Havasu Regional quite often. And Lucretia happened to be the surgery tech in a number of his heart surgeries, you know, and she was just, I can't speak highly of how great she is at her job and how professional, and she really did a lot to make the family feel good there. And her co-driver, Emma, I can never remember how to say Emily's last name. But Emma Bema, she is on Instagram. Yeah, Dobrinski.
Yeah, Dobrinski.
Dobrinski.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Emma she's an EMT that works in the ER. She moved from Havasu to somewhere, I believe, Dallas. But, you know, these guys, Lucretia's an RN. You know, she works her job, does it very well, so she can come out and race. And the whole family, you know, in all their off time, they're just in the garage working on the car.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah. No, and Emma's Miss Mint, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We know her really well. It's a really cool family here from Havasu. Lucretia's out there. Another guy we want to give a little bit of love to is Travis Solinger. You know, he's an aftermarket parts builder that came out of snowmobile racing, right? And man, he's fast. We expect him to do really well here. It'd be a big win for him to get this. He's making the transition into UTV racing, so he'd be another one to keep our eye on for the unlimited class.
Cool.
So we're about 10 minutes out of the start, and we're getting ready for the NA class and the unlimited class. You know, going back to Lucretia, one of the things that's really cool about her is that she races to raise awareness for breast cancer.
That's right.
And it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so one of the things that we did to help promote that is our pink socks here, right? So these are really cool. So at the Dirt Code trailer, you can go buy these, and $5 from each sock goes to the Save a Breast Foundation to help raise more awareness for breast cancer.
That's
so
awesome.
we've all had people that have had cancer. For me, lost my mom to cancer and one of my best friends, and then we currently have some friends that are battling breast cancer. So you can buy those online if you're watching at dirtcode.com. And like I said, $5 from every sock sale goes to the Save a Breast Foundation, and they look cool. So you can let everybody know that you support.
They're very comfortable.
These are the world's most comfortable socks.
Yeah.
I'm claiming it right here. Bamboo, so they're moisture wicking and antimicrobial, so you don't get the smelly sock stuff that you get normally. We had to do something for pre-running because you know how it gets. You're in a truck with a bunch of dudes for a few days and it gets a little funky. So again, go to dirtcode.com and help support breast cancer awareness.
Absolutely.
Right on. All right, we're getting close to the start of the race, and yeah, it's going to be a good one. This will be the first 5-lap race, which will tell us a lot about the course deterioration and what's going to go on for the next couple of days. So we had our 2-lap race. And in the morning time, it's a little bit dustier here because the moisture in the air holds everything down. Right now, we've got some decent 10-mile-an-hour plus wind, so it's starting to move stuff around.
Yeah, that makes it a lot nicer out here compared to yesterday. So I don't know everything sitting at this table, and I'm going to ask a few questions. And I'll ask right after these interviews.
All right, we're going to throw it to Tiffany.
All right, Jim, you're out here. This is pretty much like the backyard for you. Hometown is Parker, Arizona. You're racing today, live stream tomorrow. What do you think is going to be the more difficult part? Knowing what the drivers are going to be able to see when you're on live stream tomorrow, or just going out there today?
I think going out there today, obviously we did our time. We put in the work pre-running, seeing how the course kind of went away during qualifying. I think this is going to be a beast of a course. I mean, there's longer races than this, but at 150 miles and knowing these conditions out here, being local to the area, driving these trails quite a bit, I got to tell you, this is going to be a tough race day. It's going to be all about survival. This may seem like a sprint race, but it's definitely an endurance race.
And going off of that, like you said, pre-ran a little bit, we have G-outs. We're going to have split lanes. That's where you're going to be able to pass. Obviously, dust is going to be a little bit of a factor for you. What do you think is going to be the most difficult part, especially for somebody who's not used to racing out in the desert?
Well, I think, the biggest part here is the rocks. I think we're going to start seeing a lot of rocks that weren't here in the pre-run start emerging as the race goes on. So I think there's going to be a lot of rocks. And I know me, because the Unlimited start behind the NA cars, we're really worried about that lap 1. There's some really tight canyons where you can clip a wall, pull off an A-arm. And I'm really worried about bottlenecks. And, if a bottleneck does happen, finding the right way around and where we don't lose too much time.
Well, one last thing for you, Jim. Is it harder to be a race car driver today or to be an on-air talent tomorrow?
I think my work's cut out for me today in the race, but I think being in the talent booth tomorrow with yourself and TPQ and Matt and BC, I'm looking forward to that this weekend. This race, I'll tell you afterwards whether I'm looking forward to it or not.
Well, you guys heard it. Jim's ready to get into the booth with you guys. He is a hometown hero from Parker, Arizona. Did a little pre-racing, but he says the rocks might be a factor. Back up to you guys.
All right, we're back. The UTV World Championship 2020. It's been a dumpster fire, but we threw a little water on it for this race, right? Yeah. We're out racing. Everybody's out here. Everybody's social distancing, right? Yeah. So we're in compliance, but fortunately we're in Arizona and in Havasu where you can still have some fun. So pretty excited to be out here racing. Lots of friends out there in the lineup. You were just going to throw into a question earlier you had about the lineup.
Yeah, just because I'm sitting here commentating doesn't mean I know everything about the race, and I'm curious. So and other people probably want to know as well, but with Robbie Gordon or Colton Husted, so they're running, Robbie Gordon's running his machine. But does that have an Arctic Cat motor?
So this is actually the old machine that was Arctic Cat, right?
Okay.
So his plan was to race his new Speed UTV here, but he's in the middle of producing them, right? So it's just imagine it like you dream up a car company, and now you've got to figure out not just how to make one car, but how to make 1,000 cars. So that's what Robbie's doing right now. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to complete the car to his satisfaction to come race it. The vehicle is here in his booth, so go over and take a look at that, as well as the new 2021 Polaris lineup that's at the Polaris trailer. So lots of machines for you to for you to see, as well as aftermarket parts at our UTV festival, which will be going on today and tomorrow during the race.
Okay, gotcha. Looks like we have a Yamaha or two in here as well, and we're gonna head to Tiffany for an interview with Drew Schultz.
That's right.
All right.
Talking to Andrew Carlson's co-driver, Drew Schultz here. Obviously, co-drivers play a big factor, especially with the terrain that we've been seeing right now and dust. Drew, what is the main component of being a great co-driver, and what have you helped Andrew do?
I think a lot of what we've helped Andrew do is calm him down in the desert. He's not used to the desert. We come from the Midwest, so we've done short course all season, which is a lot of groomed, greater trails and small short courses. So we're coming out here to the desert. Everything's rough, everything's square-edged, and we're just trying to make the car survive at this point. So stepping off into the desert scene is just survival at its best.
Well, you've done it out here. You guys have been pre-running. Is there anything that you saw there that would particularly give Andrew or any of the other drivers a little bit of trouble?
There's some solid 180s out there that are really tight for especially four-seat cars like what we have here, and that's something we need to look out for. Also, the split lanes are a little mentally daunting at some times, so you just kind of got to get them to make a decision and go for it and stick with it.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you and Andrew. Two guys coming out from the Midwest. Andrew Carlson just coming off of a short course pro mod win at Crandon World Cup. Like Andrew was saying, it's going to be a little bit crazy. Back up to you guys.
We're back at the UTV World Championship. We're just about to start the afternoon race, the Pro NA and Unlimited race, and this one I think is going to get a little wild. I mean, we've had a little wild stuff. Like we had a really good short course race in the morning. We've completed 2 kids races, so we've done 3 races today so far, and we're on to our 4th. It's going to start here shortly around 2 p.m. And I think we're going to be finishing just before dark, maybe a little bit into the night. We're going to have to use those lights, which, you know, one of our sponsors I got to give a shout out to, of course, Rigid Industries. So it's great. They're great company, make great product, and they came in as a sponsor of the poker run that we did a couple days ago, which we had over 300 people come and do the poker run.
Oh, no doubt, huh?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was really stoked on the turnout here for this event. Seems like, you know, it seems like a great thing. Seems like this enables you to come back here next year.
Yeah, they definitely want us back here next year. They've already talked to us. So Havasu's definitely our new home. We're gonna do lots of stuff here and probably more events. So love working with the city and love the state of Arizona. And obviously, you know, the Mojave Desert is like our playground, you know, and it's just beautiful here along the Colorado River. You know, we've got the mountains on both sides, and obviously the river, which is great to go jump in after a long day of off-road racing.
Sure, absolutely. Looking forward to doing a little bit of that tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah. Yep. Get on the boat. So awesome. We're just about to start the. Are they getting the lineup there?
Looks like. So it looks like we got Dodge Pullman qualified #1 yesterday.
Yep.
And then right behind. So is that correct?
I don't think that is correct.
No.
I don't think that's correct. I think they're just doing it by alphabetical order because I know his dad wasn't here to qualify the other day, but is racing.
Because Robbie Gordon qualified 2nd.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the Robbie Gordon entry there, is that he and Max?
No, I believe Max is racing on his own.
Okay.
Yep. I'm
in
going to
Pro
look at
Turbo
some results
tomorrow?
No, I think he's racing in this class.
He is, okay.
I'll double check that. But yeah, look at the field. I mean, every field is stacked here.
Absolutely.
You know?
Hey, you know what battle?
Yeah, we're going to take a brief break and pay some bills here. Does it say Jack?
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, OnX Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championship. We're here about to start the NA race and the Unlimited race. We're going to toss it to Tiffany at the start.
Hanging down here for the start of the Pro NA and Pro Unlimited classes, the last race of the evening. I'm pretty excited for this. It's going to be a little bit bigger. We're looking at 29.6 miles. They're going to be doing 5 laps for a total of 148 miles. We've been seeing everybody do a land rush start 4x4. Well, this is going to be a little bit different. They're doing side by side. However, the top qualifier in each of the classes will be able to take the start alone. So it's pretty cool to be able to have that. That's why qualifying is so important. So you can be able to get out there, get out before the dust, get out before the rocks, because right now, even though you can tell it's a little windy out here, when you're getting a little bit closer, especially for the larger classes, dust is going to play a factor. Plus, we've talked about the terrain. We've talked about the elevation changes. This is going to definitely be a driver's game, especially since it's the first time we're having this out here in Havasu. Back up to you guys.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We're about to kick off the afternoon race of the Unlimiteds and the NA cars. So this is a good one, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Dodge Pullman, after a year break, comes back and qualifies #1.
Well, and not only qualifies #1, he out-qualifies Robbie Gordon. Like, if I was that kid, I would just walk away now, you know?
Yeah, that's something to be proud of out here. So we got, let's see, in normally aspirated, or it looks like position #1, Dodge Pullman. Position #2, Ryan Pullman. Position #3, Colton Husted. And position #4, Robbie Gordon. Now explain to people why the positions are that. Is it because they're in 2 different classes?
Yeah, so those are mixed classes right there.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah. So then position 5, Caden Wells. Then we got in the 1914, J.D. Marsh. The 1927, Zach Van Mater. The 1997, Derek Holland. Looks like the 1906, we got Scott Baker. And in the 1856, Dylan Kelly. Difference in time in that rounds out the top 10. So Dodge Pullman did the 3-mile lap in 5 minutes 32 seconds, whereas Dylan Kelly 6 minutes 24 seconds. So they're all the top 10s within a minute.
Yeah, super tight qualifying, you know, to put everybody in line for this one, and you know, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
But I, you know, I keep going back to Robbie. You know, like, I wouldn't want Robbie starting behind me. That's a little scary.
Robbie Gordon was only about 8 seconds slower than Dodge in 3 miles. So think about that on a course this treacherous. That's just a couple seconds a mile difference.
Yeah, that's tight. That's tight. Well, before we get into the current race, we want to talk about some more results of the youth 1000 production 700 class. So in 700, Johnny Coltrua first, Mike Kelly second, Bella Burchard third. So Ryder Hall 4th and Hunter Martinez 5th. So give a little bit of credit to those guys. Obviously Dallas Gonzalez won, and super tight after that is Braden Baker. And it looks like we're off for
we're off from what it sounds like.
Yep. So really cool. Here goes Dodge. Got off the finish, got off the start and out into that 30-mile loop.
Yeah, this is exciting. I'm looking forward to see agent / manager versus driver in Mia Chapman and your boy.
Yeah, that's right. Jim Beaver out there battling one of his clients, Mia Chapman. We'll see how that turns out. But yeah, it looks like Robbie and Max Gordon in the car together. And how cool is that? I mean, you know, to be able to share that experience with your son, it's really cool.
Absolutely.
So one of the cool things about this format is part of the reason that we qualify is we want to put all the fast racers up front, and the racer who qualifies on pole gets to go off
by himself and have some clean air. So the gap gives us a little bit of clean air for the racers to really push it before they, get on somebody's tail and get in their dust.
So the gap at this race is 30 seconds?
Yeah, and this one I believe we're 30 seconds. I can double check that. Earlier in the day we were giving up to 90 seconds between the short course guys because they were launching 4 in a row.
Okay.
This one's a little bit easier because you're just launching 2 by 2.
Gotcha.
But it lets people take off and get spread out a little bit. And really, you're racing each other, you're racing the train, and you're racing the clock.
Mm-hmm.
So it is possible that somebody starts in the back and ends up winning on time.
Very cool. What's the difference? Like, how many entries are at this race compared to, say, the Mint 400?
So this is about the same amount of entries. The UTVs we get about 160 to 200 at the Mint. We're up at 300 entries here.
Oh, okay.
But what's cool about this race is this is the gateway drug to off-road racing.
Mm-hmm.
Really, you get to come and try your hand at off-road racing without having to jump into the deep end of the pool and do the long races. This is a loop race, so you don't have to have a bunch of chase support and incur all those costs and really just have all that knowledge. So you can come here and race and really just get acclimated with desert racing and start to move up from there.
Sure.
But just like the Mint, it's a loop race. So, it's about how clean you can get around that loop, multiple times. And this one is a 5-lap race. So these guys are really going to have to save their vehicles and make sure that they're lasting to those later laps, which will be in the dark, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. So 5 laps, 30 miles. We're looking at 150 miles of treacherous, barren desert.
Definitely. Well, the Mojave out here is really unique in that it has a lot of elevation changes and a lot of different terrain. The terrain out here is very unique. It has a little bit of sand, a little bit of rock, some hard packed stuff. There's a little silt, not too much, but definitely there's some rock sections that these guys are going to go through both on the ground, but there's some canyons. We had some bottlenecks earlier in the short course race, and I'm sure that's going to come into play here as well. We've got lots of chase crew out there and safety staff to help direct everybody, so it makes for interesting off-road racing for sure.
You're definitely at the base of some hills here in Havasu City, so that makes for a lot of washouts and a lot of challenges for the drivers, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Mojave Mountains that are surrounding us make it very interesting terrain. A lot of people think of the desert, they think it's just, flat, dry lake bed, and that's the furthest from the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. So who'd we get off the line here? Let's see. Should be around maybe Caden Wells.
Yep. Can't tell who that is right there, but we're starting to get them off row by row and get this race underway. So, again, another interesting thing is we saw some 40-ish minute laps, right? And then it slowed down as the race course got rougher, of course. So I'm going to be really interested to see what the top lap speed is for this class.
Yeah, I was hearing something like maybe a 40-mile-an-hour average speed possibly on this course.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, originally when we spec'd this race, we thought it was going to be about a 30-mile-an-hour average, and they've been significantly faster than that. I've been surprised. So it just shows you the level of skill, that's in the field here.
What I think's cool too is, hearing some of the drivers surprised at the qualifying results. It just goes to show that consistency, maybe perhaps driving at 90% rather than 110% is going to be faster. It's going to be a race of attrition from the terrain, from what I can see.
No, definitely. I mean, you're going to have to save your vehicle. This is a long race, I mean, 150 miles on this terrain, it's going to be tough, And so, that's part of off-road racing is knowing when to go fast, knowing when to go slow, and really knowing your equipment. That's, when you talk about some of the racers out here that are also builders, and racers, I think that gives them a distinct advantage because they really know the limits of their vehicle.
Yeah.
And back joining us is our brother from another.
Oh, yes.
I wore out 2 sets of shoes today. That's all right. I'm going to work. I need dirt co to make me some shoes so I can keep up with this whole thing. That's dropping a big hand at you. Anyway.
Hey, we made you socks, man. We made you socks.
You did make socks. I know the naturally aspirated Pro 1000 just took off, and the next class behind it is coming in. They're at the back of that pack taking off, but Dodge Pullman taking the pole, kind of a great little storyline there. So I'm sure you probably already announced it because I was out there. I don't know what I'm doing. So coming back in.
Yep.
Talk about qualifying, first time ever qualifying, and people were ranting and raving about it because that's exactly what needed to happen to get people lined up respectively how fast they are without a chip draw or drawing straws or something like that. So you earn where you sit. So the qualifying hadn't been done before, and you guys made it available, and that was huge. Man, that was huge. So Dodge Pullman pulling out the top qualifier, and what stings a little is that Robbie Gordon with Speed gave $5,000 to the top Pro naturally aspirated and the top Pro turbo. Dodge Pullman beat out Robbie Gordon for it. And Robbie Gordon had to line up right behind him, which had to really make it sting some. So
explain that. Who'd Robbie Gordon have to pay the $5,000 to?
Dodge Pullman.
That's right.
Who won the qualifier. He was the fastest qualifier, sitting up out in front of him. He gets clean air, and he gets to leave by himself, which is huge because everybody else is 2x2. So you got to race whoever's next to you up to the first turn for clean air, right? Mm-hmm. So Dodge Pullman he's just hammer down, right? And he can see everything. Yep. Everybody behind him, forget about it, right? So Robbie Gordon, I didn't get a chance to chat with him some, but I stood next to him and talked to him a little bit about the $5,000 he kicked in. He goes, it is what it is, right? He earned it.
Well, yeah, he definitely earned it, but for sure, you better believe Robbie was trying to earn his money back.
Oh, yeah.
So, I think, if I was Dodge Pullman, I would be more proud of the fact that I beat Robbie Gordon qualifying than the $5,000.
No, oh, totally.
The $5,000 was really cool of Robbie to put up to make things interesting. I mean, look, Robbie is a racer at heart, and it doesn't matter, how old he gets or if he turns into a vehicle manufacturer, he still wants to go out there and beat people.
Oh, yeah. So Mad Max, his son, was in the driver's seat. And Mad Max, tell me how old Mad Max is. So Max Gordon, his son, is in the driver's seat and an extreme talent at such a young age.
Yeah, no, 12 years old.
12 years old?
12 years old.
Are you kidding me?
And he's not in the kids class.
No.
He's in the adults class. It actually was a thing when he first started racing of a couple of years ago when Casey Folks was still alive. This came up and we had to look at him, and of course you want to go, no, that's crazy, 10-year-old, we don't want him desert racing.
Right.
But, we went and looked at him in his maturity and, said, look, if you're going to race with your dad, we'll let you do it, So really cool. It's great to see him out there, and that kid is just going to be faster and faster, and he's going to be a absolute savage. So I think Tiffany was actually able to talk to Mad Max.
Yep.
So we're going to throw it to Tiffany.
That's awesome.
This will be cool.
Yeah.
Max Gordon, otherwise known as Mad Max, you're out here with the legendary Robbie Gordon, also known as Dad to you. Talk us through how you prepared for the weekend, especially one of the new Speed UTVs.
How I prepared for the weekend was I pretty much every day I went out. Not every day, but I pre-ran one lap only in this car. That's it. And then I prepped the car every day until it was ready to go, and then we qualified yesterday, and we think we're ready to go.
Well, you're talking about qualifying. Obviously, you know how crazy the terrain is. There's a lot of G-outs. There's a lot of split lanes, dust. With you being up front right now, obviously dust may not be a factor for you. But what do you think is going to be the most difficult part of the race?
I mean, I think the canyon is going to be the difficult part because, like, there's a 3-point turn out there where you got to go up and then reverse, and then there's people that found a line that go up it and see if we can find that line.
Well, obviously, many people know your father, Robbie Gordon, out here. He's got to give you some great advice. What did your dad tell you about this weekend and how to handle all the pressure?
He said he would just walk me through it and keep the car on track and help me get through the rough stuff.
Well, you've done it here, and as somebody who's qualified King of the Hammers with your dad once, I know he's a great driver out there. You've got a good guy right by your side. Best of luck to you, Mad Max. And you heard it here. He's going to be hearing everything from his father. He's got a great co-driver in Robbie Gordon. Can't wait to see what Mad Max does throughout this race. Back up to you guys.
Coming back in, Tiffany Stone does such a great job out there in the field, running around. Of course, I mean, that girl runs like 1,000,000 miles over a course of a weekend, getting all the interviews and the pits and everything. Hats off to that gal. And knowledge. That girl's got a lot of car knowledge. I mean, she's just not another pretty face. That girl knows her stuff, too.
No, but the pretty face helps. I get tired of looking at you guys. No, of course. I mean, Tiffany Stone, absolute pro. We love working with her. She works with us at the Mint. And we actually bring her out here from Michigan because she's one of those people who really studies the sport and does her homework. So absolute pleasure working with Tiffany.
And 100 miles an hour all day long.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like, you need me to do this, I'm on it. You need me here 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm here. You know, whatever it takes.
She's definitely got that Midwest work ethic.
She does, that's for sure. So going back, so Mad Max out there, great interview with him, of course. You know, I mean, what a cool story. I mean, all the way around. I mean, but coming from that family, the family of speed, right? I'm sure if you were slow in that family, you would pretty much be the outcast, right? You would just be the black sheep. Nobody would ever talk to you. Oh, that's Johnny. Yeah, we don't talk about him.
You better be a mechanic or something. You know, I mean, there isn't really an option.
Right. Super seeders is kind of like the description. Anyway, so he didn't get the greatest of starts, kind of popped it off the start a little bit, and then had to file in behind the person that he was next to, so he didn't pull the whole shot. I was able to see the start. Of course, you know, that was the second line off. Dodge Pullman getting the original all by your lonesome takeoff, which is like the main soldier, which is awesome. There's the Kaminsky car. So the Kaminsky car means so much to us here. Because of this silliness going on with this stuff, unfortunately, the Kaminskys coming all the way from Australia, they come from Australia every stinking round. They build cars and they come out and they have 2 cars, typically 2 different racers that come out and race with us in the Mint and also the UTV Worlds. And I have a kind of a cool connection with them because of traveling back to Australia. I got to kind of meet a bunch of these folks, and just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. And you want to talk about spend some money to come racing? I mean, this isn't like traveling from Duluth.
They're serious.
They're serious.
And don't ever try and drink with them because they'll put you below the table.
Oh, God, no. I wouldn't even step into that ring. There's no way.
Yeah.
Great group of folks coming all the way over from Australia. We totally miss them. Very, very weird. I was texting back and forth with them, let them know that I was giving them props on the microphone and so forth, talking about the car and the family and so forth. And it's unfortunate they weren't able to come out.
I also think it speaks to the global effect of off-road racing. You know, there's actually quite a bit of off-road racing going on in Australia, and now more with UTVs.
Right.
A lot of short course stuff because they're a little bit weird about their open lands there. But still a ton of off-roading going on in Australia. There's a race down there, big race, car and truck race that UTVs are starting to creep into called the Fink Rally.
Fink, yeah.
And so it's really cool to see UTV racing grow, off-road racing grow all over the planet. Earlier last year, or late last year, I guess I would say, I was actually in China and then over in Inner Mongolia. And we were there to help them put a race together before this whole COVID thing hit and ruined the world. But you know, it was really cool. I'm literally out in Inner Mongolia. It's like the furthest point from where we're at right now.
Right.
And there were guys out riding in UTVs. You know,
Right.
So
The reach.
It's all over the planet.
Right, the reach of it. And of course, because obviously not these cars, because these cars are top high-end race vehicles, but your basic vehicle is obtainable by your average Joe to go down and go slap some numbers on it and go run a local race, right?
Right. Just go, if you're here in Havasu, go down to AZ West.
AZ West.
AZ West, sign up, get your Polaris RZR, and come out. We'll help you slap a cage on the thing, and you'll be out here doing the rally class, which we'll be racing in tomorrow. You know, as you can see from some of the racing, you know, this is a spectacular course. It offers lots of different terrain. There's jumps, there's high-speed washes, all kinds of stuff. You know, throughout. One of the cool things too is that, you know, we're gonna get into the dark here. I mean, I'm predicting the top finisher will probably be in just before dark, but maybe not. And if not, they're gonna be using their lights.
Right.
We're also gonna be using our lights. One of the cool sponsors that we have here is Sea Devil. So they've sponsored all the hot pits and provided these really bitchin' ambient lights that light up your whole pit. So if you need that type of product, whether it's for, you know, your construction business or your race pit, go check out Sea Devil Lights and check out their product. They're really bitchin'.
So speaking of which, I got the opportunity. I ran around and tried to get every single sponsor and vendor on the microphone and, you know, chat about, you know, their products. And Sea Devil, I went over and talked to them. So it's on a tripod. It's an inflatable globe that goes around. It's made out of fabric, kind of like a sail on a, you know, sailboat. So it's really tough, durable fabric. And then LED lights inside of it, and it's remote control. So a little remote control, turn it on, and the beauty of it is that it projects light 360 degrees around, and it's not like those. Right. You know, if you're coming into the pits, say if you're coming into the pits and you're trying to find somebody that's waving you in, if you have a direct light at you, you can't see anything, right? So this casts a soft light 360 degrees around the whole space. So it gives you optimal working performance, you know, and it, you know, it creates less shadows. Great product. Really cool product.
Yeah, and part of off-road racing is dark. Like, we race at night.
Right.
It's part of the deal, right? And so you need good lights on your vehicle. You need good lights in your pits, right? So you're not tripping over stuff in the dark. You know, I always use the goofy headlamps, but sometimes those don't give you enough light. So Sea Devil is what we use, and not just for this race, but when we go out and do remote productions, we use their system as well.
Nice.
And it keeps us going at night, you know, so it's a really cool product.
In the lighting segment, how about Rigid Lighting? So that's for, like, on your vehicles. I mean, Rigid Lighting was a great sponsor for our poker run.
Yeah.
So they sponsor our poker run. Great lighting systems. Everything's LED now. They've got so much technology in LED. They use like 1/8 of the power of your standard halogen bulb does. They last like 50, 60,000 hours, right? And you could just about submerge them underwater and they still work, and just beat the snot out of them because of how the technology is that they've created in the cages around them, and they create less heat.
Yes, absolutely. You know, and that's one of the cool things. One of the things we're seeing here on screen is, you know, all the racers starting off and heading out. And one of the guys I want to bring up, he's in the Yokohama car, Andrew Carlson. So, you know, he drove all the way out here from Minnesota. He's an accomplished short course racer, racing, you know, he's raced Pro 2, Pro 4. This year he's been racing UTVs as well. And he called me up and said, hey, I'm coming. And I said, great. And he goes, well, what class should I race? And I said, well, probably short course class.
Yeah.
So he says, cool. He goes, well, what about those other races? I said, well, you know, you can enter in those other races. He goes, good, I'll do them all. Right? So he's out here to do as much as he can, and definitely a gamer, you know, and he's excited about getting more involved in desert racing, you know, and extending his career.
We already have our leader, Dodge Pullman, out in front so far, passing through the timing loop. So that's the
race line wheels timing loop.
The race line wheels timing loop. So that's
timing gate. It's a gate.
Timing gate. Okay, fair enough.
Official.
Yeah, loop. So, gentlemen, I am going to take a break. I was out here 6:30 in the morning screaming my head off. So I'm going to take a little break, but I'm going to come back a little bit later on. I'm sure you guys got the helm here, and you guys got a couple extra guests you guys are going to be bringing in too, right?
Yep, we got it. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, so one of the other things that's coming up is as these guys launch off the line, I want to talk about a few of these other guys, and one of them is the weatherman's son. Scott Steinberger's son is out here racing with us.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, and he's out doing the NA class, so he's in for a big challenge ahead of him.
How old is he?
He's in his late teens, early 20s.
Okay, gotcha.
So, he's definitely not a baby, and I don't think he really has a choice since he's working at PCI Radios. He definitely doesn't have a choice. They're a through and through racing family. If you don't know who the weatherman is safety ops here on the radio. Mm-hmm. He's communicating with all the racers and making sure everybody gets back in safely. So he does it for us here. He does it for us at the Mint 400, and of course he does it in Baja.
So the original weatherman was the father of Scott Steinberger, right?
Yep. Okay. Bob Steinberger was the original weatherman, passed the torch to his son, Scott, and unfortunately the original weatherman is no longer with us physically, but he's with us in spirit.
Sure.
Right? And it's really cool to see what would be his grandson out racing, rider.
That's awesome.
So yeah, really cool. Lots of families here racing. Another guy we talked about earlier, he's actually not racing in this class, but he'll be racing Pro Turbo tomorrow, is Doug Fortin. And he sponsored the desert race here as well as racing in it. So really cool to see all the different families here racing.
Where's Fortin racing out of?
They're out of El Cajon, California.
Okay.
And they're an interesting company. They mostly build all the big vehicle stuff for trophy trucks and Class 1 cars. But they've definitely dove deep into UTVs, and mostly right now they're making parts for Can-Ams, but he's promised me they'll be making parts for Polaris RZRs here shortly.
Okay. Just waiting for some times to come through here. I guess Dodge Pullman's made it through. One lap?
Yep, or no, I think he's hit the first timing loop there. What is the time that you're reading there?
18:59.
Yep, that means he's hit the first Raceline Wheels timing gate.
Okay, then with that we've got so Dodge Pullman went through at 18:59. Ryan Pullman went through at 20 minutes 12 seconds. Colton Husted 20 minutes 23 seconds. Robbie Gordon 19 minutes 47 seconds. So Robbie right now looks like Caden Wells, 19:37 seconds. JD Marsh, 20 minutes 33 seconds. Zach Van Meter, 20 minutes 46 seconds. Waiting for another to go through now. Scott Baker just passed through at 20 minutes 16 seconds. And we'll be right back after some station identification and a little business with the sponsors.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
I stay strong, forever young, may you live long. I'm an
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving, a seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam paths based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
All right, we're back at the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. And we've just started our normally aspirated race along with the Unlimiteds. And we're starting to hit the gates and get some feedback here. So pretty cool. So Dodge Pullman's still out in front, but he's being chased down by a whole group of people right in the front. You want to run those down?
Sure, yeah. We got Dodge Pullman through at 18:59. Ryan Pullman through at 20.12. Colton Husted at 20.23. Robbie Gordon, 19:47. So Robbie Gordon just a little bit slower than Dodge Pullman through that first sector. Caden Wells at 19:37. J.D. Marsh, 20.33. Zach Van Mater, 20.46. Derek Holland at a 20.36. Scott Baker, 20.16. Dylan Kelly, 20.12 in his Yamaha. Todd Romano just passed by at 21.24. Austin Bolton, 21.19. Timothy Hall, 21.53. So the field's pretty tight.
Yeah, it's definitely tight, and it's going to be interesting as these guys go through multiple laps as to how they get spread out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, like we were talking about earlier, we're going to have a lot of things to contend with. You know, you're going to have lap traffic, you're going to have dust. You know, the sun's going to drop. When these guys are coming back towards the river here, they're going to be facing right into the sun, chasing dust. It's going to be difficult to see. So, you know, all the different drama that off-road racing has to offer, we've wrapped into this nice little package. So it's going to be a challenge, and it's going to be exciting to see how it shakes out. But I'm really impressed with Dodge Pullman, right? And especially, I want to see how long he can hang with Robbie Gordon on his tail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's got to be
curious to see how that plays out.
It's got to be a really good, true test of his skill set. So it's pretty exciting.
The other exciting matchup that I was telling you off camera here a minute ago was the manager / agent versus client with Mia Chapman and Jim Beaver.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun to see their times.
But that's one cool thing, and one of the things that I love about Jimmy is he's a racer. You know? It's like he loves to talk about racing and loves to be the personality, but he's also a racer, right?
Yeah.
And he's a good racer. His father was a racer. Growing up in Parker, he grew up going to all the off-road racing, and you know, it's one of those deals.
Super loud.
But yeah, there's lots of other game racers here in this class. So why don't you read down some of those guys that are right on their tail?
Okay, so we got Brett Ward at 21.03, Alan Alexander at 22.09, Michael Pascarella 21.56, and looks like Connor McMullen at a 20.02. And now we're waiting for a few more to come through.
Yeah, that's really cool. So just so the people out there can understand what's going on, we every time somebody goes through a timing gate, every time somebody goes through a timing gate, we get to see updated times, right? And so that allows us to see the race develop, right? Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Guys, we're getting camera feedback. Could you do something about that? Anything?
Yeah,
making little adjustments. You know, one of the things, let's talk about technology and what it's taking for us to bring this live stream to you. So we've helped develop a live stream remote box. So we've got 4 camera systems out in the field bringing you shots remotely, which, you know, a couple of years ago wasn't even possible in a location like this. So that's really cool. One of the other things I want to talk about is rugged radios, right? Rugged Radios is powering all of our communications for racing. So it's not just allowing our production team to communicate, it's the communication for our entire race ops, right? So really cool. Rugged Industries, or Rugged Radios rather, they build great products, give great service. So if you need products for your UTV or your race truck, you know, they're the ones to go to. One of the things you need to check out though too is the new digital radios. So now our OG radios that we've been using forever are digital, right? So better clarity, better function all around. Really cool. That's what I'm going to be upgrading to in all my UTVs and all my off-road race stuff and even my truck. Check out Rugged Radios and get dialed in all your communications.
Absolutely. Had a lot of great interaction with those guys through the years. All right, let's see who we got through now. Drake Smith has come through at a 21.08. It's awesome how tight this is for the first sector. Connor McMullen, 20.02. Stephen Poole, 20.05. Travis Zollinger through at 20.10. Looking forward to seeing where Timothy Stewart and the man from the band Slipknot come through at. Tim Stewart, he came all the way out from Texas for this event. He races in a series in El Paso.
Yeah, which is cool. Yeah. Texas, we're seeing UTV racing blow up in Texas. You know, one of the facilities out there, we know about the Texplex. They've been having a lot of short course style off-road racing, and but there's a lot of other leagues out there that are starting to form up because of the advent of UTVs, which I'm excited about. You know, it just gives me an excuse to go out there and have some good barbecue.
Sure, and and to be quite honest, I mean, they're going to race in Texas, but the racers that do well there are going to want to come here and compete with all these top names.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yep. So we've just started. We're on the first lap. We were talking earlier about attrition and lap traffic and so on. You know, what do you think? You know, do you think these front runners, when they start catching lap traffic, are going to be able to hang and cut through that lap traffic? I mean, that's going to be a real test of their racing skill set.
Well, like I said, excuse me, like I said earlier, it's going to come down to the lap traffic, having some experience and some racing courtesy to get out of the way instead of, you know, continue in front of them with the horn on for 30, 40 seconds until they get the back bar bashed. You know, I know Wes Miller has no problem running into somebody that won't get out of his way, you know. So I think in this particular race, people are going to move out of the way, and you know, they're going to know that they're being lapped if they're you know, getting lapped on a 30-mile course.
Yeah.
So I think those guys will be pretty timid and will move out of the way.
No, definitely. And one of the interesting things here is if you have a problem, it's not that your race is over, but you're definitely going to be challenged with, you know, getting back on and continuing to move up.
Yep. And that's what's kind of cool about this race too, is, you know, you're not going to have a pit crew anywhere out there. It's you fix the problem, get back on the road, and make it to your pit here after 30 laps.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about those timing gates earlier, and you know, we've got those spread out. So the first one's going to be at roughly mile 8, and the second one's going to be about race mile 16. So again, you know, as they hit those race line wheels timing gates, we'll be giving everybody updates on position, not just physical position, but you know, where they're at on their timing.
So I guess they'd be around 30 miles an hour on average.
Yeah, that's kind of what we thought that they would be at, but you know, based on some of the lap times that we saw of the short course UTVs, they're quite a bit faster. They're almost 10 miles an hour faster a lap.
So as far as Sector 2 is concerned, looks like Dodge Pullman
just hit the gate
at about 10:12. Colton Husted 10:21. Robbie Gordon 10:31. Caden Wells 10:32. JD Marsh 10:51. Zach Van Meter 10:51. JD Marsh and Zach Van Meter running neck and neck.
They're right on each other.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
Scott Baker 10:54. Dylan Kelly at 10:55. Austin Bolton through Sector 2, 11:24. And that's about it for now in Sector 2.
Nice. So that after they hit that timing gate, they're only a few miles out from the finish, so we should see them coming around here shortly. One of the things that's going to be interesting though too is, you know, part of off-road racing is pit strategy, right? Like, I don't think in 150 miles these guys are going to have to change the tires, but they might. They might want to put on a fresh set of rears. Now, being that this is a four-wheel drive vehicle, they're easier on tires than two-wheel drive vehicles because you're getting less tire spin. But generally, the new BF Goodriches, those are going a couple hundred miles, no problem. So again, it'd be interesting to see that if, you know, the racers that are racing different tire manufacturers, when they're going to have to change a tire, if they're going to have to change a tire, and strategically when they do that. Do they do that, you know, 2-3 laps in, or do they do it now? You know, the other part is fueling strategy. So, you know, we saw it in the short course race. We had a few people run out of fuel before the completion of that final lap. So it's going to be interesting to see if these guys are fueling every lap, or if they're going the entire distance without fueling. Now, some of these vehicles do have bigger fuel tanks.
Yeah, what are the limits on the fuel cells?
They're allowed to have whatever size fuel cell you want, but keep in mind, fuel is weight. Weight means you're slower, right? So, you know, a lot of guys will do half a tank, even though a full tank would get them around 150 miles. So they're going to do a half a tank to keep light, and, you know, and stop in and get fueled. So the hot pits are something that we should pay attention to as far as strategy goes.
Absolutely. I mean, I would like to think that most of the pro guys in Pro Turbo probably won't even fuel.
Potentially, but again, you know, there's strategy. We learned this, actually, it was really interesting because Reese Millen, when he won the Ball 1000 recently,
in a Polaris RZR, he went opposite of everybody. See, what everybody was doing was they were getting these big fuel tanks, they were doing these long fuel stops, and then carrying a lot of that weight. And what Reese opted to do is keep his vehicle lighter and fuel more often, and just do like light checks on the car and try and catch potential problems that were going to turn into vehicle stopping problems.
Sure.
And that strategy worked for him. That's more like of a rally raid or a rally style strategy where, you know, you're making more frequent stops, but it definitely worked for him.
Sounds good. Let's update you guys on Connor McMullen through Sector 2, 1045. Still waiting for the bottom half of the group to hit Sector 2. Mike Gardner was through Sector 1 at 2032.
Yeah, let's talk about Mike a little bit. You know, he's definitely a gamer. He's taken a little bit of time off of UTV racing, but he's back. It's really good to see him back. And, you know, I really hope he gets the results that he's gotten in the past. He's definitely a top guy.
Great guy. Hung out with Mike Gardner a few times. Just a very nice guy. And what's his Illuma Craze? Is that a wrap company or?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
You got me on that one.
I just saw it on his car yesterday. I wonder what it was. Josh Shelton in his Can-Am made it through 20.06. Jacob Krotz at 20.29. Brock Smith at a 20.05. Nicholas Shearer, 20.20. Mr. Beaver's through. Jim Beaver at a 22.33.
Is he ahead of Mia, or is Mia ahead of him?
Mia started, I think, after him.
Okay,
Let's see where she's at here. No.
There she is.
Mia, 24.40.
So she's ahead of him. But
she was slower through Sector 1. Let's see what happens at Sector 2. Andrew Carlson through Sector 1 at 23.40.
Nice. Yeah, it's one of the cool things, you know, you go back in the history of off-road racing, and a lot of the Midwest guys would come out here and race.
Yeah.
Right? The Flannerys, legendary family who founded Crandon, they would race the same truck in Crandon, drive it out here, race the Mint, race the 1,000, then go back there and race. So it's cool to see, you know, Midwest racers, Andrew Carlson, you know, coming all the way out here from Minnesota, from his home track of ERX, and battling out in the desert with all of us. So I think we definitely need to go back there and do some battling on his home track as well.
Yeah, I've gotten to race at ERX in the past for the Terracross Series.
Yeah.
And it was the Terracross Series first race, so the track was spread out so you could carry some great speed before having a...
I like good, yeah, about 50-55 minute time. I like my note to be called out in meters. I'm serious. I don't. Plus it translates over to rally. Fucking Euro? I don't like meters. There's nothing else. It's like yards. Nothing else you said to me meters. So, when you're a truck guy, yeah, it's in meters. Yeah. But it's yards too. It's not that far off. 100 meters. 100 meters. Oh, it's wide, man. No, but you have to think of a football field. You'll be like, okay, like I got a little bit more now.
excuse me, like back in the day, it shed some light and brings some attention to us. But definitely the same thing with Sid. It was really cool of you to set that ball in motion, and hopefully all the Slipknot fans are perking their ears up, going, "Wait, what's going on?"
Yeah, I've seen some of the comments, and a lot of them are really stoked on it. You know, from him driving the Corvette last week in Phoenix to racing now. You know, people are stoked on it. You know. A lot of music fans and a lot of musicians themselves don't know much about racing, you know, and once you introduce it to them, they dig, you know. So, and that's the idea with bringing Sid here. I mean, he's an enthusiast, so, you know, I know other guys that I toured with, like Jerry from Papa Roach, the guitar player. He and I would battle racing games at every tour stop, you know.
Rad.
There's a bunch of musicians out there that would love to be a part of this that probably don't even know much about it.
Well, if you're out there and you're a famous rock star, come race with us, right?
Yes, up.
You know, there is a tradition of this in off-road racing. There's some pretty heavy, you know, celebrities that have raced off-road back in the day with Mickey Thompson. He brought in a bunch of people. Yep, that's right. And Ted Nugent raced the Mint 400 multiple times. So really cool to see that now. You know, with a little bit of teamwork, we're bringing that back and starting to expose off-road racing to some new people.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great thing.
We should be close with those guys coming back around.
Lucretia's through sector 1 at a 23.55. Brooke Jensen has yet to make it through sector 1. Let's see what's going on with sector 3 with the leaders. Go ahead.
Guys coming back around almost to the start finish.
Ryan Pullman has yet to hit sector 2.
All right.
Let's see who has not hit sector 2 that should be there by now. Derek Holland.
Yeah, you were talking about Lucretia. I'm gonna give another plug to our breast cancer awareness socks that we're selling over at the Dirt Coat trailer. If you're not here, you can also purchase them online, and $5 from every sock goes directly to the Save a Breast Foundation, foundation that we've been working with, or sorry, the Keep a Breast Foundation, the foundation we've been working with for a long time. They're huge in action sports, and they're a great organization to work with. We've all had people that have been affected by cancer. For me, one of my best friends recently, Chad Ragland, passed from cancer. That was a hard hit. Unfortunately, right before that, my mother, my mother passed from cancer as well. So, you know, raise some awareness and give people a little bit of little bit of energy by rocking these pink socks with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Chad, you know, I didn't know Chad very well, but we were doing some stuff in the industry at the time, and he was just the nicest guy. I'll never forget a night when I was pushing the cold cock whiskey thing. He goes, "Hey, BC, do you have any of that whiskey?" I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "My dad wants to meet you," and so does Walker Evans.
Nice.
And this was at a Terracross race. So I took the bottle and went in the motorhome. It was just me, my cousin, Walker Evans, and Larry Ragland. And I mean, I've seen those guys race since I was young, you know. And he goes, "Break it out. Let's taste it." So I had a little taste of the whiskey. He liked it. And then he goes, "When you mix whiskey with Cokes, what do you like to mix it with?" I said, "Crown." And he goes, "I knew I liked you." Opened the door, pulls his bottle of Crown out, and we had a cocktail. That was a neat night.
Nice. Well, it looks like Dodge Pullman has come around, completing his first lap in position 1. So, you know, not a bunch of change there, but good. 1 lap down, 4 to go. Let's see what happens next and see who comes in behind him.
I'll go down here and look at so Mike Gardner's through sector 2 now at a 10:59. Nicholas Shearer's made it through at a 10:37. Andrew Carlson's still not through sector 2 yet. Same with Tim Stewart and Sid. Let's see. Ryan, Ryder Steinberger, he still has not come through sector 2 yet. So I'll fill you guys in as soon as we see some action there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's really cool. We see Dodge come around and get 1 clean lap. Anybody else in behind him yet?
It's not. All right. And we're going to head over to Tiffany with an update.
Down at the hot pits right now, and I've had a chance to talk to a lot of the crews. They pretty much said this is going to be an endurance race and a test against the elements and how well the car is built. Lots of things are happening. It's a very technical, tight race like we were talking about. Lots of G-outs, a lot of different lines that you could possibly take. Our leader just came through the hot pits right now, and that's showing you how fast they're actually driving out there. Top qualifier and the top in the race still. Back up to you guys.
All right, and we're back with the 2020 UTV World Championship. Dodge Pullman is out front leading the pack. He just came around on his first lap of 5, and he's headed back out into the desert, and we're going to see who's coming next. Really cool. Dodge is taking a year off. He's back with a mission, or on a mission rather. So we'll see if he can hold off this stacked field of racers. It'll be interesting. What lap do you think he's going to start catching lap traffic on?
The way it looks right now, I'd say by lap 3.
I think that's a safe bet. I think he'll catch him a little bit sooner.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, my bet is that there's some stragglers out there that have had some problems, and those guys will get caught pretty quickly.
Mia Chapman's definitely through Sector 2. Jim Beaver has yet to hit Sector 2. Same with Andrew Carlson. I wonder if something's happening with Andrew back there.
Well, remember, earlier today we had some issues with bottlenecks, right? And those bottlenecks can play a big factor in this race, right? So if you don't get through that clean, you may be sitting for a while waiting to get around a bottleneck, and that's part of the deal.
That'd be interesting to witness because King of the Hammers bottlenecks. That's part of the game. You'll sit there and watch the guy climb the waterfall, and when it's time. A bottleneck in an off-road race like this, guys got to be fighting for that next position in there, right?
Of course. Yeah, I've been personally in bottlenecks before in the U.S. and in Baja, and you just gotta you gotta be patient. You can get out of your car and help that guy get cleared, but fortunately on this course we've got a lot of retrieval, so I don't expect those bottlenecks to be if they occur. If they occur, how long, right? So, let's see. Have we seen anybody come through yet? Start finish?
No, I'm not showing anything register as far as start finish. It shows Sector 3, but nobody's coming through Sector 3. So we're trying to get clarity on whether Sector 3 is the start finish line or if maybe we're not getting the proper reading.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a comeback from ops here in a minute.
Yep.
Yeah, this area of the desert is just beautiful and lots of really pristine riding areas. As we came out and we're working on the course, I was really surprised at how untouched some of this OHV area is. So definitely come out and ride, but remember, pack in what you brought out. Don't trash the desert. As off-roaders, we hate seeing garbage out here, and the majority of the stuff that we run into out here is not from off-roaders, it's from people dumping or coming out and shooting. Fortunately, we get to do a desert cleanup right before the Mint, and this last year, we were able to pull 30 tons of trash out of the desert. That was also sponsored by Republic Services. They're here, and they're a sponsor of us here in town as well. Working with them for a couple of years.
That's just unbelievable to me that, people come out in the desert and just leave their trash, I mean, what can you say? If you're going to go riding, bring some trash bags with you. Always have some stashed in the glove compartment, and if you see trash, pick it up.
Yeah, it never hurts to take a few things back out with you. It's some good karma.
Absolutely.
Well, it sounds like Tiff has another update. We're going to throw it to Tiff.
Thanks, guys. Another update from the hot pits here. Like I said, I've been talking to the crew members of all the drivers, and what they've been talking about is the strategy for pitting. Are they going to go 2 laps? Are they going to pit after the 3? This is a 5-lap race, and talking to most of them, they have anywhere between a 20-gallon and a 40-gallon fuel cell. So obviously, pit strategy is going to play a factor in laps 4 and 5, especially with the gents and ladies that have a smaller fuel cell. Back up to you guys.
All right, we're back at the UTV World Championship, and we're just out. We've begun our second lap for a couple of the race leaders, and we're starting to get bunched up here. It's starting to get interesting. Obviously, dust is a factor. The sun is becoming a factor. So we're getting into the drama here. It's lap 1, and we're starting to go out. We got another completed lap there.
Looks like Sid Wilson through Sector 2 at 11:26, a respectable time. And that looks it. We're waiting for still to come through Sector 2. We are waiting for, let's see, I'll clarify that for you. We got Ryan Pullman still waiting for him to come through. Todd Romano, Aaron Clark.
Let's give Todd Romano a little bit of love. He's like the unsung hero of Robbie Gordon's Speed UTV program. So he's Robbie's partner, and he's an off-road racer. Has had some experience racing trophy trucks as well as now racing UTVs. So it's cool to see Todd out there. It just shows you like these guys aren't just businessmen; they're off-road racers, and they love doing this.
Well, we got, let's see, so still waiting for Ryan O'Hara for Sector 2. Jesse Rodriguez, Daxton Dotson, Ryan Steinberger, Randy Jaleff, Jimmy Walker. Still waiting for Lucretia to come through.
Yeah, that's Ryder Steinberger. Should we just dub him Weather Boy?
The Weather Boy, the Weather Son, the Weather Grandson,
right?
Yeah.
The Weather Grandson. Yeah, it's really cool. He was really excited to come out and race this, but again, cool to see multi-generations of families out here off-road racing with us. One of the other cool things that happened this weekend was we had the King of Moto, Jeremy McGrath, out with us, and he brought his daughter Rowan and did the poker run, let her drive. So it was cool to see her getting her feet wet in UTV racing. And, he told me, he goes, Matt, we're coming. We're just taking our time. And so that'd be really cool to see McGrath and his family racing with us in future events, UTV racing.
That was a cool experience for me, getting to battle against McGrath at Terracross. And there did come at Delmar Fairgrounds. At the Delmar Fairgrounds, he and I had a great little Dyson battle. Remember that polished concrete that was in there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he and I were battling through that, and then it came to where it bottlenecked, and it was either I let off the gas or he lets off the gas. Somebody was going into the wall. I let off the gas. He was going to push me right in the wall, so I just said, go for it. But it was awesome racing with him.
Nice, nice. Well, it's great to see Andrew Carlson out there battling in this race as well. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. Lucretia's out there. Hopefully she's still going.
Yeah, we're still... Lucretia's through Sector 2 at a 12-minute, 35-second.
One guy, too, I didn't get to mention is Jimmy Walker. He's an OG off-road racer, checker, I believe, too. And, I just actually saw him in Barstow, and he was like, man, I'm so excited to race. This COVID stuff has parked everybody for a while, and it really... besides the monetary effect that it's harmed everybody, the mental effect, right? Like, part of off-road racing is we're doing this so that we don't go crazy. You know, we need it. You know, so when we're denied it, it's a bummer. You know, and I'm glad to be back out off-road racing with everybody.
Well, it's a great therapy. You know, you get out here and you forget what's going on. You're not paying attention to politics or COVID. Obviously, everybody's social distancing here. The racers are all well distanced.
Right.
And, you know, it's just, you get out here and you get a little piece of what life is supposed to be about.
Absolutely. And, you know, some of the images you're seeing, you're already starting to see these pretty large ruts form. So we're only going into lap 2 at this point. So the course is going to change radically. So that's definitely going to play a factor into this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're just about, we're getting a couple guys into lap 2, and we have 5 laps to go. And we're seeing, I'm curious to see what the second lap for Dodge Pullman is once we can get some clarity of that on this database.
Definitely. Well, you know, another racer that I want to mention who's out here is a AA amputee who's out here racing with hand controls, right?
Yeah.
And he's part of the Warfighter Made race organization, right? The Warfighter Made guys are good friends of ours. And basically what they do is they help out wounded veterans, right? And one of the things I love about this organization is that 100% of the money that you donate to them goes to helping wounded veterans, right? And you know, it's just really cool to see a guy out racing right now who lost his legs, you know, in war, and you know, he's out here happy as can be racing with hand controls. So we expect to see more of that as you know, as racing grows here.
Did you clarify his name?
Is his name on there? I believe he's on there. Slips me at the moment. We'll find out from.
He might be racing Pro Turbo tomorrow.
The head of no, I just saw an image of him.
Okay.
We'll just throw a text out to Robert Blanton, head of Warfighter Made, and make sure we get his racer's name, so we can give him a big shout out. We've got a few racers actually who race with us that are, you know, paraplegics, quadriplegics, etc. So it's pretty cool to see them, you know, get out here and get after it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I just said about, you know, everything that's going on in life, that's got to be a great therapy for them, you know. Get out here and battle, forget about any disabilities, just get, you know, you get out here and you overcome it.
Yeah, I mean, it's therapy for me, so I imagine it's therapy for them, you know. It's funny because when I met Robert from Warfighter Made, he was pitching this whole thing to me, and it sounded a little BS-y, right? You know, like adrenaline therapy, what's that? But after I went and I did a trip with these guys, and I saw actually how it worked, you know, for those moments when they're in the car, and especially when they're in competition, you know, they're not stressing about their injuries. They're not stressing about, you know, all the things that they have to deal with coming back from war. You know, and the military is really one of our main causes here at the UTV World Championships and also at the Mint 400. The Mint 400, we go a little bit further, and we have a military challenge in which we raise awareness and money for active duty and retired wounded military veterans, you know. I happen to live next to Camp Pendleton, so this is part of my daily life is seeing and working with these guys, and so it's a part of the DNA of off-road racing. In fact, you know, the guys who first started the Peninsula Run were World War II vets who were back here and they were bored, and they went and ran the Peninsula, the Eakins brothers, right? And that really effectively started off-road racing as we know it. So, you know, veterans and military are part of the DNA of off-road racing, and we always want to show them some respect and love, because without them, we wouldn't be here. Freedom isn't free, people.
Absolutely.
You know, somebody's got to pay for it, and fortunately there's people who step up and do it.
All right.
Any updates on timing there?
Still no Ryan Pullman through Sector 2. No Todd Romano through Sector 2. No Ryan O'Hara. No Logan Goodall. No Jesse Rodriguez. Jesse Rodriguez didn't make it through Sector 1, nor did Daxton Dotson.
Maybe had a issue there.
And Brooke Jensen, I'm not sure what's going on there. I know, I think Wes Miller was supposed to co-pilot for her, but I heard yesterday they were having some issues with the vehicle.
Hmm.
I have nothing coming up for Sector 3.
No worries. Well, tomorrow, our first race of the day is going to be the Desert UTV Rally and the Sportsman Race. One of the cool things about the UTV Rally class, I mean, I actually helped write the rules for that, and essentially what it is it's a stock UTV with an aftermarket cage, doors, seats, harnesses, so just all the safety equipment. You don't have to change the wheels and tires if you don't want to. You don't have to change the suspension. So that's like the easy way to get into off-road racing, right? And that class is blown up. I mean, I think there's almost 40 people racing in that class here. But a couple standouts in that class. One I want to give a big shout out to is second generation off-road racer. His father was actually one of the original Rough Riders, Steve Olagus, and his son Jack Olagus will be out racing with us tomorrow.
Very cool.
You know, that class is grown significantly, and it's a cool way to get your feet wet in off-road racing without breaking the bank.
Especially when you look yourself up a RZR with the technology that it has and the suspension these days, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, these vehicles have come such a long way in only a few years. They're incredible. We were talking a little bit earlier about Fox and their electronic suspension technology that comes stock in some of the Polaris RZRs, or you can get it added on as aftermarket. And it's pretty crazy to think that with the flip of a switch, you can change your suspension. You know, it really makes your life a lot easier.
You know, recently too, you know, over the last couple of years, I've seen more and more Dirtco stuff popping up. What's that all about? Is that your company? And
yeah. Well, you know, we started Dirtco with the idea that off-roaders needed a clothing brand, and I really got tired of these guys showing up to off-road races wearing Quicksilver. You know, they don't even surf, so I'm like, hey, let's make some stuff for off-roaders, by off-roaders, that's functional. So we've got a lot of different things in there, including our off-road socks that everybody fell in love with, but go check us out, dirtco.com, and we have a trailer here, lots of merch for the event, as well as stuff that's evergreen that you can wear out to the bar, or you know, just everyday kind of apparel. We've got some loud stuff, we got some mellow stuff, lots of hats as well, and so you know, we love doing it. It's a funny thing because I always make stuff that I want to wear, which is usually not loud and blacked out, right? And my guys always tease me and make sure that we do some other shirts as well. So go check out the Dirtco trailer here, or check us out online at dirtco.com.
So short course today. Let's cover that a little bit, huh?
Yeah, that was a wild one.
It was fun because I guess Ronnie Anderson won it.
Yeah.
And I was just arriving here this morning for that and happened to walk right up to Bo Barron as he pulls in.
Yeah.
And Bo goes, dude, it was so dusty out there. What else could I do? And I just looked at him and I said, take second. And yeah, that cheered him up a little bit. He goes, yeah, I guess that's a good point.
Yeah.
He goes, all right, I'm good with it. Yeah. So.
Well, and dust is always a factor at off-road races, right?
Absolutely.
That's part of the deal. The morning races is a little bit worse because the moisture in the air hangs the dust. It just hangs in the air longer. Right now, it's going pretty good. We've got a nice breeze, so these racers are getting that dust cleared pretty quickly. One of the cool stories, you know, I don't profess to be the greatest off-road racer. I definitely race. I do a lot of riding, but I ask a lot of questions still. And fortunately, I have some of the best off-road racers to ask questions to. And I remember asking Rob Mack about the same thing. I said, you know, he must have some sort of Jedi ninja skills in the dust. And I'm like, Rob, you know, tell me, give me the insight. Like, what's the deal? How do you deal with the dust? And he leans over and he goes, I slow down. And I'm like, that's not the answer I wanted. I wanted to tell me some like Jedi stuff, you know, you squint your eyes and roll them or something, and flip the lights on and off, and then you can see through it. But slowing down was just really the
surprising but cool answer.
Yeah, and it reminds me of the same advice that Larry Ragland told me about rocks. Is, you know, I said, well, what do you do about all the rocks? He goes, don't hit them.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, well, yeah, no kidding, but you know, sometimes you're going and you know, it is what it is. But
let's talk about the Campbells a little bit.
Definitely.
You know, I know they're icons in the rock world, speaking of rocks, but
yeah, and the whole family was out racing with us. We had Shannon Campbell and both of his kids out racing with us, and no, it's really cool. I mean, they're really into UTV racing. Obviously, they're huge in the Ultra 4 racing, and they're all really good and really fast. And what's cool about it, I think it's a little bit of props back to Polaris, because specifically Shannon was the guy who pushed independent suspension on the Rock World. You know, the Rock World was always about those rear solid axle suspension, and they still are, right? And in fact, this last year, a solid axle car won the King of the Hammers. So there's always this debate of solid axle versus independent suspension, and of course UTVs are independently suspended, so you know it's like a mini rock buggy for him. So they raced their Razors and the Hammers. They've raced them at the World Championship and a few other races as well. So really cool to see them out here, you know, UTV racing and battling it out with everybody.
Yeah, it was cool to watch the live feed a couple years ago at King of the Hammers when it was two of the family members battling for the finish.
Oh yeah, he definitely wants to beat his kids. You know, it's funny because you know, he just recently sold his car, and that was the first real, I guess, more advanced IFS car. And the reason he sold it is because he built one for his son that is better than his car. And so he told me, hey, now I've got to build one that's better than my son's car because he's beating me, right? So talk about competition within the family. It's really cool to see them you know, doing that.
Yeah, that's very cool.
You know, and his daughter as well, she's fast.
Yep.
Right? So both his son and daughter building race cars, racing race cars, out here racing with us at the UTV World Championship.
Three of them, right? Shannon's dad, and then Waylon and Bailey?
Yep, that's right. Gotcha. Waylon, Bailey, and Shannon.
Very cool.
And actually, she just had a baby, I think, like 2 weeks ago. So pretty cool to see her out racing.
Yeah. The team grows.
Yep. Campbell family.
Let's see if we got any updates here. Still no Todd Romano through Sector 2.
Trevor, talk to us about Lucretia's decision on wanting to take the back row, wanting to let everybody get rid of the carnage in the first few laps. Normally she qualifies a lot higher, so a lot of people are just probably wondering why she decided to take the back row.
Well, we've ran this track a few times, quite a bit, and there's a lot of tight corners with a lot of big rocks in them, and we just felt that it was a smarter decision, start in the back, let all the new guys go out there, tear their cars up, and drive right on past.
Well, she's done it out here. Coming into the weekend, how did she feel? Game plan, strategy? Was there anything different that she wanted to, since we moved it over here to Havasu, other from Laughlin?
Not really. You know, everything was laid back. We're real confident in our program and the way the car's working. So it was just, you know, get the car together and go out there and have some fun.
Well, she's one of my favorite. You heard it here. She wants to go out, have a little fun. And BC, I know Lucretia holds a special place in your heart. You know, from out of here, she does a lot of medical work. And also, I know she was helping your dad. Back up to you guys.
Okay. I was trying to turn it into French beret. Right?
Cajun.
Right? Awesome. But yeah, her whole family races. Her son pits for him. Her husband, crew chiefs. You know, her dad is involved. Like, again, really cool to see such a family-oriented team.
Yeah, I've gotten to know them a little bit through, you know, just hanging out at the hospital with Lucretia, taking care of my dad, and then I'd be like, hey, you guys want to meet for dinner? And they'd come out and have dinner with us at Shogun here in town, and you know, just kind of built a friendship through that. A great family. Eric, her husband's a great dude.
Yeah,
you know?
super cool.
Yeah.
So I got an update from Robert Blanton from Warfighter. He said his racer's name is Tim Hall.
Tim Hall.
Yep, number
okay.
1922. And again, this guy's out there racing with only hand controls because he's a double leg amputee. Lost his legs in combat, and this isn't his first race. He raced the Mint with us. And this guy is great, man. He's all smiles.
Yeah, and he's running right at the pace of everybody else. You know, let's compare him to like let's compare him to Robbie Gordon. How's that? Sector 2, Robbie did a 10:31, and Tim did an 11:15. So
right.
I mean, that's respectable right there.
That's really respectable.
Or very respectable. Not having what's he missing? A leg or
no? Both legs.
Both legs.
Yeah, both legs.
Unbelievable.
Right. And so, I mean, that's a really cool thing. Don't let things like that stop you. Come out and race with us. You know, doesn't matter what your handicap is. You can still get in a car and come race. We can fashion hand controls for you, and you could be up in the mix with everybody.
There's another guy here that has no legs. That he's been in the scene. I think he raced short course for a while. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. His name's slipping me though.
Yeah, slipping me too. And he had a little. He had a video come out a couple years ago with a story. And
George Hamill.
George Hamill, yeah.
Yep, he took a bad spill at the UTV World Championship, climbed out of his car, and actually got clipped by another car, and spent a good chunk of time in the hospital. I mean,
yeah.
And he is a paraplegic as well. I mean, he has his legs, but he has to walk with braces. But yeah, he's back racing. You know?
That blows my mind, man.
Yeah, talk about not giving up. It's a really cool story. And
George Hamill, that's right. Awesome. Yep. Respect to George.
Yep, got to give him some love and respect for sure. Yeah, we were talking a little bit earlier about the Warfighter Made Foundation. You know, if you want to do something and donate to our veterans, go to warfightermade.com and donate some money, and know that 100% of it goes to actually helping wounded combat veterans. A really cool organization. A good friend of ours, Robert Blanton, runs that. He actually does something too very special for us. He creates a trophy, right? That's for that's given away to the person who displays the warrior spirit, right? Mm-hmm. And every year we give that away to somebody, and it's usually somebody who didn't have such a good race, right? But who didn't give up, you know. And that's in the spirit of off-road racing. You know, the late Corky McMillan had a saying that I hear in my head all the time, and it's true of racing, it's true of life, it's true of business, it's definitely true right now through all this COVID stuff that that everybody's dealing with, which is never ever give up. You know, with the McMillans, there's many races that we had problems early on, and he wouldn't let them quit. Mm-hmm. They had to complete the race, even if it was the day after the race. They would get to the finish line so that they could go home and say that they actually finished.
Very cool. All right, what I'm looking at now is Sector 3 starting to pop in here.
So where's Dodge?
So we got Dodge,
still
Sector 3 at a 20.03. And next down, believe it or not, is a Tim Stewart and the Sid Wilson at a 23.03.
Interesting.
Andrew Carlson, 24:18.
Wow. Where's Robbie at?
Robbie hasn't come through Sector 3 yet, according to this.
Robbie may have had some problems.
So is this saying they're still on, they wouldn't be on lap 1 still then?
No, they'd be second lap.
Second lap,
Yep.
okay.
And think about it. Second lap, 3 more to go. They're not even halfway through the race yet, and we're already seeing lots of attrition. So part of this, I mean, we talk about the finish rates. Generally in an off-road race, your finish rate is anywhere between 40 and 60%.
So that's showing their total lap time then?
Yeah, their total accrued time, yep.
Okay.
There might be another view of this that you can click on that shows.
So then Dodge Pullman's time was a 49:16.
Yep.
Aaron Clark just came through. Okay, the times are finally
Starting to
popping through
populate.
here. That's nice. Okay, so Dodge Pullman's lap, 49:16. Caden Wells with a 50.15.
Well, it looks like Caden's moved up, right?
Uh-huh. Colton Husted with a 50.31. So the top 3 guys are 15 seconds apart.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's one of the cool things. I mean, I'm going to say this probably 20 times, but about off-road racing is, we have such high competition in this that we'll go an entire race and you're winning on seconds. I mean, it's happened at the Mint, it's happened at the Ball 1000. After all those miles, it's just seconds, right? And
Yep.
so, everything counts now. It's like you can't lose time on anything, or that could be your race.
Robbie Gordon's through with the 54-second lap time, 30 seconds.
So he's definitely moving.
So now we're just waiting for more to register. Unlimited right now. Tim Stewart's leading.
Hey.
That's pretty awesome.
If Sid Wilson wins the UTV World Championship, I sense a party. I don't know that Havasu was ready for that one. We might have an off-the-books Slipknot, play here, right?
Here's the problem.
Yeah.
There's 4 more laps.
Right.
So
definitely.
I told Tim before he walked out of here, I go, dude, if you're going to go out there and drive 100%, drop it down to 80.
Drop it down to 60 probably.
Yeah.
But no, it's tricky here because, you want to stay clean. You want to stay up front. There's so many factors here. We're talking about lap traffic. We're talking about course deterioration. We haven't even talked about driver fatigue. This is a busy course. There's not very many areas for you to just rest and drive straight. So, it's going to wear the drivers out quicker than, a lot of these courses that have a less technical course. So, lots of factors at play. And one of the things I'm interested to see too is as it gets dark, there's some racers who are better in the dark than they are in the daytime because they get that tunnel vision and they're able to focus more. I remember talking to the great Larry Rossler, who's just won everything on a bike and in a trophy truck, still trophy truck racing, which I'm glad to see. And he prefers driving at night. He says, I'm faster at night. I'm not focused on all the extraneous stuff. What a great shot we've got coming from our drone.
So Aaron Clark is okay, we got another that has come through. Looks like Scott Baker stepped up into the 7th position with a 54-second lap time. So Robbie Gordon's running 6th at a 54:30. Scott Baker just came through for 7th at a 54:50.
And so what we're looking at and what we're talking about is our timing and scoring, which is corrected time. So it's still possible that Robbie Gordon could be in front of all these guys, but being beat on time.
Ryder Steinberger's in. So Ryder would be running 5th right now in his class. Nope, he just got passed by Lucretia. So let me run down through the Desert Pro Unlimited. Right now leading the race is Tim Stewart and Sid Wilson from Slipknot at a 57:37 second lap. Cameron Ornelas with a 59 second 48 second lap. Andrew Carlson right at 1 minute or 1 hour 34 minutes 34 seconds. Billy Goff, do you know how to say his name? Getch. 1 hour 42 seconds, and Lucretia is at 1 hour 2 minutes 15 seconds. And rounding out the 6th position in Desert Pro Unlimited is Ryder Steinberger, the weather grandson, at 1 hour 2 minutes.
I'm just going to go ahead and call it Weather Boy.
The Weather Boy.
We tried to call his dad Weather Boy because, you know, technically he's the son of the weatherman.
Yeah.
It didn't really fly.
Yeah.
You can't call a 50-year-old man Weather Boy, you know? Especially for his accomplishments. He's a pretty accomplished trophy truck racer as well.
Yeah.
So, no, it's really cool. Really cool to see Ryder out there battling.
Let's see if we have an update here on NA. No, nobody through yet, so I'll call it down. Dodge Pullman running 1st, Caden Wells 2nd, Colton Husted 3rd, Damon Kelly running 4th, Brett Ward running 5th, JD March 6th, Robbie Gordon running 7th, 8th Scott Baker, 9th Todd Romano, and Austin Bolton rounding out the top 10 in Desert Pro, normally aspirated.
Yeah, this is awesome race.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out here at the BF Goodrich Arch. This is a true testament of how incredible this course has been. Some of the cars are hitting 60 feet, and we were talking about how technical it was, and this is showing just a little bit of the technical things. If you don't land this right, it could be a bad day for anyone. But what we've been seeing is that the gaps are getting smaller and smaller. Some cars out there are getting faster and faster, and as we just watched 3 cars go through the BF Goodrich Arch, this means it could be anybody's race. Back up to you guys.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
Welcome back, everybody. What we've been talking about all day long is just what's been happening with this terrain. Everything has been crazy. What we've been talking about also is the new ruts coming out and the rocks coming out. As you see right behind me, one of the vehicles is out. Not sure, but we have one of the tow trucks, safety trucks out there helping them out. And this is where we've been talking about going into lap 4, going into lap 5. It's going to get crazy out there. It's really going to be a test of everything. Back up to you guys.
Jason, you got me?
I'm gonna have to get some type of food in my stomach at some point here. I haven't eaten shit.
Retrieval crew doing our work, right? We give a big shout out to those guys. David Nieberhaus, Safety Solutions, keeping everybody safe, making sure that we get people retrieved from the course and deal with any safety issues that may occur. Always sucks to see somebody go out on a strap. I know from personal experience, that's not the fun way.
But it's gonna happen here and there.
That's right. That's right. So we're back. 2020 UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We're off on the second lap here. Race leaders have taken the second lap. 2 of 5. Gaps are starting to form. There's also a lot of tight battling.
We're only missing 3 guys from the Pro NA class for that first lap. Ryan O'Hara, he hasn't come through, nor has Connor McMullen or Joshua Grenwalt. As far as the lineup's concerned, Dodge Pullman, Caden Wells, and Colton Husted are on the podium position right now, with Drake Smith in 4th. Damon Kelly in 5th, Brett Ward 6th, JD Marsh 7th, Robbie Gordon 8th, Scott Baker 9th, and rounding out the top 10s, Todd Romano. Dropping down to the unlimited class, your current leader is Travis Zollinger, with a 52-minute lap. Right behind him, Brock Smith, a 53-minute lap. Jacob Krotz in 3rd, a 53.5-minute lap. And Mike Gardner running 4th, 53.31. So the difference between Jacob Krotz and Mike Gardner is just about 2.5 seconds. That's awesome.
That's a race. That's really, and that's one of the cool things, though, is like when you're out there and you may not be in first position, but it doesn't matter. There's a guy in front of you. You want to hunt him down.
Absolutely.
And pass him, right?
Yeah. I mean, where would you rather be, the hunted or the hunter?
I always want to be the hunter.
Yeah.
It's one of the things. It's like we were talking about how qualifying affects this, and look, this is a tight track. You really have to plan your passes. There are passing zones, but you've got to be ready to take advantage of those and kind of be strategic about your racing. So it makes it interesting. But me personally, I would have liked to have qualified 10th, right, and be right up in that front pack picking guys off, right. clear air's nice, taking the clear air's nice, but I think it's, I think it's going to be difficult to really set the pace here, like you push too hard, you're done. You don't push enough, everybody's going to catch you and you're done.
Yep.
So it's definitely tricky. Yeah, this is awesome. So yeah, we were talking about Travis Zollinger before, really cool story. He came out of snowmobile racing and then got over into UTV racing. Of course, he was manufacturing race parts for snowmobiles, and then he started doing it for UTVs. So, there's a few guys that do that. One of our friends that's not here is one of the former champ of the UTV World Championship, Phil Blurton, right? He's a racer builder, so he really knows when you do that, you really know what your car can take.
Yeah, Blurton's career seems pretty impressive. Seems like he popped up, as far as what I've seen, in the last maybe 3-4 years, and just kicked ass right out the gate.
Well, I can tell you, out of a lot of the racers that I've met, he takes it so seriously. I mean, him and his co-driver cut weight before races to lose an additional 20 pounds so that they can be faster. So, there's a lot of serious racers, but
maybe I can get on as his co-pilot.
I don't think he would allow us. I think both of us tipped the scale too far in the other direction, So, yeah, it's one of those deals. But yeah, it's really cool to see Travis Zollinger, really cool story.
That us?
Yeah, so Dodge Pullman still out front.
Dodge Pullman still out front. Caden Wells and Colton Husted.
That's good. All right, we're going to pay some bills here and take a little break.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Ford & Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shock Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar. featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series light bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Ooh, lap 2 came in.
All right, we're back at the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR, and we have some updates. We're just into lap 2 with the race leaders, and I'm going to throw it to my boy here.
Yeah, this is an impressive update. So
BC.
Dodge Pullman with a 50.41 second lap time, still in the lead. Next is Caden Wells with a 50.40. So he beat Dodge Pullman this lap by 1 second.
So he's gaining.
Now, Robbie Gordon comes in with a 46.33 minute lap time.
Wow.
So, you know, we're looking, what, 2.5 seconds, 3.5 seconds, or 3.5 minutes faster than Dodge Pullman. Colton Holstead is now down to 4th place with a 51.19 second lap time. Drake Smith rounds out the top 5, 53 minutes.
So my guess, being a guessing man, would be that Robbie had a problem and had some downtime, and now he's on the gas trying to make that up.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that pans out. Dylan Kelly in a Yamaha, 53 minute lap time, running 6th place. 7th is Brett Ward in his RZR, 54.11. JD Marsh in his RZR, 54.17. 9th place, Scott Baker in a RZR, 54.50. That's it for lap 2 so far. Let's head down to the Unlimiteds. So nobody from Unlimited has come through to start their second lap yet.
Yeah,
their third lap, I mean.
We were talking about that earlier. Let's compare times, because again, you know, in all fairness, it would only be a good comparison if we had clean laps for the comparison between the Unlimiteds and the NA cars.
So who's leading the Unlimited is Travis Zollinger, and his time from his first lap was 52.05.
So slower than the...
So he's about 2 minutes... maybe a minute and a half slower than Dodge Pullman.
So that could be lap traffic and dust, right? But, you know, that's one of the things that we were talking about. In off-road racing, lap traffic is part of the deal.
Absolutely.
You know?
So, yeah, we're still waiting for the Unlimiteds to come through.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. One of the things, you know, we should talk about is the different platforms. So we've got, of course, Polaris RZR racing with us. We've got Arctic Cat. We've got Yamaha. There's some Kawasaki's. There's some Can-Ams. So when we started putting this course together, one of the things that I thought a Yamaha would actually be pretty good, because you have the ability to shift in those, and that allows you to kind of carry your momentum and stay in the power band, right? And this is a tight course, but you know, that being said, there's also some big holes out there and some rough stuff where the Polaris RZRs really shine. You know, the Arctic Cats, same thing. That was a platform. Those Speed Cats were built by Robbie, so they're not your average Arctic Cat. You know, they're up there doing well. And then of course Can-Am. I mean, look, Can-Am builds a fantastic vehicle. And you cannot deny, you know, the success that Phil Blurton's been having on that platform and his 2-seat car. One of the interesting things that's transpired in the newer version of the Polaris RZR is they lengthen the wheelbase of the 2-seater. Traditionally, we've all bought 4-seaters and converted those into desert cars because that length helps us deal with the big holes, right? But now, Polaris keeps evolving, and the new two-seat 2021 car, it's a little bit bigger to deal with that.
So is it the XP Pro, or is it the S model?
I think all of them are.
The
geometry is the same.
Okay.
And that Turbo S, that just has more horsepower, right? And it has a few little bells and whistles too that you probably want. I know they've been working really hard, and they've improved the belts as well and the clutching. So I personally got to drive those cars, and they're a lot of fun. Coming into this upcoming year, I hope to be doing a little bit more racing in one.
Sure.
There's also the secret mystery car, the 4-cylinder car that's out there that's supposed to be hitting, I think, sometime in 2021.
And that's coming from Polaris?
That's coming from Polaris. We know that there's one we also know there's one coming from Can-Am. So that's going to be interesting, I don't know that a 4-cylinder car would do better in this particular race, but it might do better in the more wide open races where you can open it up and go toe-to-toe. With other vehicles like a Class 10 car. So, lots yet to come in technology and developments from UTVs. And they're already fast cars.
What's amazing is just, since Polaris came out with the RZR, the original RZR, how fast it has, the performance of them has grown. What was that? 10 years ago?
No, it's only been 7 years.
7 years? Okay.
Yeah.
7 years, and now look where we're at with the RZR S, and they're just incredible. They've always, I've had every RZR since they've come out, and it's just amazing. I remember when the RZR S came out. Remember the original RZR S?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what a difference that was from the original RZR. And every time they came out with a new RZR, it blew my mind just like that. Love them.
Yeah, one of the things. Oh, look at the chatter bumps that are forming. Woo! That's one of the things. One of the things with these 32-inch tires, right? 4-wheel drive vehicles. So after running on stuff consecutively, what you start getting is these little chatter bumps, and they're not necessarily hard to deal with. They just rattle you to death, right? And considering we're already seeing that type of a breakdown, going into the third lap or going into the second lap, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be rough out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret to anybody. This is definitely a race of attrition. So I'm curious to see how it pans out. See if we got any of the unlimited guys through yet.
Yeah, this area of the desert, again, beautiful area of the Mojave. We're right on the banks of the Colorado River, so there's lots of vegetation, lots of animal life. The beauty, we love the beauty of the desert. That's why we're out here doing this. So, do us a favor, don't trash the desert. Take some trash out with you.
Always carry trash bags with you. I've done that for years. See trash, stop and pick it up.
I just got an update from Robert Blanton. He said Tim is broke around marker 7, and we're going to try and get some assistance to him. What a bummer.
Yeah, for
Tim
sure.
Hall broken at pit 7. Sorry, marker 7, not pit 7. I'm adding pits.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's been a little while. We'll go back to a couple of the sponsors. AZ West Power Sports.
Yeah.
Like I said, having my RZR out here and recreational riding all the time. If I've ever run into any issues with a clutch or something like that, those guys were always eager to help, and I never went in there saying, I know people from Polaris. It was just like, dude, can you help me fix this? Oh, sure. I'm here for Thanksgiving, Yeah, we'll get you in real quick, and they've been great. Big fan of that place.
Yeah, they do a great job. They're just on the south side of the city. So, you're looking for a RZR, you're looking for a UTV, go in and see the guys at AZ West. Come out to the UTV World Championship and go spectate on the AZ West Spectator Ridge. They've got a nice setup up there with tents, and they're cooking hamburgers and hot dogs and giving them away to everybody. Just out here having a good time watching all the racing go down.
Okay.
Yeah, we couldn't do this without the support of all of our sponsors. So, you know, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back with more off-road racing action.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Kidrich, OnX Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We're into the second lap of the NA naturally aspirated NA race combined with the unlimited race, and we have Dodge Pullman out front, Caden Wells in third, and Robbie Gordon and his son Max.
Which I think we've been talking about Robbie Gordon this whole time, but I think Max is driving.
Pretty sure Max is driving.
12-year-old Max Gordon
is
driving and just threw a 46.5-minute lap time in with the leader. To compare, the leader Dodge Pullman ran a 50-minute 41-second lap time.
So how many minutes a lap is that faster?
About 3.5.
So he's, you know, like we were talking about earlier, we think they had some issues, and he's putting some time back on them right now.
4 minutes, yeah. So he does that again, he's probably going to be up in first place.
Yeah, that's crazy. So again, you know, here at the UTV World Championship, it's not just necessarily about your track position, but you know, your time. So there could be a guy in the back that ends up winning it on time. So at the end of the day, you know, you are racing a clock, which always makes it interesting at the finish. takes us a few minutes to verify who won based on our timing and scoring.
Still waiting to see if there's some type of bottleneck back there, but it's not showing anybody from the unlimited class coming through, but they were only 2 seconds slower last time, so
yeah,
wondering what's going on with that.
For sure. I mean, as people get grouped up, you know, there's going to be hang-ups, right? Bottlenecks, you know. We've had cars flip over and block the course before. That slows everybody down. So that's all luck of the draw, you know, and all the races that I've been in as well. You know, I've been stuck in some pretty nasty bottlenecks, and it allowed the race leaders, unfortunately, to gap us out. And, you know, I took a third place at a race in Mexico one time, and the gap was 20 minutes. So it was kind of a shameful third place,
Yeah.
but it was due to a bottleneck. So it's part of the deal.
It happens. So, as we said, Dodge Pullman still holding out the top position. Caden Wells just behind him. Max Gordon third. Colton Husted fourth. Drake Smith fifth. Brett Ward sixth.
Do we have any updates on our boy Adrian Oriana?
Let's find that out. I'm not seeing him anywhere on here. Are you sure?
Yeah, I thought he was in this one.
Huh. No, he's not in the spreadsheet at all.
All right.
Looks like Stephen Poole, Christopher Redden, Logan Goodall, Josh Shelton, Jesse Rodriguez, Randy Gillette, Jimmy Walker, and Brooke Jensen all have not finished a lap and may be out of the race. Not sure if they're out of the race. Can't tell from here, but they haven't finished a lap yet.
Yeah, let's see how it turns out, man.
Yeah.
Exciting either way. You never want to see those guys break, but that's part of the deal.
Unfortunately, it is. You know, I mean, off-road racing, you're going to break. You know, the champion probably breaks quite a bit too. You know, it just happens.
Oh yeah. For every guy who's won a race, he can tell you 10 stories about, hey, I was leading when, right?
I mean, you know, what's been really cool for me is seeing my buddy Wes win some races. You know, like I always knew that he had some victories in him, but he just had, getting into UTV racing, just had some bad luck with a lot of things, you know.
Sure.
And he finally got his program together and has done a good job.
No, a good friend of mine, Wes Miller, you know, I mean, he bought me my one good knife. It's like a running joke between us. But no, he's had some unlimited wins recently, which has been really cool to see. You know, as well, we were talking earlier about Mike Caffro. Mike Caffro's been on a tear. He switched over to the rally class, and he's won, I believe, 2 Baja 500s and 2 Baja 1000s back to back. You know, and in talking to him, he really believes that relatively stock vehicle can overall the UTVs. So now that's his mission, is he doesn't want to just win his class. He wants to beat all the UTVs in a relatively stock car, which is, it's going to be a task, you know. One of the cars that'll be racing tomorrow that Doug Fortin will be piloting, as well as the sister car that Brett Serapis will be piloting, I wanted to bring up, they're called the Orion cars, right? And these cars are very interesting because what Fortin had done is he'd basically taken every Can-Am part and made it better. He rebuilt the front diff, he rebuilt all the hubs, basically made everything trophy truck level build, and you know, built this car. And so our rules state that you have to still have the stock frame rail geometry, so you can't radically change the geometry of the vehicle. So but outside of that, you can build a race car, right? And that's basically what Doug Fortin's done with these 2 vehicles. Now the only 2 vehicles in existence right now are here racing. Doug's piloting one of them, and Brett Serapis is piloting the other one. So tomorrow it's going to be interesting because the advantage to those cars is that they can take more abuse because the parts are built better.
Yes.
Right? So it's going to be interesting to see tomorrow if they push harder than the vehicles that are racing right now, and if those vehicles live.
Yeah, definitely curious to see what the times of the Pro Turbos tomorrow are compared to these today.
Yeah, and talking to some of the drivers, you know, they've said to me that they're not sure that a turbo is an advantage here because, again, the tightness of the course, you know, you're not getting those top speeds that a turbo, you know, really the value of it, you know, the lower speeds, the 0 to 30s, that constant on off again, it takes a minute for the turbo to kick in. There's a little bit of turbo lag there. The other thing is heats, right? It's not terribly hot today. It's cooled down. We've got a nice breeze, but you know, those turbos put off a lot of heat, you know, so on the bigger, hotter, longer races, overheating is an issue.
Absolutely, and it looks like Travis Zollinger has made it through with a. So for instance, his last lap, his best lap is 52:05. I don't know what happened, but he's 2 minutes slower this lap. So it could be the track, could be an issue with the car, who knows? But he's 2 seconds slower. So let's see what happens when Jacob Krotz comes through, or Mike Gardner. So Mike Gardner ran a 53 last lap, and Travis just did a 54:10.
Wow. And that's about what we figured it would be, you know. We figured that these laps would be about an hour. I was surprised when the short course guys were doing them in 40, right? But they're, you know, again, they were only going 2 laps, so it's a little bit different race. You know, these guys have just hit their 2 laps. They're into their 3rd. So this is
a lot more guys out there right now too, right?
There are, and this is where it gets interesting. Talking a little bit about that earlier race, I was really stoked to see, you know, Ronnie Anderson get the win. You know, he's the younger brother of RJ Anderson, and really, really fast guy in a UTV. I think he's one of the fastest guys out there in a UTV.
Yeah.
And you know, probably doesn't get the credit he deserves, but you know, he got a big win here. This is going to be good for his career in off-road racing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great family. RJ's always been a nice guy. When, you know, I don't know him very well, but
fantastic guy.
Just anytime I've chatted with him, he's just the nicest dude.
And another one of those families, like his father is one of the OG suspension experts, you know, so like that transfer of knowledge definitely gets you up to speed quicker. You know, Randy Anderson, you know, one of the OGs, and runs Walker Evans Racing, you know.
Hot Randy, right?
Hot Randy, right?
I don't really know why he has that nickname, but I kind of don't really want to find out.
That's usually after 2 Coors beers. That's about his limit, right? But no, stoked for Ronnie Anderson and the Anderson family. That was a big win.
Congrats, Ronnie. Still nobody else in the unlimited class registering here for lap 2. See if anything's changed up top.
Get my little drag of racer coffee here. Keep us going.
Yeah, I bought a box of K-Cups from them yesterday.
Yeah, great company.
Support,
Yep, Racer Coffee, if you get a chance to check them out. They support us, we should support them. Lots of brands here out here supporting us, you know, and even brands that are under no travel requirements because of their corporate structure have still, you know, reached out and supported us financially. One of them I'm going to talk about is Rockford Fosgate. They've been sponsoring us for years. And if you need a sound system, they're the ones, right? So, you know, occasionally when you want to go bump your tunes, I shouldn't say occasionally, I always want to bump my tunes.
Yeah.
You know, when you want to rock the Slipknot, you know, out at Glamis, you do it with your Rockford Fosgate system.
Sure.
They have some really cool plug-and-play systems now for your UTV, so go check them out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to connect. We're gonna have to connect Sid with them.
Oh, definitely. That's a no-brainer.
Without saying the other brand, you know, because I have so much respect for them, but the owner, we were trying to hook Sid up with them before, and the owner is very faith-based, and you know, a lot of people still think that metal bands worship the devil. And I just say, you got to meet these guys. They're just a bunch of hicks from Iowa, you know, nice dudes. It's all show business. That's all it is.
It's entertainment, people.
Entertainment, just like all these drivers.
Chill out. Yeah, just like
they're entertainers.
And just like the WWF, that guy's not really going to kill you. You know what I mean? But some people can't differentiate. You want to keep giving shouts out to the brands that support us. One of them is a relatively new wheel company, Venom Rex, right? I don't know if you saw their wheels out there, but they have some pretty stylish wheels. You know, lighter, lots of style, so you're not putting the same old boring, you know, flat black, you know, wheels that everybody else is. Their wheels have a bit more style, so go check out Venom Rex, their website, livestream.com, or on social media, of course.
Gotcha. PCI radios taking care of the drivers out here, huh?
Yeah, definitely. You know, look, we have the weatherman out here, and as far as I'm concerned, any race we ever do, the weatherman will be here with us, right? His dad's actually started the tradition back at the Mint 400, I believe it was in the 70s, you know, and basically was race control, or sorry, safety control, so that racers could call in and get rescues, right? And that's, you know, what he's doing here today and carrying on that tradition for a second generation.
And tell me a little bit about Jamar Performance.
Jamar Performance makes all kinds of off-road parts, off-road performance parts, high-end off-road performance parts. So, you know, if you need something for your race UTV, your race vehicle, go check out their products. Great company.
Cool. Looks like we had a couple guys come in from, oh, look at that. What did I tell you? Mike Gardner running second right now in Pro Unlimited. He ran a 53.31 this lap, and Travis Zollinger ran a 54.10. So he's 40 seconds faster than Travis this lap.
Nice.
Earned him the second position right now.
He's starting to reel him in. Man, you know that, wow, you know, people are really cooking. You know, the psychology that goes down in your head and the games that the drivers play with each other, it's just bonkers, you know. It's really cool to watch it all unfold. It's like a giant 3D chess match.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we always say about jiu-jitsu. It's like all these different factors, right? It's the same in off-road racing. You have, you know, the course deterioration. You've got the lap traffic. You've got now these guys are shortly going to be approaching sundown. They're going to have the sun in their face through the dust, right? Then all the vehicle issues, right?
I got to correct myself. Actually, it's Brock Smith in the #1 spot, but he hasn't come through yet. So I think that's going to change. I'll bet Travis is, excuse me, up top with Gardner second. But as of right now, Brock Smith is still in first position, corrected. We'll see if that changes here. He's missing in action as far as coming across the start finish right now. So I'll update you there in just a second.
Yeah, one of the families too that you know, I want to bring up, good friends of ours, the Schulers. They were one of the pioneers in UTV racing, and they're out here racing. They'll be racing tomorrow, and yeah, really cool guys. But father and son both raced. Now the son's racing, Brandon Schuler.
Yeah.
So, you know, in this long race, this is the type of stuff he does well in. So it'll be interesting to see how he does tomorrow.
Yeah, they're OG's Polaris family, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, they were back racing them when they were, you know, really not race vehicles, right?
Right, yeah.
So, you know, they helped pioneer, they helped pioneer UTV racing.
Yep. Mia Chapman still hasn't come around to start her second lap yet. Tim Stewart and Sid Wilson have yet to come across to start their second lap. Let's see, 54. They should be popping in there anytime if they're still doing okay. Rugged Radios here, all Lance and the boys out there taking care of everyone as usual.
Yeah, definitely need to give a shout out to those guys. They are powering our communications for all of our racing, our race ops, all of our production ops are all being powered by rugged radios.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one of the things I want to talk about a little bit is the Matlocks, and so, Kristen Matlock in particular, she's been one of the women who've not just been racing, but winning races. Mm-hmm. And it's shown a lot of other women like that they can come do this and not just participate, but win. So it's been a really cool thing. And one of the cool things that's happening with her, there's an announcement made about a week ago that both her, Wayne, and Craig Scanlon, who we both know really well, are going to race Dakar.
I think that's awesome.
That's a huge victory for those guys,
Mm-hmm.
just biting that off. So it's really going to be cool to go and cheer for them. I'm planning on going to Saudi and being there. I was there this last year for Blade and Mitch Guthrie Jr.,
Mm-hmm.
who had both come from UTV racing.
Yeah.
So it's a really cool evolution to see, and those vehicles are being built by Jimco down in El Cajon. My good friend Robbie Pierce overseeing the build of those, and it's going to be exciting. But we'll show you guys a little bit more of the Dakar stuff here in a minute. But first, let's take a break, and we'll go from there.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Kidrich, OnX Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris. Think outside. There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris. Think outside.
No, we're coming back in right now. All right, welcome back to the UTV World Championship presented by Polaris RZR. We've got some heated battles going on throughout two different classes of racing here in the afternoon race, and it's already been quite dramatic. We have a leader who's holding his position, Dodge Pullman, but we have a lot of battling going on behind him, and then some of it's physical, but most of it's on time. PC, do you want to run us down positions?
Yeah, so Dodge Pullman, his first lap, he ran a 49.16, put him out there pretty far. This last lap, he ran a 50.41, whereas Caden Wells just ran a 50.40, so right there at the same time. But Max Gordon ran a 46.33, bringing him back up to third place. So if Max keeps running like that, Max is going to be in first place on the next lap. Let's just see what happens there. It kind of brings a little drama into the game today. Running fourth is Colton Husted with a 51.19 second lap. Dylan Kelly in third. Dylan Kelly in fifth. Scott Baker in sixth with a 54.58. J.D. Marsh in seventh with a 56.24. Alan Alexander has moved up into eighth with a 55.21. That was his fastest lap of the day. Timothy Hall running ninth, but we believe we got word that Timothy Hall had broken. Do you think he might be back in the mix now?
Yeah, I haven't gotten word yet from Robert Blanton, but yeah, he was out, and just, to carry that story forward, Tim is a double leg amputee that was injured in war, in combat, and was essentially a combat wounded veteran that's racing with us in the Warfighter made 4-seat Polaris RZR. So we sent out a crew just to check up on him, make sure he's all right, and get him back going again, hopefully.
Hey, just to add a little tidbit to it, thanks for having me back. Had a nice little break. Now I'm all jazzed up, and man, I'm going to spool this thing all the way to the end. Anyway, you guys are doing a great job. I pulled it up on Facebook Live. I was watching you guys while I was having my break, and it's phenomenal. It's really cool to be able to watch and catch up and stay in tune so I don't come back like, hey, I'm an idiot. I don't know what was going on. What's kind of neat about that. So check into UTV.com on the Facebook Live. Either one, you can check out the live feed. This is so cool. I mean, it really was. I mean, I got to detune a little bit, listen in, and then now I'm all jazzed up, but I'm still hip on what's going on, which is really cool. You guys covered a bunch of great sponsors. Going back to Timmy.
Yep.
So Tim and I have a great relationship between the two of us because his name's Tim. I'm Tim.
Is your name Tim?
I think so, sometimes. So my nickname is Timmy, off the South Park, Timmy. Right. But he took it to a new level. Okay, he's in a wheelchair. Okay, because he's a double amputee, but probably the greatest human you ever want to talk to. Every time I see him, I interview him. Like every time, the greatest outlook on life, period, and the greatest personality. And I mean, if you think you're having a bad day, you just take your right hand, reach it way up, and slap the crap out of yourself, because this dude just lays all that stuff down. And he's out there racing. So first ever double amputee racer in the World Championship.
Yep.
First ever.
Yeah.
I know he has a little bit of a problem running into stuff, because he's doing the whole thing with his two hands.
Right.
Okay. So you want to talk about attrition? Don't ever shake that dude's hand. That's what I'm saying. He'll rip your hand right off your forearm. I mean, the dude's got a grip like you don't even know. Anyway, so him being out here in the Warfighter-made car means a lot to us, because, I mean, my dad was a Marine, double Purple Heart, huge deal. And what these guys do for the folks that were, injured in combat, and then get to bring them back in here. I mean, it's, touches home.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about that a little bit earlier. Because of a lot of my friends and family are military, active duty military and veterans, and it's part of the DNA of off-road racing. Off-road racing was started by veterans. A lot of veterans race with us. A lot of active duty race with us. So that, for me and my brother, that is our cause. Everybody's got to have one. Ours is the military, of recognizing our warriors. Not to mention the fact that all these racers out here today, they're warriors as well. Right?
Oh yeah.
So this is a a warrior class, supporting other warriors. So it's really cool. I'm stoked he's out here racing with us. And again, big shout out to Robert Blanton from Warfighter Made.
Absolutely.
For putting this all together. Earlier we were talking about the award that Robert puts together for us every year, the Perseverance Award.
Right.
And the idea behind the Perseverance Award is rewarding somebody who just doesn't give up, who goes through all hell and back.
Right.
Right.
And I should have quit.
And doesn't give up. And we've awarded this to people who pushed their car to the finish and had everything go wrong, but they still fought their way through it. So somebody over the weekend is going to earn that award, and we're going to be giving that away after the fact online, due to COVID.
Right.
But somebody will be getting the Perseverance Award here, presented by Warfighter Made. During this race weekend.
Speaking of which, coming back to you, BC, quad person. Okay, so 1 year.
Here we go with the quad talk.
I got to jump into it. That's I'm very one-minded. I'm single-tracked. You really got to throw a stick in my spokes to get me out of.
You know that quad means 4, though, right?
It does.
Okay.
Well, that's what's here, right?
These are caged quads.
These are caged quads with a steering wheel. So 1 year, the Perseverance Award from Robert Blanton from Warfighter Made was given to Donna Ellsworth. So
Yes.
Donna Ellsworth broke down on her quad and pushed it. It was a couple hundred yards.
I remember
that. She was racing, and she was that far from the finish line. I mean, literally football fields. Not one, not two, but multiple. Pushing it in a parking lot is one thing, but pushing it over an off-road course is a whole nother deal. She pushed it all the way in for the finish and got the finish, and got her the Perseverance Award.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Very cool.
All right, we're going to throw it to Tiffany, and then we'll be right back with you. Tiff?
Thanks, guys. Back down here at the hot pits. Obviously, you can see the sun is setting. That's going to change the game a little bit. It's also going to be, something that the drivers and co-drivers are going to be aware of. The wind is still up here, so the dust is settling down. However, since the drivers are getting a little closer, dust could be a factor. And like I've talked about before, you're starting to see ruts. You're starting to see rocks that weren't there in the first few laps. And obviously, like we're seeing right now, the dust is still coming in with the wind. Not staying up too long, but who knows? Like I've talked about before, this is still going to be a driver's game. Back up to you guys.
Oh, shit.
You want to bring us back?
Hey, welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championships. Here we are in beautiful Lake Havasu, and this thing is presented by Polaris RZR. So, awesome job here by these two guys. I came back in. I mean, they've been going like hours and hours. So BC and Matt, hats off to you guys. I just been running back and forth, kind of blabbing, chatting with people and so forth. But you guys have been holding the fort down. So I can't thank you guys enough for doing such an awesome job.
The only difference between this and my real life hanging out with these guys is that we would be drinking right now.
Not me.
There would be some slurring and some swearing. So we're going to keep it PC, but fortunately, I think all three of us have the gift of gab, so we're good. We're good to talk.
Absolutely. So, did I hear something about going to Tiffany? I'm gonna go. Tiffany's got some pit crew action. Let's go to Tiffany.
Thanks, guys. Back down here at the hot pits. And what I forgot to mention earlier is that a lot of the cars right now are getting flats. They're getting 1, they're getting 2. But right now we're going to see that there's 2 right here. Hopefully we'll be able to see where this happened. This is going to be another factor that we haven't really talked about earlier. But when we've talked about the rocks appearing, we haven't really mentioned the flat tires that could be happening. So lots of things going on. What do you guys think about? Where do you think is going to be the most that somebody could possibly get a flat? Back up to you guys.
Changing the tire.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championships, brought to you by Polaris RZR. The Achilles heel of all the horsepower, all the suspension, all the weight, all the rocks and everything. What is it?
Tires.
Tires.
Tires, tires, tires.
Tires, tires, tires. The official tire of the UTV World Championship is
BF Goodrich.
BF Goodrich, absolutely. An incredible tire. So they have a couple different sets that fit the UTV world. I know they build some that are, shorter, taller, depending on what you're going after as far as terrain goes.
But let's talk about the KM3, right?
The KM3, yes.
I'm running KM3s on my truck. I'm running KM3s on my UTV, right?
Nice.
And, like we were talking about earlier, because I live in San Diego, I put 4,000 or 5,000 miles a year on UTVs, right? And I don't like changing tires. So,
what?
So I run BF Goodrich tires, and they've never let me down.
Right.
So, the cool thing about them is that they have 45 years of race technology that they put into your UTV tire.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's good enough for Rob Mack to race in his trophy truck, it's probably what you should do. I'm just saying.
Yes, and Rob Mack, a formidable off-road racer, I'll say.
The GOAT.
The GOAT, yes.
GOAT.
Got to run into him yesterday. So, such a cool dude. His son's out here racing as well.
No, actually, his son is saving his car, he said.
No kidding.
Yep, he was worried about breaking his car up. He has a points championship he's chasing to work, so he's saving his car. I gave him a bunch of grief for that.
As you should. Browbeat him some, yeah.
Yep, I said, look, everybody loves works, but this is the UTV World Championship.
You got one shot all year.
That's right.
And that's what it is.
And I'm sure he's going to be out here racing with us soon, as well as Rob. I've talked to Rob about it and a few of the other top trophy truck racers, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to create a champions class for those guys.
Oh, cool.
Right, to attract more of those guys to come out and race.
Why should they not? Why should they not?
I'll tell you, they're a little, I'll be honest, I think they're a little intimidated by the level of competition here.
Oh.
You look at the guys like
Blurton,
Guthrie,
right.
Sims. We haven't talked about Sims at all, man.
Love that cat.
And, you're like, wow, those are the guys to beat every race, right?
Yes.
So first you got to get through those guys. Then you have all these other guys that are, chomping at the bit.
Right after them.
So we're going to get an update on, let's see where Houston's at.
So I just want to check in too. I'm on Facebook Live right now, and I have it pulled up on my phone. Mark Miller says, what lap are they on?
Looks like a few guys have started lap 3.
So we're checking into lap 3 now, and then of course Todd Petchnick is up in Seattle, up where I'm from, and of course he's going to heckle. He goes, Tim, you need a booster seat. so taking pop shots at me already.
Right? But that's really cool. Send us your comments and we'll try and respond to you guys on Facebook.
Heck yeah, man. We love interacting with the public, and what COVID has done for me has been a very difficult thing, because I can't go out and interact with public because I need the feed from public. I need to see your face. I need to interact, and I need to be in big groups of people. So this is what's been very difficult. If you could give me that little taste, and chime in, we'd love to chat with you. I mean, we're here with you. We'll talk to you. I'm a crappy typer. I'm not going to type back. I can talk your ear off, right, but I can't type. I can type 3-letter words within like 3 minutes.
Look at these thumbs.
These? Oh yeah, these.
These are not good for texting.
No, these are good for crushing beer cans. That's what these are for.
Exactly. Awesome.
Well, cool.
Well, showing Max Gordon up in second spot, but now explain this to me, okay? So if these guys are on lap 3, they're still on lap 2. How would it change the position until it confirms what their times are.
So they're confirming their position based on time. So it'll get updated as they go through their timing gates.
Okay.
So once they complete laps, those will be updated, right?
Those will be updated. Yep.
So pretty cool, though.
Mike Estridge chimed in. We met a lot of great folks and handed out several of the unstrappinators to race teams. Glad to see a lot of veterans being represented at the races.
Yep, really cool. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of veterans racing with us, a lot of active duty military.
Absolutely.
And, you know, one thing I want to mention is those boys in blue. We have a lot of police officers who race with us, you know.
Yes.
And we love those guys. We definitely support them. Same thing with, you know, the fires we've had in Southern California, the first responders. And the front line of that is our firefighters. We have quite a few of those guys who race with us. So I want to give a big shout out to the police and firefighters.
Totally. Oh, yeah.
For keeping us
safe
and not on fire.
Not on fire. So
pretty cool thing.
Yes. So I'll give you a little tidbit in the day of life of TPQ. Okay. You might want to put a helmet on, get a seatbelt.
Get a pillow.
Yeah, like it's a long day. It's very active. But if I'm driving out, showing houses, going to a job site, whatever, you know, doing my thing back up in Seattle, if I see a police car, like, pulled up at a stoplight, I'll roll up and intentionally pull up next to them, roll the window down, and tell them thank you.
Yep.
Right? At any second. They look over me like, you know, what's up with this cat? You know, what's going on? But I'm like, hey. It's like, you know, you got an ice cream or something?
They're doing deduction through their head.
Yeah.
They're like, is this a criminal? No.
No.
Is he on drugs? No. Is he hyperactive? Yes.
Yes, he is. He's got gray hair. Could be slow enough for me to take him.
Well, no, absolutely. And, you know, one of the things, two guys I want to mention in off-road racing, the cops team.
Yes.
Right? Those guys are great friends of ours. And then Sheriff Joe Lombardo from Las Vegas. He's the sheriff. He's the sheriff of Las Vegas. He races 6100s with us.
Right.
Spec trophy truck and a good friend. And we definitely support our police, especially the guys in Las Vegas. They've had a really rough go of it in the past couple of years.
Yes.
And they got a lot to deal with in Las Vegas, as you can imagine.
Yes. So going back to first responders, I can't hover around this enough. So there was a huge wildfire that went up around our house. And we live on the top of a hillside. And the entire hillside was on fire. There's houses everywhere and so forth. And we're in a small town. We don't have a big fire grouping behind us. And they got it done. There's thousands of houses on this hillside, right? The fire crews came in, helicopters came in. There was only 2 houses lost over this monstrous wildfire, which is, I mean, it was truly unfortunate for those 2 houses, but those crews went out and absolutely killed themselves to protect everybody.
No, it's still going on right now. A good friend of ours up in Napa right now, Denny. He's out there, picks and shovels, battling wildfires, you know,
right.
and he's not a first responder. He's really what I would call a last responder.
Last dude to call.
But it's his property, and he's defending it. So, you know, big props to all of the first responders for, you know, saving our butts, especially in California.
Absolutely.
We've been hammered by wildfires.
Right.
And again, you know, a lot of those guys race with us, so they're part of our extended family.
Right. Wendy Lynn sent in a question. How many pit stops or driver changes will the naturally aspirated have? That's a great question. So they vary, correct, Matt?
Yeah, so we allow them to adjust their strategy so they could fuel every lap. I don't think they need to. You know, generally the fuel range on a naturally aspirated car without extended fuel cell is almost 100 miles. So they could get 3 laps in, right? You know, without running out of gas. Now, we were talking about fuel strategy before, and some of these guys are going to short their fuel to stay light, right?
Right.
Because fuel is heavy.
It is heavy.
Right?
How many gallons? How many gallons do they carry?
So usually stock vehicle, 8 gallons. But the other, you know, desert vehicles, they can be up to 20 gallons, right?
Wow.
So we just got a note. We're going to toss it to Tiffany.
Sweet.
right, so we just saw Aaron come through here. He had 2 flats on the driver's side. Did he mention to you where that all happened, what it happened, and everything like that?
It just happened in about mile 23. He's coming down. He just hit a rock the wrong place and broke the rim. Tried to make it over here.
Well, we've mentioned before that rocks are coming out, places that we didn't see on the course. Was this something that he had noted before or something that was just different after a lap?
It was something different. We ran this morning, so he knows the course. It's just the course is changing throughout the day.
He was very surprised that he didn't break anything else. Is that a true testament to how well built these cars actually are?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The course is really rough right now, and it's changing every time. So, it was surprising.
And what's so great about this sport is you had minimal help over here. Another crew ran over, jumped over, asked if you needed help for that. How does that make you feel knowing that, UTVs and side-by-sides, especially even racing, everybody still helps one another?
Oh, this is great. The great community of off-road racing. Everybody helps each other. If you need something, they'll come out and help you, as fast as they can. And hey, if you need a tire, here, take mine. So it's awesome. This whole sport is awesome.
Awesome. As you heard it here, this sport helps one another. If you need a tire, they got one for you. We also heard Aaron Clark mentioning he had 1 nice spare tire after, and he's got a few more laps. Back up to you guys.
Now.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championship. I was going to say UFC, and we were all going to wrestle.
You said UFC. I was going to go get Donald. I'm picking him to be on my side, right?
I know I'm losing.
That's going to be on a different side.
I'm like, first dibs on Donald Cerrone. If we're playing UFC here, I got a ringer. No,
that's awesome.
One of the things we were talking about earlier is, all the different celebrities who have raced off-road, and we're fortunate we have Donald the Cowboy Cerrone out here racing with us.
Awesome.
Cool.
And he is in hook, line, and sinker. Bought a car. He's racing the turbo class. He raced earlier today. Went out and qualified yesterday.
Senate stupid. Next to the finish line.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you get punched in the head for a living, you're not afraid. Right. So you put a cage around a guy like that, and there's going to be some spectacle. Right?
It was an awesome spectacle.
Yeah, exactly.
These old guys can pick it all up.
Better Off Dead?
Yes, it was from Better Off Dead, but we're going to throw it back even like 100 years further. That was Howard Cosell.
Yeah.
Right?
Man.
Yeah, from way back. But he did. He sent it into the finish line, into the weeds. It was awesome.
He better tame it back a little bit for tomorrow, don't you guys think?
Definitely.
If he wants to finish the race.
It's going to be about survival, Just right now, and what we're doing too, we're starting to go into the later laps, so we're going to really see course deterioration and survival. So let's go out to Tiffany and see what she's got for us.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Jody Krotz right now, father of Jacob Krotz. And what we were talking about earlier, the camaraderie of the teams. This is the gentleman and his team helped Aaron Clark just a few minutes ago when he had the double flat tires. Talk to us about the camaraderie, how everything's going well.
You come out here, you want everybody to do well. You see somebody in need, they only had a couple guys on their crew, and we have everybody standing right here, so we just jumped right in and tried to get them going again.
Well, we just heard that Jacob's about 10 miles out. How's the car running right now for him?
Right now, Jacob's doing really good. I think we're on the 3rd lap, going into the 4th lap. He's in 3rd place, so we're doing great.
Has he talked to you at all about the terrain, how everything's out there, especially with the sun setting right now as well?
No, we haven't talked much about that. We try to leave them alone while they're out there racing. When they come in, we give them a talk, but we know how bad it is out there. It's dusty and it's rough.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you guys. And like we've mentioned before, it is a team sport. It's all about camaraderie. Everybody helps everybody. You want to beat the best, you got to finish with the best. Back up to you guys.
Tiffany's kicking butt out there. I'm just going to say that. I mean, that girl is all over the place. She's in the pits right now. She's getting updates from, drivers, crews, so forth, filling us in on what's going on out there, tire suspension, how do we plan for this? How do we plan for that? We're on a brand new race course.
Well,
nobody knows anything about this race course.
Yeah, and off-road racing is a team sport.
It totally is.
You cannot do this without having a team. And depending on how good your team is, that's going to affect your race, right? So you've got to surround yourself with a good team, and especially at this race, because we were talking earlier, about strategy.
Yes.
When you're going to fuel, when you're going to change tires, if you think you need to change tires, like that's all going to come into play now, right?
Right.
And we've got a combination of vehicles out there. Most of them have extended fuel tanks, some of them don't.
Right.
So, we saw in the short course race that a couple of guys tried to stretch their fuel. It didn't work out. They ran out of fuel on their last lap.
Yep.
So turbo cars drink a lot more fuel than the NA cars. The NA cars actually have a longer range, but, you're also going to be burning a lot more the way that you're driving here.
Right, so foot in it, foot in it, foot in it, foot in it. It's like it's not feather, it's light switch.
Yep.
Right, so it's
Mashing
on off.
Yep.
So BC, I'm going to go back over to you. We had a question from James. I'll say Conces. Who are the race leaders in the naturally aspirated and the unlimited class?
All right, James, I can't help you with the race footage. The producers will take care of that, but I will tell you that Dodge Pullman is leading by about 4 minutes right now. So Dodge Pullman's up by 4 minutes. Colton Husted is second place, less than a minute ahead of Max Gordon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, Max Gordon had a slow lap that time. He must have had to change a tire or something because his last lap was 46 minutes. This was an hour even.
Oh boy, yep. Robbie, get your ass out of the passenger seat. Change that tire.
We got Dylan Kelly in 4th place and Scott Baker in 5th place right now. And then we'll head on down to the Unlimited crew. Looks like Travis Zollinger is leading by about almost 4 minutes, 3 minutes 50 seconds.
That's a big lead.
Just ahead of Mike Gardner racing Luda.
Okay, Mike Gardner out of the Lumacraze car. So he was big, like great in works racing.
Yep.
Okay, great personality too. Yep. I mean, I could sit and chat with him for hours, right? So he bowed out for a bit, and then all of a sudden he's like, "Screw it, I'm back in. I'm coming back in," and here he is.
Control R, right?
I think that once you're a racer, you're a racer. That never goes away.
You're right.
So you can sit on the sidelines and you could take breaks from it, and it's just going to drive you crazy. Eventually, you got to come back and scratch that itch. And he's back. It's good to see him back. And I'm really rooting for him. I hope he does well at this race. He's a great guy.
You and I both. And his wife Danielle was like a true competitor. I mean, like absolute knockout gorgeous lady, right? Sit and chat with her, super sweet. She got in the car and she would absolutely give you a straight punch straight to the neck. That was Danielle.
I got to witness some of that at Terracross.
Right.
Awesome.
Seth Netterveld says, I hope to volunteer next year. You absolutely can, Seth. We'd love to have you out as a volunteer. This is a great spot, man. I mean, just to be a part of this whole big production is something else, man, right?
Yeah, and it's easy. You just go to our website and you sign up, and you can come out here and help us with race operations. We've got lots of volunteers out here helping us. We really couldn't do it with all the volunteers.
You're right. You're right.
We've got some, we have a great crew of people out here with us, helping with everything. It's a big operation, and the more people we have, the easier it runs.
So give us a little idea on personnel, because I've worked on a couple promotional things, doing races and so forth, and it's been obviously shoestring budget to for how many people we've had. Give us an idea how many heads you have here to help run this. I mean, a general idea. I mean, I see your head spinning right now, but
well, it's easy. There's a few hundred people out here between race operations and live stream production and social media.
Scoring.
Yep, timing and scoring. So it's quite a bit. But we have a very good crew of people. One of our newest guys, I would say, is a real OG guy. Has been a huge help to us, John Savino.
Right.
Local, local here, so it really helps us get stuff done here. And just, a lot of people, just love off-road racing, so they're involved. They're involved as volunteers, and that's part of my favorite thing about this culture is, a lot of these people I've spent time with in Baja and other races, and so they're here helping us because they want to share the stoke of off-road racing. And fortunately, UTVs are this new platform that we can that we can share UTV racing with in an economical way, because you can go to a dealership, right? Actually, go to the dealership, go to AZ West.
AZ West, right here in town.
Pick up a car and come race.
And after you come race, then you go back to Tiffany. Tiffany's got another spot for us. Let's see what she's got.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Joe Bolton, father of Austin Bolton, 1957. Before we took that big break, you guys saw him come through pit. Talk to us about what exactly happened.
Well, Austin came in. The car was struggling a little bit. We thought maybe it was an ejector, and then we noticed the fuel pressure was very low. So we opened the fuel valve of fuel car, and the pressure popped right back up.
Well, we've
Might just be a vacuum, so we're going to try that on the next lap. It got going again pretty good for 10 miles, and now it's struggling a little bit more.
With the sun coming down, it getting a little windy, obviously everything's been super hot today. How's he talked about the terrain out there, the different elevation changes, taking the split lanes?
He's had some good lines. I just saw Wells go by. They started a few in front of us, so they must be 20 minutes off the lead, which they were only a few minutes on the first lap. I've listened on the radio, weatherman, there's a lot of guys going down. If we can get the thing running for the next 2 laps, it'll be all right at the end.
We had talked to Lucretia's team earlier. They said that she opted to take the back row, let the carnage happen in the first few lets, and let all that. Do you think that was a good idea based on her thoughts?
Yeah, sometimes rear starts are great, especially where it's very rough. The kid who started first had a nice couple-minute lead after the first lap. He had nice, clean air. I think he's still running first, but, another 60, 75 miles of this, anything can happen. We'll keep the faith and see what happens when he gets here.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to Austin out there. And like he was just mentioning, Joe was saying 60, 75 more miles of all this stuff. Anything could possibly happen. What are you guys thinking? Back up to you.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV,
not UFC.
Not UFC. We'll fight later.
We've got
Actually,
fighters.
I'm not gonna fight you because you'd crush me. To the UTV World Championships, brought to you by Polaris RZR. I'm your host, Tim TPQ Shellman. To my left is Matt. Love this guy. Okay. And then over here, BC. So we're giving you the ones and twos right here about the whole fill-in. This is awesome. We have the naturally aspirated, and as well as Unlimited class.
Right,
that's
right.
what we're talking about. Unlimited class. Out on the course right now. A very long course, getting rougher and rougher, and crap is getting plucked up. I mean, basically, it's like throwing a bunch of jacks on the floor and walking barefoot.
I've been saying this as a joke, but it's true. We are selling parts here, you know. Attrition is starting to take its toll on the racers, and we're starting to see people drop away, and we're just approaching the later laps. So, and let's keep going with the UFC thing. In the UFC, they call the championship rounds the last two rounds, right?
Right.
So, out of the 5-round championship fight, the last two rounds, I think it's the same with this racing, right?
Absolutely.
So we're coming up on our last two. We're on our championship laps
coming
right?
up. Correct.
So
last two.
You've got through 3. You've got 2 more to go to complete 5, and this is really going to tell us, who can hang, because I know that those guys are tired out there. I know
you got to get tired.
They're gonna look at it and go, man, I have 2 more laps of this to do, because this is a really busy course. There's very little place on this course to rest. So I think we're talking about the spread here. A young guy like Dodge Pullman, he's going to have the stamina. Hopefully he has the brains and discipline to keep it together, because he's been doing good so far. So we'll see what happens.
So BC, what's our time lapse on it so far? How long have these racers been in the cars?
4 hours or 3 hours. 3 hours on the dot.
3 hours on the dot. So 3 hours. So let's put this into perspective. Okay, you're gonna go head off to the in-laws' house. Okay, they're 3 hours away. What do? You pack the car up with stuff, and you got a pile of beef jerky, right? You got yourself a couple Monster Energies, and you hop in the car, you drive for 3 hours, or actually you're like an hour and a half. Like, man, I gotta pee. My legs are cramping up and so forth, and the road's freaking flat.
Yeah.
the road's flat. Okay, 3 hours so far, these guys and gals are getting the snot kicked out of them. And they're pushing, and they're focusing. So the mental stamina, too, is like, I have multiple laps left. Like, I can't even think about getting tired right now.
Right.
You can't.
Well, to even go further, let's talk about dehydration.
Oh, yeah.
Hot out there. These guys are sweating. It's hot in that cab. It's hotter in that cab than it is outside. You know, they've got race suits on, right? They got to pee. You know? So some of them are using catheters, and some of them are using the old method of just go, right?
Right.
And then I'm sure you have some people out there that can hold it, but that's a factor, right?
That's a bad deal.
Yeah.
Just you know.
I mean, hopefully they hydrated a little better than that.
Well, yeah, and hydration that's a big part of it. Is like you're losing a lot of water. You know, and some of these guys have drinking systems, some of them don't.
Right.
You know? It just depends. But, you know, that again is a part of off-road racing.
A great drinking system that's here today. I have to look up the name of them, but they're right here. So it's a small pump that they fit inside the hydration bag. Okay, and it fits inside any hydration bag whatsoever. And the tube comes up. It's got a magnetic coupler. Okay, it's not a twist lock or any of that other kind of fiddly crap. It's like magnetic coupler, comes around, the tube comes up through the helmet and then goes right through the mouthpiece. So, and it's not, I mean, racing off-road for many years, you get super dehydrated and stuff, you're trying to reach for the fiddly little end, you know, the rubber end, to bite onto it and suck water out of it. Now it's full of dirt and crap like that. Well, this thing just spits water like a windshield washer.
I dig it.
And it's totally cool. It's sanitary and everything. So you blast it, and maybe if you're just hot, close your mouth up and just let it blast your face, and then keep motoring. But it's a little wireless remote that fits in it. I have to look up on your paperwork because I don't have it here as far as that particular device.
Yeah, I saw it out there. I think it's really cool.
It's very slick.
Another sponsor that I want to mention, and one that's kind of near and dear to me because I've had a couple little issues with skin cancer and having stuff cut out of my face,
right,
is Surface sunscreen. So you're out here, you're getting blasted by the sun, lather up, get covered. And one of the cool things about Surface is they have a special sunscreen that's got a dry finish, so it's not all oily and greasy.
Okay.
And especially in off-road, the guy who owns it's a good friend of mine, and he really invented this for off-road. You know, so you don't put this slick, greasy stuff and get coated with dust. It goes on dry. You know,
it's kind of like you're tarred and feathered.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, with the other stuff, that's what you're doing. It's like you're rolling around in Crisco and then going out and rolling in a silt bed, right?
Right. Another great thing about them also is that they hire a bunch of people to go pull plastic out of the water, and the plastic bottles and all that junk being pulled out of the water, they use that plastic and refurbish it and then use it as packaging.
Yeah.
So they're repurposing all that plastic that's pulled out of the water.
Yep, really cool brand. Surface sunscreen, go check them out.
Hey, I'll have to check that out because I'm tired of people spraying sunscreen on the boat and it turns the upholstery yellow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the guy you want to see. I actually have, you know what, right here in my pocket, I have the lip balm.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
It's the mango.
Yeah. They have great
right
lip
there.
balm product.
Yep.
That's the
right
stuff.
there, Surface. Yep.
So if you're here, go by and check them out. If not, check them out online. And again, support the people who support us by buying their products. Vote with your dollar, people.
Yes. 100%. Support those who support the sport. And these folks are here. They paid to be here to be in front of you.
So, hey, since we're running these down, there's one, actually not one. There's a lot of brands I'm going to mention, but one in particular, Off-Road Warehouse. These guys have been supporting us. Greg Adler, who owns Off-Road Warehouse, his brother Kevin Adler, who lives out here, has been helping us out with like a lot of different stuff. And they have 4 locations. They're about to open up a new location.
Wow.
And the cool thing about them is they have all your race stuff. And it's not just the stuff for your street vehicle, but they've got race stuff too. So you get both things handled in one location.
So let me ask you this about them. Is it like anywhere from Polaris parts, Can-Am parts, or Yamaha parts, or Speed parts, or whatever? Is it like differentials? Is it like belts, seats, helmets, tear-offs?
That'd be yes.
That'd be yes.
Plus stuff for your Jeep, truck, and SUV. So you get to shop for everything all in one spot. And the reason why I love these guys is they're one of the brands that are taking care of racers. So they sell race products. Sometimes it's hard to find race products.
Right. Decent race products.
They're specialty products, right?
Right.
And so with this, it's like you can go into ORW anywhere in San Diego and you can buy wheels and tires for your truck, and then you can buy wheels and tires for your UTV. So they've got everything there.
Nice. Perfect.
Hey,
go ahead.
Check out Seth Netterveld's question asking about if anybody's using cool shirts. You know, there's a few different kinds. There's some that you leave in like an ice chest that will run water through the shirt. You know, they kind of use that in road racing. Not sure that would work so well here, but I did see Wes Miller yesterday has it's like a cool gel. You put it down in your cooler, and it cools the gel, and then you wear it, and it stays cold for a long time. That was made by Fly Racing, I believe.
I did a couple of those during my races. I run a little on the hot side. As if you,
that's really strange.
It's completely strange. So basically, 50 degree weather. I'm wearing t-shirts and you know, shorts. I did a few of those, and it's a strange balance because of the timeline, how long you're out there running. Because what it does is you use that gel shirt. I'm not saying specifically because I haven't used that Fly one. I've used a few other ones that I've had to reach out to different companies to say I'm overheating, you know, because you know, my hot-blooded self doesn't run well in the desert. And once you get to a certain point, it goes the other way. So it retains heat, or it builds heat. So I was only racing for 2 hours for how long I was. But, I mean, literally, I could go out in a snowstorm in, like, flip-flops.
That takes all the fun out of being freezing cold in the middle of the night in Baja. I mean, that's a life lesson right there. You know? I mean, this is supposed to be hard. If it was easy, they would call it NASCAR, right?
Can I tell you what that acronym stands for?
Yeah, exactly. All right. BC, how are we doing over there? We have any updates on our racers?
Yeah, so Dodge Pullman still leading the race by about 4 minutes 6 seconds over Colton Husted.
That's a big gap.
In the well, I don't know. You know, Dodge has to change a tire.
Has Dodge pitted yet? Can you tell by the timing that's gone through as far as laps go?
Nah, unless they pit him, unless their pit was 2 minutes long.
Like super quick, in and out?
So I'd be surprised if he pit already, if he's running well and no issues. But Max Gordon is 4 minutes behind Colton Husted, so he's about 8 minutes behind Dodge. Dylan Kelly just kind of dropped off. Let's see. So it changed a little. Scott Baker is running fourth right now, but he hasn't crossed over into his third lap yet, whereas Caden Wells running fifth has. So let's see where they end up there. JD Marsh running sixth. He's on his third lap. Todd Romano's on his third lap, running seventh.
Nice. Good for Todd.
Yeah.
Nice.
Drake Smith is on his third lap, running eighth. Michael Pascarella is still on his second lap, but let's see. And then you got Brett Ward running 10th, about two minutes behind him.
So that's your top 10 and you're naturally aspirated?
That's your top 10. It just changed a little bit, but we'll come back to that in a few minutes. Let's go with the Pro Unlimited. So you have Travis Zollinger leading. He's up in the, he's on his third lap, and he is 5 minutes ahead of Mike Gardner.
That, like you said, I mean, yeah, a 5 minute gap, a 4 minute gap, that's a significant gap, but you know, this is off-road racing, and anything can go wrong, will go wrong, right?
Yes.
And, you know, I don't know how many times I've seen it at the Mint, you know. One of the ones I remember is, now the name, young Mexican racer,
Serapis?
No, Abdali Lopez.
Oh,
right?
Lopez, yes.
Leading the race way out in front of everybody else. On the dry lake bed, he's literally coming in, and he's like, yeah, I'm winning. Blows an engine.
Poof.
Done.
Right.
Right? He's been leading the Mint 3 times in a row and broke.
Right.
Right? So it ain't over till it's over, right? And we still got, like I said before,
lots of racing left.
The championship
rounds. Yeah.
Laps.
Rounds and laps. Yes.
Laps. We got the championship laps coming in. So, a lot yet to be. I mean, really, when you think about it, the short course race this morning was 2 laps.
Yes.
Right?
Super quick.
So our leaders have already completed 3, and they still have another 2 to go, but now their car has done 3 laps. So they've got to get that to live another 2 laps. It's like having another race, right?
Right.
So,
without having fresh stuff.
Exactly. And one thing about not having fresh stuff is you're going to get a lot of fatigue on the parts right now, right? Oil right now is going to start getting weird, and you're going to have tires, going bad. You're definitely going to have, problems with your shocks. Like as they get hotter and they get beat up, they're going to wear, right? And so there's going to be a difference. So all these elements are coming in.
Talking about parts, we got to pay for parts.
Let's pay for some parts.
Let's send it off to break.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Vision Wheel, Rockford Fosgate, Dirt Company, and UTV Underground.
I stay strong, forever young, may you live long. I'm an overcomer, I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain, I've been through it all. I am fearless, you know, I am fearless, I'm fearless.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
RJ, you got the green light.
Following Rigid's legendary quality, the all-new Adapt E-Series has a seamless beam transition and an integrated active power management system that will constantly monitor your vehicle's battery state. The Adapt E-Series will make adjustments to the light output, maximizing performance based on the vehicle's capacity. Designed with 3 unique optic combinations for close-range, slow-speed driving, moderate speeds, and long-range, high-speed driving, a seamless beam transition is achieved through an internal GPS, automatically adjusting optic zones and beam paths based upon the vehicle's speed. The Adapt E-Series, the next evolution in off-road lighting. We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championships. I'm here, Matt Martelli on my left, BC Vaught over on the far left, drum player extraordinaire with head PE, but also off-road extraordinaire as well. So BC, I'm going to go to you over here on the live feed that we have going on Facebook. Seth Netterveld. Netterveld. What do you come up with here?
He said, what class can a person new to UTV racing join and not feel intimidated by veterans of the sport?
That's what our rally class is for. That's what we invented it for. So the rally class is a stock vehicle with an aftermarket cage. You can actually keep your stock doors and pin them, but we recommend you get aftermarket doors that are latched, or latchable, or pinnable rather. A seat, harnesses, and window nets, and you're rock and roll at that point, right?
Right. It's a couple bucks, but it's safety features is what it is. It's basically to make it to protect you from yourself of trying to be superhuman out there on something that you're not familiar with.
Absolutely. And that's a great class to just get started with. And you know, those modifications to your car don't just lock you into racing. That gives you a play car. In addition to racing with us, that same vehicle can go race in Best in the Desert, it can race in Score, and it can race in some of the local rally races as well. That's why we call it the rally class.
That's fantastic. And that class is racing tomorrow, correct?
Yes, that class is racing tomorrow, and it's a stacked field, but lots of new guys in it. So they're going to go out, they're going to get their feet wet, and as they get better and better, they can move up into Pro Turbo or the NA class, depending on which way they want to go.
Right.
Or even Unlimited.
Correct. So that's a stepping stone. I mean, you don't have to buy a car, throw 50, 80 grand at it, and then go hop in the pro class and go get your ass whipped, and then, tuck your tail between your legs, put it in the trailer, and head back home.
No, you're talking about a payment, like a current Polaris RZR is a couple $100s a month financed, right? And then you're around $5 grand for all that safety stuff. That's it. Then you're racing with us.
Right. And that's like gear, helmet. I mean, there's safety gear you want to have on yourself too. You don't go shopping from right to left for a helmet. Like, oh, $55. That looks like a great helmet. No, you're going up and yeah. Take me for example. I'll just tell you that because I've broken my fair share.
Quad guy.
Wait. I think you've worn that $55 helmet quite a bit.
I broke
and had fallen down too.
I broke a couple of those. So what's funny is that the comments coming back. I got a comment back on YouTube, which is. I mean, it broke us all up. I mean, we fell over with our foreheads on the table. Andrew said something regarding something about the guy on the far left running booger sugar, which is probably the funniest thing I've heard currently.
Well, we got to have fun with everybody.
Oh, we do. We absolutely. You know what? I spin 100 miles an hour all day long, and I'm 50 years old now. You should have seen me at 25. I couldn't finish a sentence, and I'd get like 3/4 of the way through a sentence and then start another sentence, and then start another sentence, another sentence, another sentence. I mean, just now I'm finally to be able to put together thoughts to where somebody can comprehend it. Am I talking out of turn? Did you get that?
No, you're good, man.
Okay,
you're
cool.
Good.
I'm just making sure because it went through my head pretty clear.
Tim, you don't have to explain anything. That's why you're here.
Yeah.
I'm here to rapid fire useless information. Right. That's what I'm here for.
I throw a couple things out and I give the results, all right? You do what you do.
Yep. And I've always said I'm 5% decent factual information and 95% BS.
Right. I dig it.
Right.
So I'm gonna bring it back down to earth for a second, and we're gonna talk about equipment. And one of the pieces of equipment, we talked about tires already.
Yes.
Well, let's talk about wheels. So race wheels are critical. So most of the products that these guys are out here racing are race specific, and one of the companies that has sponsored us, and they make a great product, and I know Mia Chapman's racing on them. I know Jim Beaver's racing on them. They've got a few other guys out there as well as Vision Wheels.
Correct.
Fantastic product, both on the race side and on the consumer side for your truck, Jeep, and SUV. So go check those guys out, Vision Wheel. They're supporting us. Please support them.
Right. So give me a little. Can I give a little insight on race wheels?
Sure.
So you talk about physics, rotating mass.
Yep.
Okay. First of all, rotating mass. The heavier the object is, the more energy it takes to turn and to stop.
Yes.
So that's rotating mass.
Unsprung weight.
Unsprung weight. So that's also coming up and down on your suspension.
Yes.
So we're thinking two different aspects. We're thinking power to the ground and brakes. That's one aspect. The other aspect is rebound and sprung weight. So coming up and down on your suspension, because that's how much force. If you throw a 100-pound weight up, it takes that much more force to slow it down.
Sure.
So race wheels. So they're doing different forging. What is really, really imperative is that they run bead locks. Okay, and that bead locks is basically a mechanical fastener that goes on the outside bead of the tire, and it bolts the outside bead of the tire on. So say if you side load the tire super hard into a turn, if you didn't have a bead lock on, it would fold the tire right off the rim.
And peel it right off.
Peel it right off.
Yep.
Instant flat. And then if you get a double bonus, it'll wrap around the brake lines and everything and then really hose your day.
Yeah, those are fun.
Those are fun.
I've had those, and then the hub is gone.
Yes.
After that, and then your whole corner's gone.
Yes, done. So anyway, so the wheels, such a great point. So here's another point too, is cast and forging. So another different point of physics. So cast products have a tendency to be a little bit more brittle.
Yes.
So say if BC goes 65 miles an hour down the straightaway, now he's into a sharp left-hand turn, and he kind of lollyfoots over the brake, and he throws it into this left-hand turn and throws it off this big berm. Side loads that bad boy right off the lug nuts. What happens? Tucks all the lug nuts right off of it and busts the wheel back up over the suspension. Probably another bad day.
Yep.
So difference between what you're going to do on the street, like those speed bumps in Walmart, you could take it a little different speed, you know, with those. But race things, man. Let's talk about another wheel that I absolutely love too. Ryan Piplick had one of the world record distance jumps in a side-by-side, in a Polaris side-by-side, by the way, on method race wheels.
Yep.
Okay, he sent it bigger than everybody else. He went down, so, I mean, that record's been broken time, because records are meant to be broken, correct? Anyway, I just so happened to be the MC of it, and was really cool. And he hucked it all the way to the flats and broke all kinds of bolts and stuff like that. I mean, bolts broke, parts didn't break, bolts broke.
Was that the one in Utah?
Yes, it was the one in Utah.
Yes, I was there at that one.
So you did go to that one. That's cool.
That one.
Nitro Circus was there too.
Yeah.
Anyway, sent it way down, landed. Wheels were completely true. I mean, he was able to race on them.
Well, I mean, look, the goal with all wheels is the same. It's to make the lightest, strongest wheel. Because like what you were talking about is that your unsprung weight, i.e. your weight that's out on your corners, the less weight you have, the better off you are, right?
Correct.
And so they have come a long way in making new wheel technologies and new types of forging technologies to make lighter, stronger wheels. And that's all from off-road racing. That's from this style of racing and racing trophy trucks. That's what's invented it. And they're taking the technology that they R&D here and putting it into street vehicles. So it makes, what we do here makes better products for the street, makes better products for stock UTVs, makes everybody better. And it's fun.
It is fun. But by the way, they look good.
Yeah.
And they freaking look good. The anodized finishing and so forth. I mean, they go one step further. You know, powder coated, different colors and so forth. The bronze is my favorite. I don't know why. Kind of matches my age, I guess.
Awesome. BC, you want to give us an update and see?
We only went off on a huge tangent.
All right. So back down to the Desert Pro Unlimited. Travis Zollinger ahead by 5 minutes, as we discussed, ahead of Mike Gardner. Mike Gardner is about 43 seconds ahead of Jacob Krotz. And Krotz is about 2 minutes 40 seconds ahead of Nicholas Olsen. Then you have Cameron Ornelas rounding out the top five. Sixth place, I'm pretty stoked on this, as you guys know, is my buddy Tim Stewart and then Sid from the band Slipknot.
Awesome.
He's gone 3 laps, or he's
gone 3 laps.
He's gone 3 laps.
Yeah.
He hasn't gotten out of the car.
No, they're still plugging away.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
So cool.
You know, it's one thing to, again, this whole thing transpired. We were talking about it, And it went from like, yeah, he's going to come hang out to, no, he's racing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And, you know, like we've been talking about, this isn't just a UTV race.
No.
This is the World Championship.
Right.
And I would say 5 laps on this race course is harder than most off-road races. Right?
Yeah.
I think it's more difficult than most off-road races because of how technical it is and how busy the drivers are going to be, right? So it's really cool for him to come out and get this experience.
Well, and I'd like to comment on, I think his name's Seth, the last guy that commented on Facebook, you know, about being intimidated by other drivers, you know. I mean, Sid's just a guy in a rock band that plays music for a living, you know. He wasn't intimidated. He came out here and just went for it with Tim, you know. You don't have to be intimidated by any pro. Get out there and race with them. You're going to learn. You're going to find that in off-road racing there's a ton of camaraderie.
Exactly the word I was thinking of.
Yeah, you know, people you need help, people help you. Never be intimidated. Come be a part of the sport.
Yeah, and you're going to find, like, this is like a big family. People are really cool, and they help you. They want more people to come in off-road racing, and they want to share it with people.
Mm-hmm.
We got Dodge Pullman is going to be coming in to start his 5th lap. 5 laps total, correct, gentlemen?
He just went through and starting his last lap right now. He pulled his fastest lap was 49 minutes, 16 seconds. He just came through at 54. So it seems like he's being conservative now, being smart, whereas Colton Husted's last lap was also 54. So I think they're trying to be smart and get the car to the finish.
Well,
save the car.
That could also be, you know, the attrition. I'm sorry, the track. Right?
True.
The track changes. You know, this is not, you know, a couple little track changes. These ruts are going to get bigger. The holes are going to get bigger. You know, that means more dust, right? And now we're starting to get later on, like we're going to have a little bit of moisture content. So the way that the dust is moving is probably going to change. So yeah. Really cool to see Dodge having a great day out there. I hope he's able to bring it into the finish.
Right, and we've seen many, many times that the person that has won pole position for qualifying has not been the winner of the race.
Right.
They tend to, I mean, if you get out in front, it's kind of like the hare and the hound. You know, the rabbit's out front, and you got to stay out front. So you have this thing buzzing in your head like, don't let up, don't let up, don't let up. If I get conservative, they'll catch me, right? So that's one of the big things that are fighting around in your head. That's the mental part of the game that you're having to deal with. Dodge looks like he's doing a pretty daggone good job.
It looks like we have a little pass action going on, somebody pulled over to let race traffic, and that's cool. It's a common courtesy, you know.
It is.
You get caught by the faster guys, pull over and let them go.
Absolutely. It's not worth just holding them up and then having a bash fest, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of which, that's one of the things, you know, I mean, this is a contact sport. You know, you're allowed to nerf people if they're in your way. You know, we don't encourage doing it unnecessarily.
But
right?
sometimes it needs to be done.
That's right. So sometimes you've got to let people know that you're there and that you're trying to get around them. So nerfing is part of off-road racing.
Right, because when you're driving along, I mean, you have the engine going.
Hold on. I just wish we could do it on the freeway.
Oh, I'm in. I'm in.
The fast lane, right?
Fast lane.
I mean,
jeez Louise.
Well, I tell you what, I have a Rigid Industries light on the front of my van. The work van that goes out and does contractor stuff that I need to get crap done, right? I don't get paid on the road, so I got one of those Rigid Industry lights, and I want to thank them for that, just so you know. It's a good left lane clear.
Yeah. On our chase truck, we have a reverse one of those, so when people creep on us, we can just introduce them to the surface of the sun.
So
good.
But yeah, so the bumping part. So you're in the race car, okay? You think you're doing pretty decent. You're chugging along, and you can't hear the person behind you. You just can't. I mean, there's no way you can hear their engine. You have sirens and horns and so forth that you put on your car to make sure that if you run up on lap traffic or slow traffic, you let them know that you're behind them. But sometimes you just don't hear it, right? Or, you know, you're not paying attention to it.
Sure.
It's kind of like my wife listening to me. She totally tunes me out.
No, listen, I know when I'm in a race car, I'm not looking at anything behind me. I'm looking at everything in front of me, you know,
Right.
and it's kind of like you have your blinders on, right?
Oh, you gotta.
You go into this tunnel and you're just getting it done. So
It's like a Prius in the left lane.
I wouldn't know what that is.
I've seen them.
But yes. But yes.
So with that being said, so it's not encouraged, but sometimes it's kind of like last resort kind of thing. You have the big push bumper way out front, and then of course you as a car builder too, you have a big bumper on the rear just in case. Say if you're running with a flat or something, that.
Oh, we've got some carnage coming in, you know, and that's one of the things. Like, you know, we want everybody to go out there and have a good day, but stuff breaks. That's part of the deal.
Part of the deal, man.
Fix it. Get back out there at the next race.
Yep, that's why we don't call it flat track.
That's right. This is the opposite of flat track.
Completely opposite. Racing, all different kinds of forms of racing. It takes different disciplines, and of course, one will bash on the other. You know, like one's better than the other kind of thing. I have respect for a lot of the off-road racing, whether it be, you know, speedway, flat track, or, you know, obviously off-road racing, supercross. Jeremy McGrath was out here, which was like one of my heroes, man. I mean, what a cool deal. I got to go up and interview him and so forth. He brought his daughter out here on the poker run. Jeremy McGrath, 7-time, you know, supercross champ.
King of Moto.
King of Moto.
Well, he's also, you know, he's not known for it, but he's also a champion off-road racer. You know?
Yeah. Pro 2, Pro 4?
Pro 2, Pro 4.
Right.
And that's no easy task. I
No.
mean, you know, when he first came into short course, I think, you know, one of the people that influenced him was, of course, Ricky Johnson.
Right.
Good friend of mine, had a great career, a double career, basically, in short course off-road racing. And so I think he saw that and went, well, Ricky did it. I can do it. It'll be easy. Well, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. You have, you know, a 15-minute flurry of chaos that you've got to focus on. And he was able to do it, and not just win races, but win championships. So I have a lot of respect for Jeremy. You know, I've been bugging him for a couple of years to come race with us in the desert, and it looks like that's finally starting to happen. And it looks like his daughter's going to, you know, potentially get into it as well. So.
Very cool with that. Yeah, had a conversation with him. I asked him about, you know, hey, are you going to be, you know, had your daughter out here driving and so forth. You know, what's the action? He goes, well, we want to make sure we're a little bit more planned out. We have our stuff together before we come out and start racing. I was like, well, you know, I know you're not Captain Wing It when it comes out to race programs. Supercross. I got to race a little bit of Supercross on ATVs, similar to similar dirt bikes, and it's point and shoot. It's point and shoot, and it's basically, I'll put it to you in a quick nutshell. You come into the corner too fast, you finally get turned, and you do this, and hold it wide open. Is it triple? Is it double? I don't know, but am I going to make it? I'll just leave it wide open, and then next turn, same thing. And it's hold your breath the whole time. It is a phenomenal, different aspect of racing.
You know what name just came to mind too when you said you raced Supercross on ATV is Dana Creech.
Dana Creech, hands down, one of the most talented ATV racers I've ever met.
But you know what he was one of the innovators of was UTV racing.
Yes.
Because, you know, in the early Huevos films, you know, when the Rhino was out, Dana was out jumping that thing, you know, and then when the RZR came out, you know, I mean, he went full throttle with it, you know, and just ended up going into a direction of firefighting with a bulldozer, you know, but he doesn't seem to get the credit that he deserves as far as being one of the innovators of that sport.
Definitely. And, you know, what's cool now is that, you know, this whole thing has just exploded. You know, now, now you can get UTVs anywhere in the world. And like I was saying before, like, you know, I was out in China, in Inner Mongolia, and we roll up to a section of dunes, and there's guys in RZRs, there's guys in Can-Ams. Like, it's completely normal. And I'm like,
wait a minute, where am I right now?
You know? So it's really cool. And really all over the country, the trail riding on the East Coast, the mudding in the South.
Oh, yeah.
The rock bouncing in the Midwest.
Right.
You know, now there's all different disciplines that are utilizing the UTV platform. So that's really cool to see.
BC, where are we sitting so far with our standings? So back into the naturally aspirated.
So they're starting to come in. Dodge Pullman is the only guy on the final lap. right now.
Okay.
I show Colton Husted in second place. Max Gordon still in third.
Nice.
But none of those guys have come through on their final lap,
Only
right?
Dodge Pullman.
Wow. That's a gap. He's got a gap.
Nice.
So, but one cool story would be Ryan Pullman. Ryan Pullman, remember first lap, he was way down the bottom of the pack, had a problem. He's in top 10 now. He's running 9th.
Nice.
Holy smokes, he had to put down some hot laps to get there.
Yep. So you got, Caden Wells in 4th, JD Marsh 5th, Todd Romano running 6th, Drake Smith running 7th, Brett Ward in 8th, Ryan Pullman up to 9th, and Mia Chapman up in 10th.
Mia, go Mia.
Good.
Yeah.
So is she in front of Jim?
She is in front of Jim Beaver. Yeah, as she should be.
The client is winning. Well, let's go back to Ryan Pullman for a second. And let me point out, Ryan Pullman's Dodge's dad.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, father and son racing
Which means
together.
he wants to catch his kid.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a long ride home in the truck.
Absolutely. And Ryan has trophy truck experience. So let's see how he does.
Yeah,
It'd be really
I'm curious
cool
to see how that final lap goes.
I'm sure he wants his kid to win as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
how
As
proud,
as a parent, right? I mean, you couldn't be any more proud.
Yeah, I remember, being back in Crandon, being able to watch Johnny Greaves and CJ Greaves cross the finish line together.
Cool.
That was a really cool moment.
I got to be there once when those two had a little incident on the track, and I saw Johnny go up to him and kind of, elbow him and say, come on, and CJ gave him the cold shoulder.
Definitely competitive.
Yeah.
Definitely competitive. That's cool.
That was pretty cool to see.
So where's Mike Gardner at? Is he still up there?
Mike Gardner, let's see. Mike Gardner's still in Sector 2 of his 4th lap. And so Travis Zollinger is probably still right around 5 minutes ahead of him. Let's see what happens here in a few minutes when they cross the start finish. We got Jacob Krotz in 3rd, Nicholas Olson running 4th. Those guys are all on their 4th lap.
Man,
I'm sorry?
I just love this, that, as these guys go through the race line wheels, timing gate, we're getting these sector updates, right?
Yeah.
And what's great about this information, these guys will be able to go back and look at all this data and go, why was I faster here than here, right? And so it saves the history of the race, kind of like there's another program called MyLaps that does something similar.
Right.
But it gives us data so that as we go forward, we can talk about, the data, different vehicles versus different vehicles, and why were they faster in these particular sections than other sections.
So give me a quick breakdown. Sector, you're talking about sectors on the racetrack. What is that?
So the race course, we have we actually technically have 4 timing gates. There's the start, the finish, and then we have 2 remote timing gates. And so as racers hit those timing gates, it pings and it updates their race time for that. It's doing it for that section or that sector, right?
Sector, okay.
Just like Formula One.
Got it.
So what it does for us is it allows us to have corrected time. So at every other off-road race, guy crosses the finish line, and everybody goes, well, I'm not sure if he won. We got to figure it out, right?
Right. There's corrected time. People left later on the start line.
Yeah, and sometimes it can be days before they figure that out, which is a real bummer.
Right.
We hate that.
Right. That's terrible for announcing, just so you know.
We want to pop the champagne and start the party right then, right?
Exactly that.
So we invested into this timing and scoring system, and these guys have been great to work with, and they continue to improve stuff. And so this, we use this at the Mint, and this is the second race that we've used it as, but you can see all the live timing and scoring on the website. So now it's out in the open. So there's no old dude that goes into a dark room and comes out with a piece of paper and says this dude won. You're seeing
it right.
You're seeing it right here.
Right. Yeah. And the live timing. So remember, go on UTVUnderground.com. You can see results and, of course, all the updates on that website. Of course, go to our social media pages as well, YouTube.
Watch the live stream, share the live stream.
Share the live stream.
Help us spread the gospel of off-road racing.
Absolutely. And it's free to do it, right? Nothing better than free.
It's free.
It's better than free because it's the best content you're going to watch today. What are you going to watch, a debate?
Yeah.
No.
This is way better than a debate. Way better than a debate.
You know,
I think Democrats and Republicans can agree on that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think that's the only common ground that we're dealing with.
You know, this is cool. So the sun's starting to set here, and we were talking about this earlier. The way that this race course is set, the majority of it is running east-west. So when these guys flip around and they're coming west towards the Colorado River, full sun and eyes.
Right there.
With dust, right?
Right, dead in the face.
So I can tell you from, my experience that's a tough one. You know, we've come up with all sorts of tricks to try and deal with that. Tape on the helmet, visors.
Amber lenses.
All kinds of stuff. But when you're going over these elevation changes like they are, nothing you can do about it because you're going to go down, it's going to be dark, you're going to pop up, it's going to be the sun.
Right in your face.
Right in your face.
Right. It's like coming around the corner and having a dude with a high beams on.
Well, high beams as big as the sun. Those are big high beams.
Very big high beams.
They must have some crazy lights up in Seattle.
Well, I told you I've been running around with rigids out on the freeway.
Right.
Rachel asked here on our Facebook Live, it says, will it be in the same location next year?
Yes. So, the city of Lake Havasu has been fantastic to work with. We love that we're in Arizona. We love this area of the Mojave Desert. Plan on doing a lot more here. And we've invested in a lot of dirt work, as you can see here.
Yes.
With the help of lots of people here in Havasu. In particular, the Campbell family. This plant that we're next to, this crushing plant, is the Campbell family. They're a prominent family here in Havasu. They've helped us out tremendously. You know, we wouldn't have been able to get a tenth of what we got done without them. So big shout out to the Campbell family. But the answer is yeah. We like Havasu. We want this to be our home indefinitely. We'd like to do this race maybe multiple times a year, maybe some other stuff. We'd like to get through this race and maybe have a nap and a swim in the river and kind of figure out the future. Under all the challenges that we've had with COVID, we're just happy that we're here racing.
Talking about the Campbell family, the people helping us out, we're gonna toss it off to commercial. Talk about the other people that help us out.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Goodrich, Speed UTV, Venom Rex, VP Racing Fuels, Rigid Industries, and ORW.
I stay strong, forever young, may you live long. I'm an overcomer, I overcame it, y'all. I conquered every mountain, I've been through it all. I am fearless, you know, I am fearless, I'm fearless.
Welcome back to the UTV World Championships here in beautiful Lake Havasu, brought to you by Polaris RZR. Let's talk about short course.
Yes.
So short course was first thing this morning, off the line, 7 a.m., eyeballs rubbing, who am I? Went out there, got to call play-by-play, and top 5. So short course, give me an explanation of short course, because short course, from what we technically know as kind of like a larger motocross track. But
Yeah.
what was this short course?
Yeah, I mean, typically that's what it is, right? So it's almost a moto style of racing, right?
Right. Jumps, whoops, big bank turns.
Yeah, and they're generally 5, 6, 8 miles, right? But here, we're going further, right?
Right.
What we opted to do, especially because of the amount of racers, is we opted to take them on the full course, the full 30-mile course.
Cool. Okay.
Right? Which is different for them, And a lot of these guys were like, "Whoa, we don't know about that. 30 miles, we might run out of gas," and that was a factor.
That was a factor.
But we're here to connect the dots, right? And we're here to connect the dots with short course racing, with desert racing, and give these guys, a unique experience and something that they might look back at and say, I want to try more of that. So that's what we did today, and it was exciting racing. Those guys went out and threw down and really, put it all on the line. And I was really glad to see Mr. Ronnie Anderson come out on top. I mean, that
right.
He's we talked about it before, but he's very underrated. He's the quiet of the two Anderson brothers, right? His brother is the one everybody knows.
Right.
But I'm telling you, this is another proof that Ronnie is like the silent assassin. He is so fast in the UTV.
So well put. So well put. The silent assassin. Tall, lanky kid. He's like 7'16" and a half.
Right.
Like 125 pounds. But great personality. Also, great dude to talk with. I've been able to introduce him on the microphone many times, watch him race and so forth. That's the only time I've spent with him. But great personality. Of course, that family is just knock down, drag out, one of the best that show up to the track, right?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about some of the other racers that were out there. Braden Kaler coming up in 5th place. Heck of a great run. There were multiple lines. We had, what did we have? We had 22. I think we had 22 racers or 24 racers out there at one time.
Yep.
Sent them off 2x2. And
nope, they went off 4x4, remember?
They did go off 4x4. Sorry, I hit my head between now and then.
It's okay.
They did go off 4x4. What I do remember is they were leaving dead into the sun.
Oh, yeah.
The sun was like literally right at the first turn.
Definitely.
Very difficult. So getting the whole shot was like a major deal. Right?
Yeah, it would be a huge advantage there. And as you can see, they all went for it.
Oh, totally. Yes. And 2nd place, John Bonanno, in 4th. John Bonanno came in 4th. Great run by him out there. I mean, kept the car together. That's a huge deal. I know. And then preserve gas. You got to make it to the finish.
Definitely.
One of the guys I'm going to talk about that I can't not talk about enough is Bo Barron. Bo Barron came in the third spot. The guy is tenacious, but like super witty and quiet, like with his helmet off.
Yeah.
Talk about an assassin. He's a vocal assassin.
Well, when you were talking about him earlier, like he's going out and he's racing in a bike, on a quad.
Yep.
And then following up with UTV racing. So
right.
Talk about somebody who loves racing.
Oh, totally.
And it's great to see. So, yeah, pulling a 3rd may not have been where he wanted to finish this race, but it's still, out of 24 racers, that's a proper finish,
Coming out of the start, I'll talk about Bo here in a minute. We're going to take it off to Tiffany. She's got some great stuff for us.
And I heard some things about a fuel pump.
So we've been struggling all 3 laps with the fuel pump. We don't know if it's going bad, but he sorted out if he shuts the car off, turns the fuel pump off, turns it back on, it seems to be good. We thought maybe it was vapor lock, but it might just be a fuel pump going bad. But lots of guys are dropping out. So they got Wells is now 30-some minutes behind. So we just got to get a finish right now after struggling all day. Got to get a finish.
Well, best of luck to you guys. Hope you guys get that finish. Back up to you guys.
So we're going to go back. Welcome back. Thank you, Tiffany, very much. She's doing great work out there. Going back, talking about Bo Barron. So the triple threat, I like to call them. I mean, championships, motorcycle, quad, side by side.
Yeah,
right?
we should give him something else to race, like camels or something. He can race that, you know?
I tell you what, if he was on a lawnmower, like a John Deere or something like that,
He'd be deadly.
He'd rock the crap out of that,
He'd
too.
be deadly.
Yeah. Great dude. Anyway, so watching the start, I was able to be on the start and watch it. He got a bad jump. Everybody else got out. He was literally fourth, and going up into the first turn, there's a huge G out right at the bottom. I haven't walked up and looked at it yet, but I mean, you're full throttle straight ahead. You built the course, obviously you should know. And then there's a big G out in the hill, and then it banks up to a soft left, and then crests, and then another straightaway.
Well, there's a G out, and there's a step down right there. Right. So we kept it interesting, right?
Right. And you're wide open. I mean, the cars are at least 50 miles an hour or so, or better, when they're hitting that first G out.
Definitely.
Bo snuck up the inside, and he has this crazy ability to be able to keep it wide open and stay on the course. So he G'd out, bounced out, stayed on the inside, and then left everybody after that step down.
Nice. Yeah, no, it was great. I mean,
cool shot. Yeah, I'm sitting there biting my fingernails off like, is he going to do it? Because it's open wheel racing, you touch tires.
Yeah,
it's
good.
over.
Not good.
No, it's over. You're going to see the roof of somebody and the drain plug.
Yeah.
You know, that's
absolutely.
That's the way it is. But anyway, he snuck it in there and got it done. Michael Dunnigan pulling the second place in that short course. Man, great run by him. I wasn't able to follow his full race, but I mean, pulling the second place in there, he came back just completely full of dust. Like he had a red race suit. It was tan.
Yeah.
Top to bottom. I gave him a little slap in the chest and it poof.
Yeah. No, great win for him. You know, he's a little new to this, but did a great job.
Yes, phenomenal. I mean, there's a learning curve. There's an absolute learning curve. You just can't go out there and hang it out.
Yep.
If you hang it out, you're going to be the dude out there busted waiting for our safety crew to go out and drag your dumb ass back.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. But that's one of the things I really love about this race in particular is this it helps to make people's career. And yeah. I'm sure, you know, these top guys. I mean, obviously Bo is a steady. Ronnie Anderson, different Ronnie.
Different Ronnie.
Same pace though. But yeah, I mean, these guys are mainstays. But some of these guys, this will be the beginning of their career, of them getting sponsorship, of them, you know, doing more races, and I think it's great.
Finally finish out, taking the top win. Ronnie Anderson. Ronnie Anderson pulls the whole shot, okay? That Polaris RZR just jumped up on it, and it just spit all kinds of angry noise out of the back of it, and he rocketed towards the front right off the start. The noise that thing makes, I mean, obviously they got their program dialed. The noise that thing makes and the amount of traction that thing bit and took off, it was a commanding lead to the first turn.
He's fast.
He's fast, but agile too. I mean, super agile like a cat, and think way ahead, and obviously drove smart. He had a lot of clean air in front of him, so I'll give him that too, because that's something to be had, because he was not covered in dust like the rest of the folks.
No, definitely. So let's look at some highlights from this race.
Got to see it. Got any more? Hey, I feel like a hobo over here. So we're going to cut back over. Welcome back to the 2020 UTV World Championship. We're going to cut back over to BC. We're going to get a highlight of who's where sitting in the standards. The Pro Naturally Aspirated and the Unlimited class. Where are we sitting, BC? I know Max Gordon was charging hard. He was putting in some super fast lap times. Where's he at now?
Looks like he might have gotten stalled there for a few minutes because Caden Wells and JD Marsh are now on their 5th lap. Max Gordon is still on his 4th. So we're waiting to see when he comes through. He might have gotten a flat or something, but Dodge Pullman has passed sector 1. So he's just got 2 sections left. And yep, there you go. So Caden Wells is now running 2nd. And he is 17 minutes behind Dodge Pullman. JD Marsh is 3 minutes behind Caden Wells. Todd Romano is still on his 4th lap, but he's running 4th. Drake Smith running 5th. We got Brett Ward running 6th. Todd Romano just moved in. Drake Smith just went up into 4th and put Todd Romano back into 5th. Brett Warden 6th, Ryan Pullman up to 7th from 9th.
Wow, nice.
Holy smokes, on the gas.
That is cool.
On the gas, yeah. Michael Pascarella is up to 8th. Zach Van Mater up to 9th. And Austin Bolton rounds out the top 10. Let's look down here at Pro Unlimited. Travis Zollinger, he is past the first sector of the final lap, and it looks like Mike Gardner is behind him. Mike Gardner's still on his 4th lap, but looks like he's approaching the start finish with Jacob Krotz in 3rd, Nicholas Olson in 4th, and Tim Stewart and Sid Wilson in 5th.
Nice. That's great news.
Yep.
That is awesome.
Rounding out the top 10, though, we have Billy Getch, or Goth. I'm sorry, Billy, I don't know how to say your name. John Mark Richardson in 7th. Nicholas Shearer in 8th. Ryder Steinberger, what do you call him?
Weather Boy.
Weather Boy.
Weather Boy.
Weather Boy. And then rounding out the top 10 is Lucretia Barrier. I just saw
a clip.
like she was in at a pit. Did she get out of there? Or?
Yeah, she did.
She did. Okay, good.
Okay, I saw a wheel off. I didn't know if they were messing around with a hub or something like that. So hopefully it was just a wheel swap and got her back out.
Gotcha.
Well, you know she's a warrior, so
oh yeah.
If they can fix it and get back out there, she will finish.
They could put a wagon wheel on that thing and she'd still go out and crush it.
Definitely. Well, you know, the sun's set now and lights are starting to turn on. So we're at dusk here, and it's going to get dark, right?
Right.
Going to make it interesting for the last lap, right? Little drama.
Little drama.
Yep.
So switching gears here, we're going to talk a little bit about this month, about what this month means, okay? And
Definitely.
what Mad Media and UTV World Championships have done in signification of breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Yeah, so like you alluded to, this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and me and my brother personally have had a lot of people that have been affected by cancer. We lost our mother to cancer a few years ago, and recently I lost one of my best friends, Chad Ragland, to cancer. So, you know, we say F cancer, right?
Totally.
This month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so we teamed up with the Save a Breast Foundation, and we're doing these pink socks as a fundraiser, as a way to raise awareness for breast cancer. You can buy them on dirtco.com, or you can buy them here if you're here in Havasu. $5 from every sock goes to the foundation.
Right.
To basically help raise awareness for breast cancer.
So as the question came in earlier on YouTube, what socks am I sporting? It's these.
Definitely.
It's these all day long. So affected by it very closely means a ton.
Definitely. Right on, brother. And to all you people out there who have been affected by, in particular breast cancer, you know, this is a great way to show your support for your loved ones and your friends. You know, just rock the pink socks, man.
Absolutely, all day long. So I'm going to wear pink socks the rest of the weekend.
Yep.
Love these things. Of course, they're quality socks. They're not just cheap, you know, $2 socks. They're quality socks.
They're Dirtco bamboo socks.
Right. Phenomenal socks.
Trust me, you try these, you'll never want to go back.
Right. And I got them pulled up to my knees right now. And I hate the like half calf socks that always fall down. If you're going to make a statement, make a freaking statement. Are you going to put a sign on the side of the freeway 2 foot by 2 foot, or are you going to put it, you know, 12 foot by 30 foot?
I mean, you see how we do everything here. It's like, let's stack some sea crates and put some signs on it, man. Let everybody know we're here.
Absolutely. So, Dirtco, please go to Dirtco, and of course that money goes back to breast cancer. Huge thing for us too. Of course, you know, coming out of the Shellman household.
That's right. That's right, brother.
So Beverly Hall comes in on our live feed and says, let's go, hashtag RISQ.
There you go. Risk Racing.
Risk Racing.
Yep.
There it is. So if you're on, make sure you hit the share button. Mash on that share button so everybody knows what you're watching.
Definitely.
Because nobody knows. I mean, you're sitting there, you know, watching off your phone or your tablet, or if you're smart enough to stream it to your TV, you know. I'm not. I got to chisel into a rock to try to figure out how to do some of this stuff. But hit the share button. Let everybody know what you're watching, because we need to spread the love, right?
Yeah, and especially on the Keep a Breast Cancer Awareness socks.
Yes.
Help us spread the word on those and get that out.
Absolutely. Yep, 100% behind that.
Hey guys, it looks like we have an update. Max Gordon is back in 15th spot right now, so something detrimental must have happened back there to him.
Man, I was flying a Max Gordon flag like super big, man. Dang it.
Still respect, he was kicking butt.
12 years old.
Yeah.
Freaking 12 years old. Tell me what you were doing at 12 years old. I was wearing big wheels out at 12 years
Driving
old.
a scat car.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that I was riding a three-wheeler with no shoes down the street in El Cajon, but... But they don't allow that anymore.
No, they don't. Well, they didn't allow it then.
Because it's unsafe.
Unsafe.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll keep drinking out of a hose and eating with tools. Thank you very much.
Exactly. Well, as you can see, the sunset starting to change the dynamics of racing. Lights are coming on. And back to talking about one of our light sponsors, because we used to be worried about it from a race promotion standpoint, but now we're not, because we get to fire up our Sea Devil lights, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So Sea Devil lights. So Sea Devil, you put it in the pits.
Yep.
But we're going to put this conversation in the pits right now. We're going to go off to break.
All right, let's do it.
Let's pay some bills.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, Ford & Racing, AZ West, Sea Devil Lights, JMR Performance, and Shock Therapy.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and cushion every landing. Confidence and control for those who live the ride. Polaris. Think outside.
Everybody yearns for something. Few have the drive to reach out and take it. We build for those with the conviction to stand up straight and demand what they want out of life. We champion those who refuse to see the world as it is, but what it could be. We know what we're building for. What are you building for?
We go where you go.
everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Introducing Rigid's new SRL Series light bar, featuring a sleek 20-inch curved housing, ultra-wide forward projecting beam pattern, and a unique halo backlight feature offered in 4 color options. The SRL Series light bar's new optic combination projects light over 70 degrees wide, with more than enough distance to safely drive in low visibility conditions, making it the perfect lighting solution for most applications. The halo backlight feature is offered in red, white, blue, or amber, and is wired independently from the forward projecting light. Instantly transition from style to function with the flip of a switch, making it easier than ever to own the night.
Welcome back, 2020 UTV World Championships, brought to you by Polaris RZR. We're getting word that the winner is crossing the line. So you know what that means? I got to bug out. I got to go over and do some reality TV over that place. So, gentlemen, I will check back with you guys in a bit.
Awesome. You go handle that podium. We'll be right here.
No doubt.
Send him to us when you're done with him.
Copy that. Copy that. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be all sticky from champagne.
All right.
I don't show him having gone through Sector 2 yet.
Well, we'll see.
Let's see what happens.
We're on the last lap. Dodge Pullman has a healthy lead. How many minutes is he in front by? 15, you said?
17.
17-minute lead. Pretty remarkable for as stacked as the competition is, but it just speaks to the importance of qualifying well, as well as having a clean race. So obviously Dodge is doing really well having a clean race. Second place behind him, who's second place?
Caden Wells. We got a Dodge Pullman, Caden Wells. Third place is JD Marsh. And JD's only 3 minutes behind Caden, so anything can happen there.
Definitely.
Fourth is Drake Smith. Fifth, Todd Romano. Sixth place, Brett Ward. And seventh, up to seventh, from almost the back of the pack, Ryan Pullman.
Nice.
The father of Dodge Pullman. Eighth place, go ahead.
It's good to see Todd Romano up in the top 5. It's been a while, but he's definitely a game racer.
Yep, no doubt about it. He's the only unit that is not a RZR in the top 10. It's crazy. Brett Ward running 6th, Ryan Pullman 7th, Michael Pascarella running 8th, Austin Bolton running 9th, and running out the top 10, Aaron Clark. Got Mia Chapman. She just dropped from 10th to 11th, so she may have had a little bit of an issue, but overall for a short course racer, she's come out and done a good job today.
Yeah, I mean, this is only her 3rd desert race, and she's getting to the finish line. That's a major accomplishment.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 12th place, we have Ryan O'Hara. 13th, Colton Husted. Colton was running top 3 for quite a long time.
Yeah, I must have had an issue there.
And then there's Max Gordon up to 14th from 15th, so I guess he's going again. Dylan Kelly, 15th. Scott Baker, 16th. Zach Van Mater in the 17th position. 18th, Alan Alexander. Timothy Hall, Derek Holland all got out of the race after lap 1.
Yeah, it's really cool, though, to see all these guys battle it out to the finish. Like we were saying earlier, it's dusk, the sun's gone down, starting to get dark here. So now the lights will come on the cars, and it'll make it a little bit more interesting here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Looking at Desert Pro Unlimited now. Travis Zollinger.
Still out in front.
Yep, about to finish his last lap. He's leading Jacob Krotz by 5 minutes.
You know, it's interesting because in all different forms of off-road racing that we do, we've seen it come down to seconds, right? And we've got some pretty big gaps here. You know, what I think that speaks to is the technical part of the course, you know, and once you get out in front and have that clean air, it definitely gives you a big advantage.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. Okay, so we have Mike Gardner. So Mike Gardner looks like he's back about 40 whole seconds.
Right.
So we have a battle between he and Jacob Kratz.
And what position is that for?
Well, second place.
Nice.
Yep. Nicholas Olson's only a couple minutes behind Mike. So we have a battle here with Desert Pro Unlimited. Tim Stewart and Sid Wilson, they haven't come across to start their 5th lap yet, so hoping that changes soon. We'll see what happens there. Billy Getch.
We're going to have to get his name, the name, and burn that into our brains after this.
I owe him a big apology today, but I'm used to it. Nobody knows how to pronounce Vought, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's always Volt or... Anyways, Nicholas Shearer running 7th. Ryder Steinberger, 8th position. Lucretia up to 9th. Brock Smith rounding out the top 10. Josh Shelton, 11th place. Brooke Jensen must have got her unit running. So she's up to 12th. Stephen Poole, 13th. Daxton Potson and Randy Gillette, Cameron Ornelas, Andrew Carlson, John Mark Richardson, our boy Jim Beaver.
He's still going?
I'm not sure about that, but he's only completed 1 lap. So all those guys are back pretty far.
Yeah, if he's only gotten 1 lap, he definitely has a technical.
Yeah. Getting nice and dark out there now. I'm sure the drivers are loving it too, because it's probably down 10, 15 degrees from what it was at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, well, that's a relief. I could tell you, like, being in a car this long, and you finally get to this part of the day where it starts to cool down, and it's a treat, right? Although one of the things that's going to happen right now is the moisture in the air is going to increase, and it's going to hold the fog a little bit down. I'm sorry, it's going to hold the dust a little bit down and create kind of this dusty fog that we see in other forms of racing, especially when we're racing along the coastline. Moisture is not your friend in off-road racing, believe it or not, and you know, that could make some things even more difficult for these guys. The lights reflect off of the dust, right? So that you'll see some of these guys running amber lights that helps cut through the dust. So lights are going to come into a big, or they're going to be a big factor here, and you know, nobody does them better than Rigid Industries.
Oh, yeah.
One of our sponsors, great company. They make a ton of great products, both for your race vehicles and your street vehicles. So go check out their products. Make your I forget what they're saying is, like, light up the night or something, right? I got to get it right, but you know, make your night easy to see. But yeah, you know, the other thing that's going to happen now is some of the guys that are good at night racing will probably pick it up a little bit, right? So, you know, one of the things that happens at night is you kind of get tunnel vision. So all the peripheral stuff that you're worried about goes away, and you can get really focused on what's in front of you and what you have to get done.
I have a question for you that probably a lot of people out there might be thinking, and that's, what if it were to start raining right now? You keep it running, yeah?
Yeah, you get wet. This is off-road racing. There's no rainouts. You know, there very few races have been stopped. I remember in the history of the Mint, there was 1 year it was stopped because of how bad the dust was blowing, and it just basically turned to zero visibility. But no, we race in rain, we race in heat, we race in snow. We've had a little bit of everything, you know.
I think I'm hearing that the leader is pulling into the stage, huh? Maybe that's them right there.
Let's see.
You know,
nope, that's not Dodge. That's
you know what's crazy to think is, so we've been running 4 hours, 4 hours 15 minutes, right?
Right.
This is a 150-mile race.
Yeah.
Think about them at 400.
Yeah.
the Baja 500, the Baja 1000.
Dakar.
The Dakar. Oh, that's yeah. What are they doing every day for how many days?
They do like anywhere between 400 and 600 miles a day, right?
That
and
is absolutely
like
nuts.
we were talking about earlier, the Matlocks and Craig Scanlon are going over to represent Team Polaris there this year, and you know, I'd mentioned last year, or it actually was the beginning of this year, I was able to go. And Saudi Arabia is a beautiful country. It's one of those things that I highly recommend going and visiting, especially on the Red Sea side. But the terrain there was just like our terrain here, just bigger.
Yeah.
You know, I would go into the washes and I was waiting for a dinosaur to walk down this wash, right? So really cool, but it was rad to see Mitch Guthrie Jr. and Blade Hildebrandt go there and actually, you know, really shellac some of those guys over there. Who think they're fast off-road. They have no idea what, you know, these kids are capable of that have been racing since they've been 4, 5, 6 years old.
You know what's cool is I had the opportunity of working with Mitch Jr. and got to know that family a little bit, you know, and really enjoyed my time working with them. You know, Mitch Sr. is a great guy, and Stephanie, and Mitch Jr., just a great kid, you know. Well-skilled, you know, one of the best in the industry, and zero ego, just a cool cat, you know.
Yeah, no, great family, great racers, and he wanted to be here, but he had a rally raid that was scheduled in Spain.
Well, how cool is it? You know, I mean, to me, having toured in a rock band, it's a blessing to be able to travel the world, get paid a little bit of money, and see the world doing what your passion is. And for Mitch and these guys to be able to see the world
in their 20s,
yeah, doing what they love.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the pay right there.
No, it is. It's a pay forward and experience, and again, it's really cool. It's the thing I keep speaking to, of that off-road racing is a global culture, right? It exists in every corner of the world, and it's all connected. And a lot of it started here in the deserts of Baja, Nevada, and Arizona. So, you know, this is really where the culture was born. And so, for me personally, it's really rad to see it explode and grow into these other parts of the world. And I personally want to go travel there and go off-roading and eat the food and drink the drinks and have that type of experience. And I think that speaks to the mentality of being an off-roader, is that you've chosen a different path in life. You've chosen to be off-road and not drive down the highway and have the same experience that everybody else has.
Yeah, yeah. Good way to put it.
So as you can see, night has fallen, which always brings a little bit more drama, a little bit more edge. But we have still quite a bit of racing to go, even though the leader looks like he's already in, as we're hearing on the loudspeaker. I don't think we've got enough.
I wish it showed him in on the computer, but I think I heard them say he's in, so.
Let's refresh that.
Yeah. Nope.
Not yet. So it's crazy to think that, you know, this is a little UTV race, right? Actually, it's not a little. It's the biggest one in the world. And these guys have been in the car for how long now? 4 hours?
Yeah, 4 hours, 20 minutes.
4 hours, 20 minutes. That's a battle.
I got to tell you something right now. This is pretty cool. So now the computer has switched from separating the two classes. Now it's showing it as an overall.
Yep.
Sid Wilson and Tim Stewart, top 10.
Wow. That would be crazy.
That would be awesome.
That would be
if they
crazy.
finished like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. I know I keep bringing them up, but you know, I'm proud. I'm proud of these guys. Tim Stewart just got into off-road racing in the last 6 months.
Yeah, and to answer, I don't know who it was, but one of the guys on Facebook talking about being intimidated. You know, that's proof right there. It's like, look, you just got to come out and put one foot in front of the other and go out there. You know, you got to be prepared, but you got to go out there and just start clicking miles off. And you'll be surprised. This type of racing, when you get to the end of the race and figure out where you are, you know, you'll be surprised, and you can build on it. So, and I also think it's cool that Sid's having this experience, because he'll go away from this not only hooked, but this will be something he talks about the rest of his life.
And I got to be honest, I hope it doesn't happen, you know, knock on wood. If they don't, even if they end up not finishing, I'm still real proud of the team, you know, getting this far in the race, doing as well as they did. shows a lot of promise for the future.
Absolutely. But to your point about overall versus class, we always have that in off-road racing. We have the goal is to win the overall, no matter who you are. Right. That's always in the back of your head. Even if you have a 125cc bike, you're like, man, maybe I could overall it. Right?
Yeah.
But you know, once you get your win in your class, you always want to look at, you know, where you stack up, and that's one thing that's great about UTVs is like we have not broken into the top 10, but we've broken into, you know, the top 25, the top 30 in overall races, right? And as these vehicles get faster and faster, they're going to keep climbing up. You know, I mean, the top of the food chain in off-road racing is a four-wheel drive trophy truck, you know, 36 inches of travel, 1,000 horsepower. I mean, these things are amazing machines. But for affordability, UTVs are a great platform.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what are we talking difference in price here from a...
Lots of zeros.
You know, lots of zeros.
So, you know, we've broken some thresholds in off-road racing with the new four-wheel drive trophy trucks, the Masons, and some of the other people that are building them. But a lot of this technology that is in these trophy trucks has come from rock crawling, and rock crawling has borrowed technology from UTVs, believe it or not. This whole thing was sped up by the UTV and by the, you know, people like Shannon Campbell building vehicles in rock crawling. So it's really cool to see the technology story. But yeah, zeros wise, you're looking at $750,000 for a new Mason. And for a UTV, you're looking at, you know, a race UTV, you could probably get away with about 40 grand, maybe less. Who is it?
Rusty.
Yeah, that's funny.
What's up, Rusty? You were supposed to come in here with us today, help us out. Instead, he chose to go to the pool. What do you think about that, Matt?
Well, hopefully we'll be there. Actually, let's see. I think we'll be at the pool on Sunday.
Yeah.
There we go. It'll be well earned.
Well, he's taking my spot tomorrow, isn't he? No, Jim Beaver is.
Beaver's in here tomorrow. Beaver went out to race today, and tomorrow he'll be in the booth here with us. But yeah, it looks like we got some finishers. It looks like we have some finishers coming through the finish line. As you can see, you know, you see the flashing out there, and then the lights. The flashing is actually the reverse lights, and what that does is it helps you see racers as you come up on them. Those lights actually, you know, are a bonus for racing UTVs against UTVs, but they're absolutely critical in the other forms of desert racing where we have bigger cars chasing us down. They're definitely lifesavers because it also identifies the type of vehicle that you're coming up on.
It does. Okay, that's great.
Nothing scarier than being in a small vehicle and having trophy trucks come up on you.
I've heard the stories from Miller being on a quad and that happening.
Oh, scary. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about 2,000 pounds versus, you know, 6,000 pounds. Here comes Dodge. Dodge through the BFG arches. And just clearing the finish line. Look at that. So, unofficially, we have Dodge Pullman first place, UTV World Championship. What a race. You know, he had a great qualifying run, beating everybody in qualifying, having a clean run today. Didn't look like he had one issue, so I'm interested to talk to him about his race.
He ran a great race all day, man. Just hung it out there, and looks like he's about 13 minutes ahead of the next guy.
Oh, let's see. We got 13.
Oh, no, he's 3 minutes ahead of the next guy in his class.
Okay. That's still a gap.
Caden Wells. Let's see how he comes across the finish.
Well, at one point, that was like a 13-minute lead, so it looks like Caden must have closed some distance on him. Either that or Dodge just sat back and got a little conservative, you know, to preserve his win. We were talking about Rob Mack earlier, and one of the things that he had said to me one time is he said, Matt, you know, they don't care how much you win by, they just care that you win.
Yeah.
You know, and you could see it in his driving discipline. He always conserves himself to the point where he has some left if he has to push. Very, very intelligent racer.
Max Gordon's on the move again. He's about 30 minutes ago he's running 15th. He's now up to 13th. So maybe a belt or how.
It could have been. You know, again, interested to talk to him. I always like to hear what parts are failing, what things are going wrong. You know, on this course, because of the narrowness in certain areas and, you know, the large rocks and the rock sections, we thought a lot of it was going to be sidewall flats, ripped off arms, things like that. You know, the belts really don't get stressed unless you're doing real high speed stuff or sometimes a lot of crawling where they can't cool down.
Gotcha. So it separated them again, so I can give an update on Desert Pro Unlimited. We got Travis Zollinger out front. Looks like he's about 5 minutes 48 seconds ahead of Jacob Krotz. Mike Gardner running third, about 40 seconds behind Jacob. Nicholas Olson running fourth, 2 minutes behind Mike Gardner. Tim Stewart running fifth, about 16 minutes behind Nicholas Olson. And then we got Mr. Billy Goth, Nicholas Shearer, Ryder Steinberger. Hanging there in ninth is Lucretia Barrier. To round out the top 10, Josh Shelton.
Nice. Well, I just got an update from Trent Beaver, Jim Beaver's brother. He said that Jim's out with 2 broken axles, so that's a bummer, but you know,
one of those things that happens.
Like I said, we should have like a big chart of all the broken parts so we can see what was failing out there.
Yeah, I mean, in a 500-mile race, you might change those axles, right? But in a 150-mile race, probably not. Or what's your opinion on that?
Well, usually these guys carry 1 axle with them, right? But if he broke 2, he probably changed one already, and then broke another one, didn't have a spare, right? So in such a short, well, we call it 150-mile short race, right? They usually carry light spares, right? Yeah, so it looks like it's official. The gap between Dodge Pullman and the rest of the field is so large. It looks like it's official that he has won the UTV World Championship. So that's really cool. I'm stoked for him. I'm stoked for his family and all of his sponsors. But, you know, it's really cool. We, you know, this kid won the UTV World Championship a couple years ago. And then he took some time off, and I was a little bummed that he was having to take some time off because I thought he was going to be, you know, on a roll. But man, he really didn't miss a beat. He came right back in, started doing races, started doing well, and won the biggest UTV race of the year. So big props to Dodge Pullman.
Maybe this is the kick in the pants that he needed.
Right.
Now he's going to stick with it.
Yeah, I think he's going to stick with it, but you know, he had some time off, which was great. You know, maybe he's fresh now. But again, racing family, it's a big win, big gap too, still going. So
yeah, congrats to he and his family. Let's see where his dad. Yeah, Ryan Pullman, 7th place right now.
That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, so you know, lots of kids coming up through the ranks. You know, and that's one of the things we love to see is, you know. We talked about it earlier with the 170s and the 570s. These kids start at 4 or 5 years old, start coming up the ladder system, and man, by the time they're a teenager, they're just savages. They're super good, you know.
Well, it's crazy. It seems like, you know, off-road racing is providing all of you know, the future women stars too. You know what I mean?
Yes, definitely. I mean, let's talk about that because, you know, this platform has allowed a lot more women to come racing, and there's a lot of them that are really good. And one in particular we're going to talk about is Kristen Matlock. You know, she was here with her kids and her husband Wayne, and like we said before, they are going to be racing in Dakar. Kristen is going to be driving one of her own vehicles, but there's a lot of other young women that are coming up the ranks that are very good. Mia Chapman's one of them. She's still out there battling. And then we have several other women racing with us, you know, and more coming. So it's a really cool thing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. See if we got anybody else coming, waiting for Caden. Caden Wells should be coming through any minute now. Got a little car alarm going off here.
Yeah, that's, I think, the second time that thing has gone off. I hope somebody's actually stealing it this time. All right, we're gonna take it down to the stage for an interview with your winner, Dodge Pullman.
All right.
Can you figure out whoever's car that is and light it on fire? Looks like Dodge Pullman on the podium. He's stoked.
Yeah, absolutely.
TPQ with the pink socks. Got style for miles.
Yes. On its way. Goethe. Interesting.
Yeah.
Who sent that to you? Okay.
Like Dodge Pullman on the finish line here. This is awesome. And one of the traditions that we brought back a few years ago with the Mint 400, we didn't invent it, we just brought it back, was the champagne spray. You know, it's one of those things like, hey, you finish a race, even if you're underage, you should be able to spray some champagne, right? It's not for drinking, it's for spraying. So we're not, it's not bad influence.
Where's it at?
But look how clean his car looks.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, is you know, having a clean race.
So he's a factory Polaris driver?
Yeah, he's supported by factory Polaris. But like I said, he's been out for a little while. He just came back in, and you know, if I was Polaris right now, I'd be looking at him going, yeah. If he isn't, he would be. He should be now.
Yes.
I think he's just going to continue to do better and better. You know, especially at his age, he's got still a long ways to go, and I think he's just going to make improvements.
Where's he out of?
Utah.
Utah.
Yep. Which is really cool. You know, again, another hot zone for racing in Utah. Southern Utah. I was actually just up in Salt Lake City looking at some race course, and there's a lot of off-road racers up there. We hope to be doing something up there pretty soon. Just like Le Mans. just like a lot of the other major races. We get them on top of their car. We hand them 2 bottles of champagne, one for the driver, one for the co-driver. Actually, it looks like they're just getting him one. And TPQ's getting out of the way so he doesn't get coated. But man, what, 4.5 hours into it, well-earned UTV World Championship for young Dodge Pullman. Kid has a really bright future ahead of him in off-road racing.
Good for him. That's awesome.
So awesome to see. Oh, look, we have smoke up there, BC.
Really? That's production right there, my friend.
We're back out to the field. You can see the lights out there. It's going to be a long night for some of these guys. They've still got laps to do. And it's going to be a little bit treacherous out there with just little lights out. So a lot of these guys, some of them I noticed were prepared. They had big light setups up. A lot of them didn't, you know. So.
No. In fact, it's funny because when I asked him, I said, I think you might end up in the dark. Do you know that? And he goes, no. He goes, well, I got some lights on the bumper.
Right? There's only one way to learn, right? The hard way. The hard way. Here comes somebody bombing in. All right, I think that's second place, sending it in the dark right into the finish line.
It's either Travis Zollinger.
Awesome. Well, they're going to send Dodge over to talk about his race. He's going to join us in the live stream booth here.
Don't bring us his champagne. He can't drink it.
We'll handle it for you. No, it's awesome. And we're going to take a quick breather here and pay some bills.
The 2020 UTV World Championships has been brought to you by Polaris RZR, BF Kidrich, OnX Off-Road, PCI, Raceline, Assault Industries, and Surface Sunscreen.
There's nothing wrong with looking good. But when riding is your passion, it's performance that matters. Like having the off-road's most advanced suspension. It monitors input from driver and machine 200 times every second and automatically adjusts each shock to flatten corners, soak up the bumps, and handle the hazards. Confidence and control for those who live to ride. Polaris, think outside.
And we're back at the UTV World Championship with our naturally aspirated winner, Dodge Pullman. You had a big day. Actually, a big couple of days. Right? So you had a big couple of days. Let's start first with qualifying. You beat Robbie Gordon qualifying, right?
Yeah.
Then you just beat him racing, right?
Yeah, there's another one.
How do you feel? I mean, you won the race, but you beat a lot of guys out there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yesterday, I mean, just to start, right, qualifying was maybe one of the most intense experiences of my racing career. We had never done anything like that before, never had to go that fast. And when they came around in the last second saying, hey, your co-driver doesn't have to get in, my co-driver bailed. You know, he did not want any part of that. And so when I went out there, I just laid it down. Like, I had never driven anything that fast or that hard, I guess, in my life. I mean, I'm going to post the GoPro footage on my Instagram later of it, because it honestly is just, it's insanely fast. And I was looking at the times, and not only did we beat Robbie Gordon, we beat him by like 8 seconds, and we only lost to the turbo cars by 3 or 4 seconds, and I was 3rd overall. So I mean, honestly, just an incredible turnout for qualifying.
Yeah, that's awesome. So tell us about your race today.
So the race was incredible, honestly. We went out and obviously started pole position with my old man, Colton Husted, and Robbie Gordon right behind us. So just all those components coming together, a lot of fast guys chasing me. And, you know, we ran a really clean race. Our first few laps were really, really fast. And then the track started to get really, really rough. The car started to make some unnatural noises.
Some moaning.
It was some clacking, you know. And so we just kind of, you know, held a really, really solid pace. And then coming through the last pit, we had a 15-minute lead corrected on anybody else. So we just really slowed it down, took the last lap, and just kind of tried not to throw up, and you know, brought it home.
Well, you did it. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm really impressed. You had a little bit of time off, and you came back, and it didn't seem like you really missed a step. You know, did that time off just kind of refresh you?
You know, the time off, it wasn't too long. You know, I wasn't gone for that long, and since I've been home, I've been driving RZRs probably more than ever before. And so that seat time has helped a lot. You know, my first race back, I had a bad crash, which was kind of, you know, it was frustrating for me, thinking like, man, I left for so long and I came back and now I can't drive.
Right.
And then, you know, we went to the Vegas to Reno. We took like 7th or 8th, and I was pretty satisfied with that. And then after qualifying, I totally regained back my confidence, you know, after driving an old car to a top spot.
Yeah, let's talk about your car. You were saying it's a 7 or 8 year old Cognito built car. So that's, you know, that's the same model that when Justin had the sweep year.
Yeah.
Yeah, before he moved up to the turbo, that's the same model. So we know that that's a championship car, and you clearly proved it here again.
No, yeah, that car, like I said, has been through everything, right? And it's incredible. I think it was a 2013 XP 1000 RZR.
Yep.
Right, and that is how old that thing is. Almost 7-8 years, and still running like a champ. You know, we've crashed it, rolled it, picked it back up, and still roll it to the finish.
That's awesome. So, you know, in your race out there, was there anything that surprised you?
You know, I wish I could say that it surprised me how fast the track deteriorated, but it didn't at all, because I knew that it would just get rougher and rougher. And so, you know, as far as predictability goes, it was very, but as far as, you know, smooth and quality goes, it was not there.
So much. So what do you know, we were talking about it and comparing it to the UFC, right? So in the UFC, you've got, you know, typically the fights are 3 rounds, like comparing it to this, right? 3 laps.
Right.
And then your last 2 rounds are your championship rounds, right? When you're fighting for a belt, right? And since this is like the Super Bowl of UTV racing, what were those last 2 laps like?
So the second to last lap was maybe the most intense, because that was when there were still people, you know, that we were really competing with. And so that second to last lap, we were really, really pushing. You know, we probably weren't making up as fast of lap times as before, but in the condition that the car was in, we were putting down the fastest lap we could. And then the second to last lap, like I said, we had that 15-minute lead. We were able to just knock it out of the park.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and the whole time, we were talking about how, off-road racing, it's not over till it's over. So even having that 15-minute lead, we're all sitting here kind of like, oh, I hope he has no problems, no flats, no belts, and you didn't.
No, yeah, it's totally true. I remember, like, maybe about 10 miles from the finish, I was like, man, thanks to my co-driver, he's my mechanic, he put it all together for me. And I said, thanks for putting together such a good car. He's like, don't you dare say that. He's like, we were so close, and I'd hate for you to say that and to have something go wrong.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, and let's talk about, you guys have a lot of experience, and one guy in particular, your crew chief. You want to talk a little bit about him?
Yeah, John Hoffman, he is the man to know in the off-road racing world. As far as knowledge about the sport, knowledge about the mechanics of everything, he's well known for his suspension, and honestly that, it shows out there on the track, both in our little race cars and in my old man's trophy truck. So he's a very well-rounded individual as far as the sport is concerned, and so to have him run our team and be in charge of everything, honestly, is just a total game changer.
Yeah, I mean, having that race IQ, that knowledge of prep and everything else, just gets you along a lot further, and gets you to that finish line and that level of racing a lot quicker.
Oh, it's totally true. I know that he wants me to just drive a trophy truck because it's bigger and faster and badder. But I told him, I said, hey, the races are so much more fun, so much more affordable. Everyone can come out and do it, right? This race is a testament of that.
Absolutely.
You got tons of people who just kind of bought it and put some safety things on it, and they're on the road.
Yep.
And so I don't think I'm leaving anytime soon.
That's great. That's great. Well, we're super stoked for you. Congratulations again. We've got some hardware for you. We've got some checks for you.
Yes.
So it's a good day. I mean, you walked away with a check from Robbie Gordon.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm looking for it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Robbie and I go back a long way. So he wrote me the check. It cleared the bank.
I gotcha.
And we've got that money for you. So,
I gotcha.
So don't worry. No, he's a great ambassador for the sport. I was super stoked he stepped up and did that. But remember, he was trying to win his money back from you.
Oh yeah, I know. I know it. That's why when I heard he saw some sort of results before, and he thought that he had this really great time, and he texted a few people. He's like, oh, I got this much time on you, and results came out. I was down at the lake at the time. We were watching some jet skis, and I just had my own little party there on the dirt.
Well, it's also a testament to the level of competition here. When everybody, I get a lot of phone calls when those qualifying times came out, and people just didn't understand why they finished where they finished, and that's off-road racing. You got to go out there and push it as hard as you can, and where the chips fall, and you've got to work from there. So, fortunately for you, you were able to go out, put down a good qualifying time that set you up for a good race today. You drove smart. You drove like a champ. So congratulations. Much respect to you.
No, thank you so much.
You are the UTV World Championship.
That's what's up, baby. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, the most important question of the day, though. Other than the money you won, how cool is it to race out here with your dad?
Oh my gosh, I don't see an ounce of any money I've ever won. Just put that on the docket right now.
That's right.
I owe my old man and my family and everything I get from this sport, right? So everything that we have goes right back into it, goes into our crew, it goes into everybody who comes out and supports. So that money is really just it's a big help for us and it's a big help for them. Mm-hmm. But coming out and racing with my dad is maybe one of the most unique experiences. My mom doesn't think that this is a family sport, but it is.
It is.
Okay, yeah. I got some little brothers who are going to start racing the 2 cars that we had entered today.
Nice.
And we're going to get some more, and the Pullman family's not going to stop anytime soon.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you so much. You guys take care.
All right, thanks, Dodge.
Oh.
All right, so